see the drip and its lux. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
Fans of the greatest region of the RLCS, gather round, for now is our time to celebrate. The first European qualifier of 2024 is here, and myself, Leaf, alongside Stumpy and CJ are here to give you a proper prime and prepping for today's program. Stumpy, it's very nice to see the up-and-coming regions last week warm us up, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. We had all of our minor regions on the previous weekend, the ones that might do well at various lands. Now it's time for the major region weekend in the RLCS. It's Europe's time, CJ, and I'm here for it.
I'm so glad that we got a prime time slot because that's what we deserve. Just get rid of everyone else. It's all about EU this weekend, and people are going to say, oh, you're from OCE. Forget about that region. We're all about the European region right here, and I'm pumped.
Well, I'm pumped as well, but we have a lot to get through, and I think this is just going to be really fun. So let's talk. Let's get some of this, the busy work out of the way, so we can get to the good stuff. Talk about the teams. Of course, we got to look at the season as a whole. Here's what it is. It's a lot more condensed, so matches mean a lot more, Stumpy, to these players. But 2 splits is what we're looking at.
Yeah, just the 2 splits. Any North American and other broadcast viewers will have already seen this, but to catch everyone else up, we've got 2 splits this time before our World Championship. So, as ever, there's going to be 3 open qualifiers. We called them regionals previously, but that's now an open qualifier. Teams need to redo it every single week to make sure that they get through into the top 16 and they can compete here on main event weekends. And they lead beautifully into those majors, get enough spots, get enough points, get to World Championships, get the moolah.
Right, but it is week by week we have to look at right now. And of course, starting off our week every week is a First Touch podcast, so do not be missing that. But this weekend, it's all about Europe, CJ.
Yeah, there's not many other regions there, as you can see. It's a very simple weekly schedule. Make sure you're checking out First Touch as well. Unbelievable work from the 3 fellas over there. But as you can see, 5 p.m. every single day, all weekend long, we've got European action, the major region, Stumpy. Can't wait.
People are going to really hate us, by the way, for calling it the major region.
We're really driving this home, aren't we?
It's okay, guys. You're all right. We're just
Fun early.
Are we wrong? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. Let's take a look
let's
at what
not double
these
down.
teams are fighting for. Okay, we'll triple down next time. It's take a look at the points and prize pool. Of course, players probably looking at that bigger number, that 21. But CJ, these points are really important too.
Yeah, it's enormous. And look at the gap as well. Look at the jump as you get into that top 4. As we said, we're sending 4 European teams to the major. So getting to that top 4, Stumpy, you get 3 extra points, jumping from 6 to 9. But that's what these teams are playing for. The prize as well is awesome. The prize pool each qualifier. But it is all about those points.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we see going even from second to first, you gain 4 points instead of 3. It just puts you ahead the extra amount to benefit each position. However, people might be thinking, that's a little bit less money right on top compared to what we've seen in the previous
Where's the
years.
rest, Stumpy?
Yeah,
Let's have a look.
well,
Let's look at the split leaf. Let's have a little gander.
that went to the top 128 teams, which was really cool. Because again, I know a lot of, I actually know some people in my hometown here that are technically RLCS pros if you count it by making money in the RLCS now. So this is just phenomenal across the board that anybody can get involved.
Yeah, I mean, you look then down at those 65th to 128 spots, you get a load of those retired, washed previous pros like, I don't know, Rizzo, for example, getting
A great
$300. He gets himself $100. That buys him, you know, a couple of meals per week. Good for him. He deserves them.
Not only that, Papa CJ tried to sign up in OCE, but he got 129th. Bit flat that he didn't win the $300, but maybe next time.
Well, we got to talk format now a little bit more to get through before we start talking about these teams. Swiss is what we're looking for. Ye Old Faithful. This is, I think, most people, Stumpy's favorite kind of bracket because, especially for players, you have multiple chances to get through.
Yes, you do. I love a naughty bit of Swiss as well, because as you see, all of our teams play off against each other, and because it's open, they've already been somewhat seeded coming into this. If you're confused about Swiss, you need to remember 2 important things. Win 3 before you lose 3. That's all you're looking at. And you're going to be playing teams that have got the same win-loss record as yourself. So, Calwin Court, for example, they beat Sir. They go in for 1-0. They'll then play another team that have gone 1-0. If you get the 3 wins before those 3 losses, you get through. If you get those 3 losses before your 3 wins, then unfortunately you are out and you won't be going through onto the rest of the weekend.
And this next part, CJ, is even more complicated. After we get to our top 8 into the weekend, oh man, I can't. You need to walk me through this. Well, how does this format on the weekend work? It's crazy.
Well, it's not really. It's a top 8 single A. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Saturday, there's your quarterfinals on the left. We've got 4 quarterfinals for you on the Saturday. As you said, it's single elim. You lose, you're out. You win, you stay in. Win on the Saturday, you're through to the top 4 Sunday bracket there, semi-finals onwards. And as we said, that's where the points, that's where you earn the points, you earn the dough, the moolah, if you would, Stumpy. And really, every team here is trying to get to Sunday. That is the pass mark, make top 4. You're in with a really good shot at the major.
Well, I think especially in this region too, top 8 is that real goal for a lot of squads, but you're right. Sunday is where we're looking for. Again, lots to get through here. So let's move on to talking about some of the rosters. And I do believe this lovely voice beside me has got all the info you need.
Is this thing on? It is my pleasure to declare the European side of the Rocket League Championship Series 2024 open. Off-season EU gonna off-season EU though. So here are the 3 biggest roster changes since Vitality's well-earned trophy lift capped off 2023. Moist Esports. It's been 84 years since the Rise Joyo Vatira heyday. And now, only Joyo remains. After a G2 humbling condemned Moist Esports to a top 12 worlds finish, they've once again gone back to the drawing board to build around their star. Out go Cash and Juicy, in comes Rezi, last seen taking on EU's mightiest with Hogan mode bro, and 50-50 master Oli, controversially dropped by Oxygen after last season's fall major before rallying back for a respectable top 20 worlds finish. With Moist, Oli and the gang are going to be expecting way better than that though. Team BDS. 2 of Rocket League's most ruthless competitors excelled together last season. as Rise joined a BDS that hadn't made the first 2 majors and dragged them to the precipice of greatness.
Double tap!
Sadly though, it wasn't to be. DS.
Legend for the man, the magician, the superstar, it's the signature shot!
No shame in a loss to all-round greatest team in the world at the time, Vitality though, but it didn't stop the band being totally ripped apart. Only Monkey Moon now remains. And now either side of him sits Moroccan rookie Drali, who's been smashing the 1v1s in the off-season, and major winning former Carmine Corper, Exotic. Speaking of Carmine Corp, more on them later. Hey look, it's later, and here's Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp complete the hat-trick of powerhouse orgs, rebuilding around a single dense, bright little star. Vatira hasn't quite yet changed his name to Monsieur Carmine Corp, but it must be close. His first new teammate is Belgian wrecking ball Atto, formerly Team Liquid and part of only 2 European teams, including KC themselves, who managed to qualify for every single major last season. Alongside them, Vatira welcomes back an old friend. Oh, it just feels like a hug. Will the homecoming be as Magnifique as the blue wall demand? Or will some brand new players pull an OG queso and win everything out of nowhere? There's only one place to find out, right here, right now.
CJ, you wanna rank his French?
I
don't know why I'm asking you. Like, you're the expert.
I can't really rate it based on, man, you guys Twitch chat, maybe some French speakers will rate it. But for me, as an English speaker, it didn't sound too great. But I think that was a fantastic video. We talked about the top teams, and another team that I want to mention, I think, it was a glaring omission that Stumpy ran out of time to do. It would have to be the Gentlemates, a team that, feels, I don't want to say it would be rude to say like a leftovers team from the top teams, but a fantastic additions come together and under a big org as well. So that's Juicy, Itachi, and Seiko. So that's an insane lineup. Can't wait to see what they do if they can sort of battle it out against your K-Corps, BDSs, and Vitalities.
Well, I guess we'll talk about them in a little bit here. For now, we could talk about, there's so many roster moves, we could be here for days. So let's take a focus on some more of the stories, I guess, coming into this, what we saw through those open qualifiers last week. And we're going to throw some images on the screen and see if we can figure out what these images represent, because they represent some common stories that we did see during those open qualifiers. So let's throw the first image up on here. I do believe we have Mr. Astral standing by. What does this represent to you coming to those open quals and the stories?
So Astral is one of those players where people basically love seeing him play. The shots that he can hit and the excitement that he brings to a broadcast is near unparalleled, especially when we don't see him competing all the time as well. This is the return of fan favorite players, alongside Astral as well. Of course, he's going to be competing here today, but alongside him, we are also seeing Speed make a return. Now, that's a bit of an old name.
Hey.
Yeah, Big Man Speed's coming back to CJ, which is pretty cool.
Oh, we haven't seen him since, for forever, really. Oh my goodness. He really burst on the scene back then. He was a rookie. He was only filled in for Flipside. He won a LAN. Well, maybe not an RLCS LAN, but it was still pretty good. And then, well, he sort of disappeared after Season 9. So it's fantastic to see him back in the game.
Yeah, and then we've also got, just on those fan favourite players, Arju, one of those super subs that came in a couple of years ago. People are excited to see good Italian Rocket League 2. He is currently playing for Endpoint alongside Metane and Smoke, so keep an eye on Endpoint for this region as well.
I do have to say Speed is my favorite. I followed them through the open quals as well. So it's exciting to see how this open format can just kind of lend to so many different stories. We have another one. Let's throw another image up on the screen and see what kind of story this tells. Mr. Relating Wave. You might notice something about the, maybe who's here this weekend, and Relating Wave. Where does he fit into that?
Well, the thing is with the Relating Wave, Stumpy, is that he's always here, but this weekend he's not. Now, it was devastating. They dropped down. They played in the quals. Look, they got 17 to 24. They're right outside. They're right on the edge. On top, Cougars. Relating Wave was, and those guys, they lost to SAR and Vitality as well. So, they're not losing to chumps, if you would. It's serious lineups.
It's tough,
they're taking the L to, and he just couldn't quite scrape into that main event.
Yeah, and there's a few other unknown players who didn't qualify here. Unfortunately, we've also got Scrub just outside of that. There's Hibbs too. A Chronic, former Liquid, one of the best players in Europe, just didn't have a team for a while, then finally got on one. There's also, I checked in a couple in our little document on the side, K-Dop and Shawset. We don't expect to see them in every main event, but Solary and K-Dop and Shawset, they haven't unfortunately made it. We like to see them show up. But yeah, a little bit of a different one to our first little topic with Astral. These guys just unfortunately did not quite make the cut.
Well, I think it's also just a testament to this region too, specifically. We've always seen it be extremely competitive. And now, again, that we have so many more people driving, with that open prize pool spreading out further, you have more people attempting to play in the RLCS. I have a feeling this isn't the last time these specific stories, CJ, are going to be seen in the RLCS, in the European region too.
100%. It's completely different in North America as well. You know, Rizzo nearly qualifies for the main event over there, but over here we're getting superstar LAN players that aren't making the top 16. So shows how competitive Europe is at the moment, and well, let's see if those guys can crack back in. I mean, it's only open qualifier number 1, so there's a couple more to go.
With open qualifiers comes a chance again for new faces to pop up. So let's quickly touch on one more storyline here, and it's rookies. We love to see rookies. I mean, we see other regions scrambling to try to mix things up again over in North America, find those new faces, those new superstars. We've seen it happen across every region. I mean, you see it in young players like Zen 2 popping up and taking over the world. So looking at the European region here, we saw a couple faces come in. One for me specifically, I want to start this off, is Tech Oz. We have Triton, Drawley, and Emil, I believe, were our rookies. But Tech Oz was one I was watching. We've seen that player around for quite some time, but never Stumpy stepping into the spotlight of the RLCS main events.
Yeah, and that's what this format does so brilliantly. I think there's going to be a few teams that are going to be complaining, like not saying that they have, but your Vitalities, your Karmi Corps being like, realistically, we're going to be making the main event every single time. But it's good just for experience of people, and it's good to have those team streams going on too. To be like, look, this is what these regions have to offer. It gives more of a path through. And you mentioned some other players. We've got Triton on 100%. We've got Tekos on Sir. We've got Emil Vald on Wild. And Drawley, of course, joining Monkey Moon on BDS. An incredible
quite the team to join
for him. Yeah, and also CJ, a Moroccan player coming through, a relatively new country through in the RLCS as well.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, this year, you play wherever you want. It is just it's absolute chaos in other regions, but over here, as you said, it's great to see. Drawley, we've heard a lot about him through the 1v1 circuit. Obviously, Johnny, has had him one or two times over there, but it's great to see BDS, I guess, taking a little bit of a risk. I mean, BDS is the top side, picking him up for the first time. And, we did mention as well, there's 4 rookies, but they're brand new to the main event. There's heaps of fresh faces as well. They just have made maybe 1 or 2 main events in there that I'm sure they'll be thinking, hey, I'm a rookie. Don't forget about me. I'm not a veteran just yet. So it's great to see some new faces amongst the old boys that are still at the top.
Well, we want to get everyone caught up, I think, because there was a lot happening last week. This week's going to be pretty easy to follow, as we just have the one region. But looking around to the other regions, let's get people caught up. Let's see the kind of the stories that we saw, in case people weren't able to have that many tabs open. Their computers might have overheated a bit. And just before we get into the Europe region, take a look at it. Let's look at MENA first. Let's look at the Middle East because, again, a lot of switch-ups happened over there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw as well some of our usual fan-favourite teams doing an incredible job. We saw in the grand finals it ended up being Falcons versus Rule 1. But the goals that we saw and the quality from that region continues to develop time and time again. Unfortunately, this couldn't be covered on the North American broadcast because every other region is playing. So we thought we'd treat you to it here over in Europe. Falcons went 3-0 through the Swiss alongside Rule 1. And then when they got to the top 8, they only lost 2 individual games. They went 4-1 in the end versus Rule 1. They took that first open qualifier. Congratulations to them. MENA is looking stronger than ever.
Well, how about down, well, I guess it's down south from me. Maybe much different directions for you guys. But South America, let's take a look at them, CJ. What went on, because there was a couple faces making a return.
Well, so much excitement, really. I mean, personally for South America, given that we have Furia and Complexity joining back down there in Sam coming from North America last season. So there's a lot of talk around those guys. Furia were the hype team coming into it, and they had an insane series win streak as well. They even swept Complexity in the Swiss stage here in the first event. But Stumpy, it was Complexity to get the job done in the final. They 4-0 Furia in the grand final to get some revenge.
Yeah, and it's so exciting now seeing, firstly, also this goal was great because it was such an accidental own psycho back to the orange half, and I found that clip and I had to put it in. I'm very sorry. But yeah, seeing Complexity and Furia moving back from North America and saying, look, boys, we're back. Don't worry about it. We'll take this region over again. Crew, you've had your moment in the spotlight. But I mean, Crew, they still put forward a great fight against Complexity. It's now a many teams region, and I said that Mina's getting stronger. Sam's doing the exact same thing.
And one more region before we move on. We're getting closer to kickoff here. OC, we don't have any experts around. Do you know any?
I don't think so. No. Yeah, I think we got rid of them a few years ago.
This guy.
Right? So,
this guy.
That guy over there. Okay.
All right.
This guy. This is the region. I mean, it's crazy that you didn't mention OCE in improving regions. You know, talking about Mina and Sam, but. OCE. No footage for that one, but it was team power. These guys are looking phenomenal this season. This time around, that is Torsos, Banana Head, and Fever. And those guys look fantastic. They absolutely just walked through everyone else. Pioneers got second in the grand final, but it was a very comfortable victory. And the Chiefs boys. It's great to see the Chiefs back in the. For those that haven't heard that name, I know it sounds crazy. Where we look back to season 6 when Chiefs had the best OCE result ever at a World Championship. They got 4th. That org is back in the game. They got top 8 though. Wasn't the best start. Then
shout out as well. You're talking about a load of the players that have moved around. Torsos stayed in OCE, and he has just won 8 consecutive years of RLCS tournaments. It's ridiculous. Like, he's what, 40-ish now? And he's doing a great job still competing at the top. So good for him.
Yeah, he's about 24 or 23.
Yeah, 40 or so,
23,
yeah.
But he was there in Season 3. He was there in 2016, I believe it might have been. It could have been early 2017. Season 3 World Championships. When OCE first got entered into the World Championships, he was there. He was at the first Worlds, and now he's won another regional here in 2024. No one else in Rocket League has won a regional every year for 8 years. It has been insane.
A question. Do you guys want to have a little fun before we get to kickoff?
Oh, go on then.
Okay, let's do it. Let's have a little fun before we get to kickoff. We got our first matchup for Swiss coming your way in a few moments here, but we wanted to get some of our friends involved. You'll see a few. There's only 3 of us here. We didn't have enough room in these boxes. It was tight. But we did have Shogun, Johnny, and Cole off to the side. Since it's the beginning of the season, send us in some of their season predictions going forward. We want to get their opinions locked in right now. So if they're wrong, you guys can call them out on social media. We're going to throw them up on here. We have no idea whose predictions is who. And we're going to try to match which one of these 3 belongs to which one of those 3.
Okay.
And we have them up on the screen now.
Right.
And I guess I can just read them out for you. Yeah, I'll read them out one by one.
Yeah.
And we got to guess who made what. So I'll go through them. Redemption will make the first major, but make a bad roster change after.
Very EU.
The second one will be EU do not win every LAN.
Okay.
Not very bold, but okay.
And 3, Team BDS will make both major grand finals, but will fail to win either of them.
So I have a thought about the second one. CJ, you said not very bold, and I think I'll go for the cast who is the opposite of that. Cole, I reckon the EU do not win every LAN. I think that might be a Cole one. I feel like he wants to try to be sneaky.
I don't know. I thought that was logical, which is why I was trending towards it being Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was thinking Johnny as well, just because it's something that he would obviously say or wouldn't obviously. I don't know.
He could also be trying to mind game us though, because he's smart like that, right?
I think the first one to me, Shogun likes it when teams bottle it and they do well and then they do something silly afterwards and they don't do as well. I think that first one to me reeks of Shogun. Redemption will make the first major, make a bad roster change after. That feels Shogun-y to me.
I think I'm giving you that one. He's always down for a good bottle job, and I think that's one of them right there.
So do you guys think that the third one might be Cole?
That's a question. We have to lock that.
Yeah, one per.
No, I think I might be smart. I might go Cole on the second one.
Yeah? Okay. And then we might go
Cole,
Johnny for the third. Shogun, Cole, Johnny. Do I think that's Cole still? Team BDS will make both major grand finals but will fail to win either of them.
Would he say that?
Is that a Cole thing? I've worked with that man for 8 years.
You should know it.
I should know it.
So are we going to lock that in then? Are we saying Shogun, Johnny?
Oh, yeah, let's go with that, yeah. Shogun, Johnny, Cole. CJ, I'll go with the team on the Johnny shout for the second.
Okay,
so
Shogun, Johnny, Cole.
Shogun, Johnny, Cole. I've gotten the answers in from production here.
Okay.
We've gotten one right. We've gotten one right, and it was Johnny on the second one. So congratulations to us, which means we got 2 wrong by inherently getting one of the others wrong. It was Cole with the first one, and BDS making both was Shogun, apparently.
Wow,
You threw us off there, Stumpy, with the first one. You were so sure that was Shogun that we didn't even consider that being anyone else.
I know, but I was also sure the second one was Cole, so I would have been wrong on all accounts.
Yeah.
Cole was calling you out that you should have known he's a Cash fanboy.
Oh, he is a Cash fanboy. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, fair enough.
All right.
Yeah,
So
Was
fair
the
enough.
bad roster change Cash getting kicked then? Is that what he's trying
That
to say?
normally happens to Cash on teams. He doesn't do well, does really well, then gets dropped. That's the kind of Cash roller coaster.
Well, we're off to a great start with our brains right now. Let's get on to our match in a few moments here. Let's tell you what's coming up here. Take a look at the Swiss schedule, what you guys can expect throughout the day. We have, of course, 5 rounds to get through, so we'll be showcasing on the main stream here one of those matches, and we'll take a glance in once we're finished that match if we do have any other matches still going on. There's your timing. You can screenshot that if you guys would like, and I guess we may as well give you some more chances to screenshot the actual matches that are coming up here. Taking a look at the first few matches in our round 1. And then our featured match will be from the next few we show you here. Again, lots of great matches, in my opinion, going on across the board. So if you can find the rest of the matches going on, have those tabs open, keep an eye on them. And then our featured match will be coming from the next set of matchups. There's so much Rocket League today.
There's 8 series to kick us off is outrageous. It's so much.
And there it is. Our featured match will be that last one there. But again, I've been watching SUH. I think their roster definitely be keeping an eye out, but of course they're going up against KC, Vitality. I know a lot of people are going to keep an eye on them. But Team BDS and Mate, the Gentle Mates, will be, I almost said M80. They're too close to each other.
Not quite.
That's the wrong region. It's
close.
But we do have BDS again. This is a fun one. CJ, I mean, looking at the rosters here, this is Seiko up against, well, at least one of his former teammates there, who's then replaced by Exotic and Drolic.
And as far as I know, the first time that Morocco has taken on Morocco in the RLCS, we've got a touchy there, Andrali. It is insane, and as you said, we've got a bit of rivalry with Seiko as well. So it's a juicy first match. I can see why, Stumpy, they picked this one. I mean, there's some smart people in the production rooms behind us choosing these featured matches.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just the fact that it's going to be 2 big boy teams as well. I'd like to also point out that BDS have got Casio as their coach. It didn't show earlier, but Casio is listed as their coach. But BDS, and you see it behind Monkey Moon there. BDS are one of the best teams in the world. They came second at Worlds most recently, and then they changed 2/3 of their team. That's just what they do. They want to make sure that they are the number 1 team in the world, and they rebuilt around Monkey Moon. And we praised them earlier, CJ, for taking a quote, risk on picking up Drali, a new player who hasn't been proven in the RLCS, but then to go alongside Monkey Moon and Exotic, I think it's a brilliant place for him.
I mean, the amount of talent around as well, it is even more brave to pick up a player like that when you have so many high caliber players around in Europe. So I'm super excited to see what they could do. I mean, the open quals, the double elim, they absolutely ran through that. That was a piece of cake for those guys. So this is a true test now. You know, I know this is still the open qualifier, but this is sort of the main event of the open qualifier, and this is where the pressure's on.
And there's also, bear in mind, look, it's a new org. It's It's a new, huge French-based org coming in to Rocket League.
jersey.
So now we've got Vitality, we've got Carmine Corp, now we have Gentlemates in a lovely, by the way, beautiful pink jersey, which I like a lot. Big fan of pink. And they are Juicy, Itachi, and Seiko. BDS put out a nice tweet earlier saying Seiko and Monkey Moon won Worlds together a couple of seasons ago, and now they come together today as enemies, which I thought was brilliant. I love the storyline that they're pushing on their side. But yeah, Gentlemates, they are going to have a huge amount of support. You think that your Carmine Corps are big and your Vitalities are big. Gentlemates are just as big.
Yeah, I think this is really really fun too, because I mean all of these rosters now with such a mix-up this is a big proving point to get these first wins, because I think everyone here is solid in terms of skill level. You talked about it, 2 world champs coming face to face. I just love the intensity of how hard every single one of these matches are, even in our first round.
I mean, I think the biggest question mark for me here, how are Gentlemates going to convince everybody that they're going to beat BDS, one of the best teams previously in the world, with better players now, theoretically, and then go and lose 3-0 against Endpoint in the open qualifiers? That's not a great start for Gentlemates. I'm sorry to call out Endpoint there. They're a good team.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Well,
it's a question mark for me.
Well, is it real? I guess it is a question mark. Well, let's do predictions. Let's throw those up there because I think this will solidify whether any of us do believe maybe they will stand up against BDS, and the answer is absolutely no across the board right now. I mean, there's the chance, right? Like, it's not like there won't be a chance. Chat, let us know what you think. We're gonna have the hashtags up in a second here. If you guys to start voting, you know what to do. You're always really good at spamming, so spam away. But BDS, yeah, really does feel, even with the massive mix-up, CJ on the roster, still does feel like that top, one of those real top European contenders.
And they've got a presence about them as well. Their name has earned respect over the years, as we've seen previous world champions. And obviously, Gentlemates, as Stumpy said, a new org coming in. It's great to see. Fantastic jersey, decals as well. Make sure you check out all the Esports decals that we've got. It's fantastic that we've got the new ones in there. But yeah, just the namesake of BDS, Monkey Moon, I mean, you can talk about him forever with his accomplishments as well. So I think they've got the runs on the board so far. Gentlemates, they have to be the underdogs in this one. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. I don't think this would be a massive upset if Gentlemates had won, but you have to go BDS.
Yeah. I think it's our closest one, right? Like, out of all of the Swiss matches we have, this is the closest one we have. And chat seems to think so too. 64-36. It's not bad. That's about where I'd put it.
It seems to be so, and I guess we're only going to find out by watching the match. Our first matchup here in the Open Qualifier is ready. We have Shogun and Cole standing by. It's a story of validation for both teams as they attempt to prove their roster moves the correct one. Let's see how their journey begins in our first European Qualifier.
We are finally ready to get to it. From the pre-show, the preamble, and the predictions, we can now put them in the past and get ourselves in to our first match of the day. Both teams with so much to prove. Gentlemates, though, feels like they've got that more to do to try and show.
Absolutely. They will have fire in their bellies, wanting to prove their opponents wrong, wanting to prove now as well, Shogun, the community wrong. 64% of people saying BDS are going to take this one, the opening series in the EU Open Qualifiers Rlcs, and they're the ones who score first.
That is how you get your season started. Itachi, no messing about, spotted the opportunity and fired it into the far corner. Brilliant start for Gentlemates in a match that everyone feels like they are the underdogs in.
It's amazing here because we are essentially drowning in storylines. Normally ahead of a matchup, you'd think of 2 or 3. But there are too many. There are former World Championship winning teammates. It's the first time Moroccan players have come up against one another. Juicy, he struggled with Moist and then he popped off at Worlds for his best performance at the right time. Is he at this level? He's wanting to prove he is. They all are too. So you just have to wipe that all away, Shogun, and look at this as potentially, hopefully, 5 games of Rocket League.
Yep, so much to get through today. We are wearing the Swiss. Have to win 3 before you lose 3. It's as simple as that. Exotic now off the backboard. In goes Monkey Moon. Had a little bit too much work to have to do. For as big as this is for Gentlemates, their RLCS debut on the mainstream for BDS is about maintaining their spot in the region, not just in the region, but in the French community. They've gone from number 1, Vitaly took it off them, then KC seemed to have taken it off them. The last thing they want is Gentlemates to put them even further in the pack.
We're talking as well as if BDS are the experienced heads here as Juicy comes forward onto the backboard, but BDS have got an RLCS debutant of their own in Drali. You know, the second Moroccan on the scene. He is going to have the nerves for him at the moment, and that increases the nerves like nothing else.
Itachi talked so often when he was on KC about how he might be in Vatira's shadow. My goodness, nothing of the sort in game number 1. Statement of intent.
It's a fresh start, a fresh season. And Gentlemates are looking like a fresh squad. They made it here after losing 3-0 to Endpoint in the upper bracket of the qualifiers before this point. But now they're here, and maybe with the big cameras on them, the chat going wild, they're feeling a bit more comfortable. Juicy has to make a last-second save against Drali. And BDS, I mean, Shogun, they do have the odd awkward tournament in them for all their success, as Juicy almost cannons that one into the top corner.
Get into Juicy's story maybe a little bit later on. There's so much. I mean, we do have a team called Redemption, but Gentlemates very much could hold that moniker themselves. 2-0, and as you were mentioning, BDS last season, they started off very slow, looked very rough in the full split. They don't have that luxury this time around. It is a condensed season. We've got 2 splits to work with. If you don't start off well, then you're very unlikely to get a chance to finish it.
If any team can finish it well, though, it is going to be BDS. You know, pretty much written off as a team before bringing in Rise last season, making it all the way to the Grand Finals of Worlds. Here's Monkey Moon. He tries to line that one up to get BDS back in game 1. Can't quite do it. Gentlemates surviving on scraps at the moment. Desperate to get the ball. Can Exotic put it away? Yes, he can. That's what he's here for. Clean, simple finishes.
Yeah, BDS have been very upset if they didn't find a goal off this. They already had a double commit earlier on in the play. They already had their opponents scrambling. And if you do not go and get a goal there, then you're not really going to get a better opportunity against a team like this. Half chances are the only chances. Anything more like that, then it's a bit of a miracle in a region like this. As Drali, can he get his first goal on the start of this series? Not quite. They'll be desperate to just chalk that one off as soon as possible and get his tournament underway.
Drali's certainly capable mechanically as well. We've seen it in the off-season, in the salt mine over on Johnny Boy's stream. He's been putting in some performances. I'll have to do the same now, though, in the 3v3. He's closed down Juicy on that ball. There's Seiko beating Exotic to it. And I have to say, Shogun, Gentlemates, they've certainly got the pace against Team BDS. I might have predicted they'd play this one a tad more slowly, but they seem to be trying to dominate and set the tone here.
It's quite comfortable pace as well. They're not having to scramble all too often, bar the goal that they did let in. Everything else, everyone's positioning's been very well spread out. Itachi bum. Itachi looks lethal today. He's having none of it, and it's off his play that the rest of the team gets to build up that 3-1 lead.
One of the most horrible players to play against in the world is Itachi, and that's because he can change his decisions in an instant. Looked like he was going for the air dribble there, turned it into a devastating bump, and increased Gentlemates' lead back to 2.
They have got to find an answer. Itachi again has won the challenge. He's set up Juicy, goes backboard.
Not sure about that decision, Shogi. I think maybe he could have just put that one away. Maybe gone for the flip reset from the backboard. A tad safe there from Juicy. You know what he is capable of.
It's one of those things. And I know we've all been there where you just expect something sometimes. Like you see the quality of the opposition, you just go, well, if I put this goal on net, they'll just have that. It's, you know, I maybe want to make this a bit more complicated. Yeah, I do agree. Could have gotten to scramble a bit more. The backboard shot. A little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Ooh, Monkey Moon puts that one onto the backboard where Drali was waiting, and it's, to me, in this early stage of the season, Shogi, little moments like that where you're trying to test teams' synergy. Are they in line with one another? Are they understanding what their teammates are trying to do? That was a good sign for BDS, but they'll have to do more than that, especially as Seiko, the former BDS man, is leaving them flat-footed.
Oh, Monkey Moon's going to be so upset of himself as to how he defended, because he's just done the 180 turn from the handbrake, parked himself in the middle of the goal, and that is fantastic if the shot is directly at you. Anywhere else, you are not getting to it.
The dreaded near post rotation as well there from Monkey Moon. I'm sure his coach will be quietly ticking him off in the corner. A little tail off there as Exotic tries to flick that one over the top of Juicy, not quite able to do it. And now we're seeing how Gentlemates can deal with a lead for themselves. 3 goals to the good with 30 seconds left. They must be thinking, wow, this RLCS thing is actually pretty easy. I don't know how we've lost so many series before. Oh, that's out.
It was always going to be the way, wasn't it? It was never going to be allowed to be that easy. And Juicy, he got a little bit too comfortable, I feel. The passing option was there, but he just didn't quite use that peripheral vision to spot, hey, this might potentially go wrong. And it is the sort of plays that you do start to see when a team is 3 goals up. You have to settle down now and make sure that defense does not make any more mistakes in the last 20 seconds.
Here is Itachi trying to get back the 3-goal lead to make things a little bit more comfortable. RBDS able to put just a bit of pressure on to Gentlemates towards the end. Monkey Moon has to do something from his opposite corner. He puts it into the center, but it's probably not going to be enough. And we are going to see over here on the first EU broadcast of RLCS 24, the brand new French org in town Shogun are going to be the ones to take game 1.
Yeah, the rest of the world thought it can't possibly get worse. Oh my goodness, you never knew. There's always going to be more French players, there's always going to be more French orgs, and maybe the most European thing ever could happen to start us off the season, Cole, where we all predicted one team and the other one might end up winning.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is European of us as well. Writing off Monkey Moon. He's lost game 1 against his old teammate Seiko. Yeah, he's definitely not going to make the 3rd World Championship Grand Final in a row. Not going to be this season, is it, mate?
Yeah, Monkey Moon has been rampant ever since we went to the Open era. You know, all that time during Season X, getting to Grand Final and Grand Final and Grand Final and Grand Final all over again. And he has been a bit of a steadfast in the community. If we're going to add to even more storylines that we've got here, guess what? We've got quite a few of them. Exotic versus Itachi in this one. 2 players that were moved on, I believe, from KC, trying to get the right foot forward when it comes to their new rosters.
I feel like however much we say about storyline, we will be forgetting something.
There's so much. It's like, of all of the games we could have picked, we picked the one that is just, there's so much going on.
It's beautiful. It's like it's been written for us, and it's not a bad first game as well as far as the casual or neutral observer goes. Gentlemates winning it against Team BDS, showing that they are capable of doing it. I mean, nobody expected this to be a blowout by any means, but BDS, I think the chat prediction was about fair, 65% saying that we'll go on and take this one based on what we've seen so far. Gentlemates are proving that they're up there for a reason, one of the favored teams. Drally might be able to get BDS to a better start here to the backboard. Monkey Moon doesn't quite get the finish. It's not elevated. Seiko clears away for now. A great start for BDS, but nothing at the end of it.
Nothing but frustration for BDS. Incredible play there from Drally. We didn't get to see much of him in the last game. He seemed relatively quiet. Suddenly, he goes for the outplay, and his team can't quite get it over the line. Seiko going for the wall reset, or the redirect. Find the angle, but something that's always got to be respected, because if it's nailed and you're not already preemptively trying to defend it, it's going to go flying over the top of your head.
BDS
He's going to try one for himself. Oof.
Up the pace here, definitely in the second game. They're looking a little bit less steady, looking like they wanted to force the issue more, which is what we expect and want to see from Team BDS. And the man you identified with that early air dribble, Drally, I think he's a huge part of that. This could be the game where he starts to see himself as a fully fledged RLCS pro. He wants the ball, he demands it. He shows those 1v1 skills when he has it. And look at him now, charging things down, putting himself on this pitch.
It'll be the sort of thing that Monkey Moon especially will want on his style of teams. You know, the best version of BDS that we saw when they won that World Championship was when Seiko was just demanding the ball. He got to do all the work. And Monkey Moon just got to rely on what he does best, positioning, making those smart decisions, capitalizing on the weaknesses that his teams create. Seiko does delay, and he is surrounded and hoarded by the rest of the squad.
Yeah, great play from Charlie as well there to get the early jump to avoid the bump that was coming in. It's effective from Gentlemates. Look at Itachi as well, sweeping away in front of Juicy, trying to make his job as simple as he possibly can do. And it does. You know, when you have the ability to go into free play and do anything you can imagine, having a teammate that gets these bumps in demos, that makes the opponent feel horrible just to be on the pitch, is so helpful. As Juicy gets another flip reset onto the backboard here, but Exotic prods it away.
It's a good spell, though, from Gentlemates. Gonna go up high. That should be followed, actually. Instead, Gentlemates just decide to back down for now. A little bit of a reaching play in their own minds. Although Exotic's been caught out and desperately needed that touch.
Yeah, that was almost the end of the boomer ball that Gentlemates were desperate for, a mistake from the Team BDS defense. It was always unlikely. You backed Exotic to be able to get himself around it. A major winner himself, of course. Winter last season with Karmine Corp. And now here's Drali. Wants to get past Itachi and does. That might open things up. Gets the boost as well. To the ceiling he goes. Monkey Moon's in the center. Can he find his French teammate? There's Monkey Moon. Not quite there. Exotic wisely leaves this one alone. And wants his teammate to come back in. It's end-to-end stuff at the moment. Shogun! Oh, but somehow Itachi has threaded the needle.
Well, there was a brick wall in front of them, but there was one brick loose. And it's gone through the tiniest of gaps. 3 cars, no contact, 1 goal.
Itachi continuing to prove the difference. Deemed surplus to requirements at Karmine Corp. We are seeing that he is far from that in the RLCS. Juicy's going to be up against this one. Drali beats him. Juicy leaves him to it. Drali's got a little bit of boost to play with. BDS will start to be getting a little bit shaky right now. Not quite the debut that Drali was expecting and hoping for. Exotic, can he get onto the top of this one? And once again, we are seeing Shogun. Gentlemates' goal line defense coming up massive, but as I say that, Itachi can't quite get it, and it is 1-1.
That will feel fantastic for Drali. He's got his first. And not only that, but he was the provider of so many of their chances up to this very point. None of them were going over the line. And then when you finally get the chance to take the shot yourself and it goes up, you just go, all right, lads, that's what I've been after, by the way, from you lot. Please, could you just give me this now when I give you guys the opportunities?
I think Itachi will be disappointed. After all the saves that Gentlemates have been making, that he couldn't keep that one out. That one clearer from Seiko, the front of his car. The nose of that Fennec getting involved as Juicy can't quite get the second touch there in the corner. And Exotic does more good work to get it away. This one's so finely balanced, Shogi, with 1 minute 15 left.
And Drali tried to control. That was very risky of him. His team's had to win a lot of challenges and get a lot of outplays just to get it over the halfway line. And Itachi, a massive misplay from him. He's got his team scrambling. And his team scrambled pretty well.
Although it's a bit awkward, though, from Itachi. You don't expect to see that from him pretty much ever. Normally one of the safest pairs of hands that you can have. Monkey Moon trying to use every bit of boost that he has. His teammates combine as well. The ball pinches towards the Gentlemate's goal. It was a bit of an awkward team pinch in the center in the first game that just put a little bit of pressure on Gentlemate, so need to be careful of that, not diving in, forcing the ball towards their own goal. Exotic takes over from Drali. Seiko back into the corner. No real team having too much extended pressure at the moment.
Drali again going for the outplays. There's a lot of fake challenges coming in from Gentlemates when Drali's on the ball. So far, it has worked. Itachi's got a little bit of boost, instead leaves it for his teammate. And that's forced an awkward save. When our Gentlemate's going to try and scramble, Juicy takes it. It was a horrible attempt to clear, and Juicy will not let that one go to the side.
BDS just couldn't deal with it. They had the opportunity. Maybe a louder call was needed. Maybe just a little bit more composure. But Gentlemates will not care. 12 seconds to give themselves a 2-0 lead in this series.
Monkey Moon wanted it. Drali wanted it. Neither of them got enough of it. 8 seconds left. Maybe one more chance. That's hit the ceiling. That's not where you want those clears to go. Drali tries to go for the outplay. He's found Exotic, who's been waiting on that backboard, but they could not connect. Monkey Moon keeps the ball alive. Juicy just looks for the outplay, trying to get this ball to the floor, but it still sticks in the air.
Yeah, not dying just yet. Drali, oh, he had an opportunity to get the clean hit back towards Gentlemates' goal. Not to be, and I'll tell you what, Seiko there, sipping on that can, is the coolest man in the room because this is intense stuff.
It's intense stuff, and that's what's going to make that loss hurt so much more for BDS. Of all of the outplays attempted, the way that second goal went in was diabolical. And that is where they're going to need the cool minds to come through. They've got experience around them. And they need to now set this right because they require a reverse sweep or they are 0-1 in the Swiss.
I might be looking too much into one tiny moment, but the fact that Drali missed that touch at the end, I hope that doesn't get into his head. Because of all the players here, he has got the least experience at dealing with errors, and all players are going to make mistakes. I pray, Shogun, that Monkey...
Here's the bit where I'm going to be a bit mean.
Go on.
Well, so obviously we know the mechanical skill of Drali. He is a fantastic player. That's the reason why he is debuting on BDS of all places. He has had history, though, in recent tournaments, Saltmine especially, where the tilt has come through. You know, I look towards his Stage 2 finals against Nuts. He was 2-0 up, and then got swept aside, ended up quitting out in the final game. You look towards Stage 3, won his first match, then lost 3 in a row, 0-3, and forfeited the final game. This is going to now require the experience around him to not let him worry about that, drag him up, and they focus on the task at hand.
Integral right now for Team BDS and Coach Cassio as well, a man who's got as much RLCS experience as anybody. But all that matters, despite the surrounding storylines, despite all the context, is that Team BDS are going to need 3 games in a row, or else EU Shogun starts with all of us and chat being wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty much normal. I don't.
Well,
I've been here for how many seasons now? It doesn't.
You don't mean right, mate.
I know, it's usually gone pretty wrong, but this has gone perfectly right for BDS. Seiko right into the path. And Monkey Moon, well, he's not going to get an easier shot than that throughout this entire tournament.
No, and you can't say no to that as well when you're at the start of the potential reverse sweep. Getting the early goal in Game 3 can really calm the nerves. I believe as well, the first time that Team BDS have taken a lead in this entire series. So hopefully, a few expels of air there from the team. Gentlemate's got to keep on doing what they were doing. Itachi is causing havoc in BDS's defense, allowing them to make errors and making sure that they've got the smart finishing when the opportunities do present themselves.
I just love the first touches that we see from Itachi in defense. He always just puts it somewhere where he knows the opposition is not, and then he worries about fixing the rest of it later. Just does not want the immediate counterattack. But we do have backboard shots. Monkey Moon! Oh, it's hit on the crossbar. And Itachi gets to the ball before he is just cleaned out.
Lovely idea there from Monkey Moon, though, leaving it to his teammate. It's something that he can be a tad selfish at times. He's desperate for that ball, which you respect. He's earned that right. And it was certainly his leaving it that was more helpful there. Not quite in, though, for BDS. 2-0 lead would be lovely for them. But Itachi won't be too keen to let that happen. So he comes up against Monkey Moon, reads Monkey Moon's touch perfectly. Can Itachi get this next ball? Can he put it into the center and do something with it? Not quite there. Exotic had scampered back. The Gentlemate's not looking like tumbling despite conceding the early goal, Shogi.
No, this has been reasonably disciplined so far. So yes, it's a 1-goal deficit, but not playing it as if they need to get a goal. And there's the reason why. Oh, dearie me, BDS, it's happened again.
It's Monkey Moon on the goal line. It was Rally, a poor touch into the center. And Itachi gets himself out of the way because he knows that Juice is going to come through and score.
I mean, that's how they lost the last game, and this one was even less forced. You just have to get good contact on the ball, and you are perfectly okay. Instead, dropped right into the path, and now it might be getting worse. Done. Barely able to prevent the 2-1 lead going in the opposite direction. Seiko's going to try and follow up. 44 boost going to try and keep it. Monkey Moon wiped out for his efforts. Itachi going to go for the outplay. It's all up to Drali. Does get to it and managed to leapfrog the incoming demo.
If BDS are to come back into this series, you feel they have to survive this period of Game 3. Everything's against them right now. The feel, the momentum of the match seems to have turned in their opponent's favor. Can they survive? Can they even get the counter? Drali's going to try and do it. Can he read Itachi's clearance? Not quite, but that is the risk for Gentlemates. BDS, when they fight back with fury and thunder, but still they can't score it.
In comes Juicy. Doesn't get as much on the musty as he would have liked. Exotic worked past the Drali. Drali was bumped earlier on in the play, so he's not going to be there in time. Now Juicy with Itachi looking for Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon couldn't get to it. His teammate couldn't get to it. Juicy, brilliant outplay.
Lovely. Look at Itachi again, not giving Monkey Moon an inch. Drali wasn't sure whether to go or stay because Monkey Moon might have got the ball. So much had to be done in BDS's defense there. Gentlemates swarming.
The trust that Gentlemates are showing in each other is incredible. That was a very low percentage play from the start, and Itachi still launched. 2-1. It's worst case scenario here for BDS.
Oh, they've let him in again there. Exotic, a poor touch. Itachi just reads it every single time. You cannot make a mistake against this man. BDS need just to take a couple of seconds, get themselves back to basics, not give anything else away. Time is still, for now, on their side, but that's going to change quick.
Oh, it's a bad move there from Juicy. His team's now in a bit of trouble. Weirdly, in a match between Gentlemates and BDS, the clears have been the problem, and that's the last thing I would have expected between these two squads. Exotic off the wall. Avoids being bumped, gets a challenge, but again, 2 players for 1. When do BDS just send the house, or are they going to get caught yet again? Juicy's on the back foot. Wait a minute, he might be out of position entirely. 2v1 now, and he does so well.
How has he survived that? It reminds me of a moment from Zen last season for Vitality, when he was 3v1, I believe, and somehow dodged 2 demo attempts and saved the ball. That was only 2v1, but still great play in defense. BDS have a minute to keep on going. Trying to go to the ceiling, though. He's got the flip reset, goes for the double, can't quite get it, but the dunk's still on. A double commit there from Gentlemates. Exotic's coming in, but it goes over Monkey Moon. Seiko, can he get this next touch? He's got no boost, so Drali can slow things down.
Monkey Moon was too far forward, and that's so rare from him. Now takes the shot. Itachi finds him before he can even get it anywhere forwards. 45 seconds. Exotic sees Monkey Moon, finds Monkey Moon, but Monkey Moon's got so much work he's got to do in that position. And again, the fake challenges, just shadowing the ball, is working wonders for Gentlemates.
It is, and you're also seeing now BDS, they're running out of boost all the way back. Seiko charging down, timing it perfectly. A clean performance from Gentlemates. Exotic gets it forward as far as he can. Another bump attempt is coming in. They've been tearing the BDS defense to shreds. Will there be one more opportunity, or will it be 3-1 here? Juicy to the backboard.
So much made of their loss to endpoint. In the RLCS, you're only as good as your most recent result. BDS, their most recent result was a RLCS World Championship Grand Final. And unless they can get a play here, which they will not, their new latest result is a 3-0 sweep against the brand new Gentlemates.
Let's just let that sink in for a second.
That's ridiculous.
Gentlemates.
That really is.
The team compared to the leftovers, 3 players who had been dropped or at least moved away from their orgs, coming together, you know, seen as maybe a top 5 or 6 team, but not the sort that are going to be going on to win championships. But based on that, there is a blueprint there that Juicy, Itachi, and Seiko can do great things.
Itachi cast off from KC, Juicy cast off from Moist Esports, Seiko cast off from the BDS team he's just defeated. And it always seems to be the way. When we get a roster like this, they always just seem to do so well. It's that chip on the shoulder that does the work. And Gentlemates have got the victory. So, I'm wrong, you're wrong, the whole desk is wrong. Chat, you were also wrong.
Yep.
It's a perfect start for our predictions for the season.
Yeah, let's just let that sink in. You listening to this right now, watching the stream, you were wrong. You silly Billy. Gentlemates with their lovely pink outfits and attire just 3-0'd Team BDS. This is European Rocket League. You gotta love it, Shogun.
It's fantastic, and it is so good to be back. It's good to know, no matter how long the break is, we just stay the same over here. It's just unpredictable chaos. And yeah, we continue on with it. I think he's a bit happy with that one. He's got every right to be.
Yeah, they deserve it. They are the first team to win as well. All other games, as far as I can see.
They speedrun it.
Yeah, they basically did. Couldn't have been any quicker at all. Gentlemates are your winners in Series 1 against Team BDS. 3-0. Who would have seen that one coming? Certainly not the desk. So let's go back to them and see what they make of that.
I'm totally cool if you guys just want to keep talking about how wrong you guys were instead of us having to talk about how wrong we were.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention earlier, too, in the pre-show that we're tracking this season long, guys. So your predictions chat is now marked down, and we've all taken L's today. But that was massive. I mean, I don't think any one of us expected a 3-0 sweep, maybe on either side, at least somewhat of a close series like the rest of the matches in this. In these first matches of Swiss are going, but that was wild, CJ.
I also feel like Shogun and Cole were kind of spinning it around like they thought this was going to happen as well. Kinda, you know, they were throwing a lot of blame on us, the desk. But look, I mean, the fact that it was a sweep, we're talking about this as well back in the green room, backstage, if you would. But, you know, the fact that it was a 3-0, it has to show that, well, one, that EU is so volatile. You have to be on form. And to be honest, it didn't look like BDS looks so sloppy early. I mean, I know we talk about Drali coming in, the up-and-comer. I mean, this isn't the BDS of last season. It's not the same team. No one is the same team except for Vitality. But Yeah, it was a rough series for these guys. A lot of mistakes individually, a lot of double commits in defense as well. And well, Gentlemates, they just looked off the bat. You could see it in the play cams as well, Stomach. They just looked locked in and ready to go.
I mean, I feel like Gentlemates almost felt like they maybe had something to prove somewhat. Because of, obviously, as I mentioned, that 3-0 loss to Endpoint, which is something that you don't be losing 3-0 to anybody when you're in the when you're trying to get into the top 16. But then I feel like BDS, I don't want to say complacency, it's literally their first series in the main event, but it didn't seem like they had that fire underneath them. And in those player cams, we saw a goal go in, and then Media just sort of like, almost like a bit of a sigh, a bit of like defeatedness from BDS quite early on. But fair play, Gentlemates, they have come in with that fire lit underneath them. They look outstanding. And BDS, I also want to divert attention away a little bit from just Drali, because yes, he had a couple of those sloppy passes into the midfield, and then it was an easy goal to clean up for Gentlemates. But Monkey Moon, he made some of those situations happen. We saw in those replays. Monkey Moon jumps up, backflips. Drali has to quickly think, oh my gosh, I'm here to try and clear the ball. I need to hit it. And then he puts it into a bad position. But it starts always a couple steps earlier than that. So yeah, BDS on the whole, really not looking like a strong team. Gentlemates, fair play. They come through first so far.
I'm still not going to just suddenly, count off BDS, though. I mean, this is
we're
first
not
showing.
doing that, don't worry.
This is, of course, there's some things to work out for the squad, but I think it would be very bad for them to also just start saying, hey, nothing's happening at this point. But as I did mention, we have close matches across the board elsewhere, and we are actually watching on screen right now the Moist versus Forward, four-wheel drive. I never know.
I don't care about that team, mate. I'm not bothered. Look at Oli.
Did a reset off the ceiling from Oli. I mean, yeah, we do have 7 other matches, as you said. They're trying to force game 5. There's upsets galore. I'm looking at some other results as well. You've got Oxygen currently 2-1 down against Team 3. So, BDS not the only team to be... well, they haven't lost yet, but we're certainly seeing some tough results early.
Well, the only other result that we do have locked in right now is KC 3-0 over SA, which is a squad I was watching and hoping to maybe be one of those disruptors. I mean, anything's possible. We just saw it in the European region. That's the one thing I think we did get right in the pre-show, is we mentioned how this is a region that tends to always have outliers, and anybody can kind of make it to the top, especially with how often they switch out rosters. So I'm really not overly surprised by some of these results, but I do love that a lot of these matches are going close. What we're really in for is just good Rocket League at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we also look at some of the other ones that are going on where a lot of the lower seeds are doing very well. We've got Team 3, they're currently beating Oxygen 2-1 in their series. Redemption are 2-1 against Wild. Did we say fast forward or four-wheel drive or forward?
We need to sort that out. But I've been saying four-wheel drive.
Fast forward wheel drive are 2-1 against so now it's 2-2 with Moist. So yeah, it's an interesting time at the moment in Europe. Very, as we said, I think for about 6 years, tumultuous on this side of the Atlantic.
Close as well. I mean, you rarely get sweeps. So, I mean, I'll look at OCE. I think every game in round 1 was a sweep over in our region, or my region. So it was absolutely insane. But over here, everything's close. Apart from you see K-Corp, but that was the first seed taking on the 16th seed. So at least right at the tippity top and the very bottom, we do have a bit of a gap.
Yeah, and again, I love that we're going to get... This is why we talk about this being the region to watch, is because literally anybody in this entire top 16 can make it through. I mean, we've seen so many surprises in past seasons, and I had no doubt that we'd have that same story here.
So that's game 5 going on as well, with Moist taking on, again, we need to lock this in.
Do you have a prediction? I mean, this won't count towards your predictions, but do you have a prediction? Like, call now.
I'll always
who
back
takes
Moist.
Okay.
I'm going to go Moist as well. Yeah. Only, I mean, if he's scoring goals like he did literally about 2 minutes ago, then they're going to be on some kind of form. I like Resi as well, big fan of Resi. And Joyo, I think every single person in the world loves who watches Rocket League. Go on, Oli. Oh, little reset. Nearly a little catch into a goal. But no, I mean, forward, apparently, as we have been told by wonderful Direct, our statistician, he's really making sure he gets all the important information to us. They are called forward. All right, guys, let's lock it in.
Okay.
There you go, forward.
I'll give you that one,
as well.
Stumpy. You called that earlier, so. So I'm just looking for any dubs we can take now.
First thing he's got right in a long time. But look, it's important to know as well. It's a fantastic look. We love the Swiss, but this is a great day as well because you've got 7 other games going on right now. There's team streams galore, so make sure everyone watching checks them out. I'm sure the Moist boys as well will be watching this one. So make sure you check out all the other broadcasts for all these teams.
We are. Old man Rizzo's is watching as well.
What a guy.
He can't quite crack it over in North America. He's trying though. He's trying.
He's doing his best.
Chance.
I'm hoping. I don't know. I think there might be a spot. if they try again next, yeah, I don't know.
I like how in EU we're saying that there's no spots left. We've got top players missing out, but NA, I think
Rizzo can make a comeback.
Rizzo was really good.
He did look all right. I mean, they took a game off Dignitas. There we go. We're going to turn this into the Rizzo analysis review, but I mean, it was crazy. But look, over here, as you said, this is game 5, and it's very important. The Swiss, for those that are going, what's going on right now? What do these matches mean? It is a Swiss stage, so this is only round 1. You do need to win 3 games to qualify for the top 8. If you lose 3, you'll be eliminated from the Swiss and eliminated from the qualifier.
We're currently also seeing as well that Vitality versus 100%. They are currently in game 5, and 100% won that game 4 after a 2-minute overtime.
And who is 100% Stumpy for those at home?
100%, my friend, is Breezy, Triton, Crispy.
That's
the guys,
With
the boys.
Coach
That is mad.
Coach Flame with a capital E. And Breezy reckons he's cool because he's got a Welsh flag, so good for him.
It does make you go, right?
Surely.
Vitality going game 5, round 1 of Swiss. I mean, it just shows what's
Yeah,
going on in this region.
to be fair, again, we also just saw BDS get 3-0'd, and we talked about it being round 1. It's a little too early probably to formulate a lot of the stories. Like, obviously, it is crazy and interesting to talk about, but these are teams that have resilience. They've been through the ringer before, that I wouldn't be surprised to bounce back and potentially go the rest of the day on a 3-1, even if they do,
Wow, hang on. So we've got 8 series going on here. We've got 8 series every round, basically, for the first 3. We have 5 series going to game 5. We've had 2 sweeps. Magnifico won 3-1. They took down Belligol. And now the other 5 series in round one are on a Champions field, ladies and gents. This is nuts.
Also, something exciting. Currently, 100% are 1-0 up in game 5 with 2 minutes left. So Vitality
lose round 1
to bring it back.
That's mad.
This region.
Yeah, make sure people are you're going around, you're looking at what other team streams are on as well. You can obviously hear that casting too. There are some incredible community casters around, and also just some great hype people who are part of the orgs that are going to be representing them today. So make sure that you're watching, because Vitality have just gone 2-0 down with 2 minutes left.
Round 2 of Swiss is
Breezy's using the Formula 1 car.
Is he really?
He's not.
Yeah, Breezy's using the Formula 1 car. What's happening?
That's just disrespectful at the end of the day. But with 18 seconds here on our main watch party right now is Moist. And this could be trouble. Shot on net!
Oh!
They get the equaliser. 14 seconds left. Fast 4-wheel drive, also known as Ford.
They could not be outdone. We were talking too much about the Vitality match. Like, no. Things are close here as well. I like it. I love it. Thank you, EU.
We're also seeing, one of the game 5s this round is currently Resolve attempting to reverse sweep Endpoint. And those 2 orgs have been going at it on Twitter today. We've seen Craftman and Boyo over on the Endpoint side. They were talking out against Resolve. That was after Tadpole and the boys ended up putting out a video saying they're never going to lose to them. It is rivalries in the UK and in Europe overall. So make sure that you're keeping an eye on Resolve and Endpoint too, because that is going to be heated on social media afterwards.
Into overtime.
You just saw as well Vitality looking like they... there was almost a chance. Moist could have won it there. I mean, Vitality dropping, that'd be the upset of round one. I know BDS getting swept was pretty... Oh, no! Resi could have scored that one. And Moist with a couple of chances here. I mean, as we said, 5 series going to game 5. That is not what we expect in round 1 of Swiss. Usually it's formality for at least sort of the top 6 seeds at least. But there you see, 20 seconds left over there. 100% are about to take down Vitality round 1 of Swiss.
Surely not.
0-1.
Surely that doesn't happen. The final 10 seconds. Vitality needs something. Oh, wait, all 3 committed to that one, though. Oh, it's not in! Vitality, they've gone down in the first round of Swiss. 100% beat them in game 5.
Sweeping all the regionals in a row up into the World Championships, becoming world champs, and then dropping your first round in the next season.
Oh my God.
That's madness.
To not a, well, let's just say, not a top team.
Yeah, not a top
but we
team,
don't really know who the top teams are. It's such a brand new season, as we said.
On paper, not
Every
a top team
roster
so
brand
far.
new. No, and wow, upsets galore. And as you can see here, we've got another game 5 OT.
Over on the...
I mean, it's just...
I was going to say quickly about the game 5 overtime. Wild versus Redemption is also currently in a game 5 overtime. So that is Astral, Ivan, and Cash on Redemption versus Tempo, Emilvald, and Rai. So again, keep eyes over there if you fancy any of those players.
It's great to see the hopium from the North American fans in chat after Vitality dropped down as their team G2 will absolutely beat them.
G2 are going to win, guys. Don't worry, it's going to happen this year.
G2 winning it all.
Yep.
W in chat.
Yeah, W in chat if G2 finally win it. It's their year, chat, isn't it?
It's for the taking. 1 series into the European side of things.
It's their
all
year,
over
right?
Europe.
We've never said that before about G2. It's their time to win it.
BDS gets swept. Vitality lose their first series ever in a European regional. It is over, ladies and gents. It is North America's season. Forget about the European broadcast.
EU's gone.
We were talking them up so much all pre-show, only to let us down with
Shambles.
upsets galore.
Shambolic.
This is madness too. Again, back to this. This has been a back and forth. The match on our screen.
Here we go.
Moist and forward. This is it's been shot after shot.
I have another result. Team 3 have beaten Oxygen. That's another top team that have gone down.
Stop.
Yeah, game 5. They managed to lose it, Oxygen did. So yeah, Team 3. That, by the way, consisting of Catalysm, Mark by 8 and Rizek, 2/3 German, 1/3 Spanish, taking down the Oxygen boys. It is awful right now in Europe. You're a top team supporter. And forward take it versus Moist.
Which is another, I guess. I mean, again, like that's
It's
another
another
upset.
upset.
Like what?
What's happening?
What are we watching right
Another
now?
upset.
I genuinely am at a loss for words because you come into this, you're like, all right, here's our expected stories. I'm good to go. What? What is happening?
Wait a second.
I mentioned just a moment ago that this first round is not indicative of the stories we're going to see going forward, and that could still reign true. But at this point, I'm kind of hoping that this is our story going forward, that it is wide open in the European region. Absolute madness in our first open. This is what we wanted with this format. We wanted to see this chaos, and I guess if anyone's going to deliver it to us, it's going to be the European region.
I mean, thank goodness for K-Corp, really. The only top seed that's really showing up, or the top 3, we thought we had the powerhouse top 3 of K-Corp, BDS, and Vitality. That's who the eyes were on. And K-Corp, the only team really pulling their weight at the moment. 4 of the top 8 seeds as well. You know, the top 8, you're expecting them to get the dub in the first round. Already 4 of them have lost, and we've still got games going on in Game 5 OT. We've got Wild, Endpoint, Redemption, and Resolve. So, I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, there's currently, as it's just popped up on the screen, 1.5 minutes left. We're in Game 5, Endpoint versus Resolve. They actually just had a pause at 1:43, so maybe a tech error going on, not too sure. But either way, they are now in that Game 5 as well. And as I said earlier, there's been lots of trash talk on social media between both of these teams. Obviously very friendly. They love each other a lot. The CEOs, Jeff and Pete, were literally DMing each other saying, hope we don't match up in round 1 as we always do. And then they ended up literally doing exactly that.
And Game 5 as well, if you don't mind. I mean, I love it. I love what this round one has done for just the esport at the moment. I mean, some people don't like the regional debates, but it only takes one round of Swiss to just completely fire everyone back up.
I haven't opened Twitter yet, but I imagine it's it's exactly what you guys were saying.
Oh, yeah. My favourite part about when there's a crazy EU result is going straight to T-Bait's Twitter and seeing what take has he taken from this. From one team doing a bit badly, what has he concocted in his mind that is going to give NA the copium they need this season?
He's staying quiet for now. I guess he wants to be sure.
I just saw Breezy's tweeted that he is the unofficial world champion after taking down Vitality as it were.
Of course.
They have the crown.
Take your W,
100%,
King.
so
Take your W.
Good job.
Unofficial world champs, 100%. Not exactly the team name I'd be expecting to say to be the first team to take down Vitality.
Endpoint are going to win that game 5. At this point, I want everyone to know if in case some of your friends are maybe asleep, maybe they're in another region, wake them up and tell them to tune in right now, because this is madness for round 1. Like, I don't know. I kind of want to see. This is going to make our predictions really hard. We are going to be in shambles for our predictions.
Yeah. Well, to sum it up here, I mean, you know, you can predict all you want, but basically, out of the 8 favorites of those series, 3 won. So there were 5 upsets based on seeding in round 1 of Swiss alone. That doesn't happen in round 1 of
crazy.
Swiss. It's meant to be, let's, separate everyone a little bit, move on to the 1-0 games, and then we'll get some closer matches. Already 5 upsets. The seeding has been turned on its head. Lock in for a big day of Swiss, I say.
Also, can I say a really heartwarming tweet that I've just seen before we head over to a break or anything? Triton on 100% tweeted, "My first win in RLCS against Vitality. Let's go." That's so cool. That's like the best result you could have asked for. So, yeah, if you guys want like a rookie to root for Triton, he's extremely excited that they managed to take them down straight away.
W.
Yeah.
The W's across the board for a lot of these up-and-comers, and I'm excited to see how it continues as we go through our European Open Qualifier. Number 1, Swiss continues on, and hopefully some more chaos after the break. Welcome back to the land of chaos. The European region and their open qualifier number 1 has been just absolutely insane as we see a lot of our top seeds being dropped down. I believe 5 in total. Welcome back. I'm Leaf. We do have Stumpy and Shogun now joining on the desk.
Hello,
Shogun. We were sitting here in the watch party after. I know you were watching as well. What was your face? Give me a look at what your face was when you saw all these results coming.
I think you pretty much got it right now. It's just that the entire what is happening here. I mean, we call it chaos. The rest of Europe just calls it Friday. This has been the way this region has been. I mean, I joined up season 2. It has not really been all that different since then. And it's crazy, isn't it? Because like it always feels like we follow patterns in a bit of a way. And now we've got to figure out which pattern are we following here. Are we following the Vitality play bad in the very first game and then go on to win it? Or are we now following the World Championship curse meta of, well, every single year forever? So that one's now, of all teams, I didn't expect to be saying that about Vitality. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, Stumpy, this is fun too. We've seen some tweets come out from some of the rookies. We've seen rookies make it in and getting insanely massive dubs for some of their first attempts. Some of them were on 12 attempts in the RLCS. So seeing this, the happy faces come at the behest of the top dogs falling is still a really fun storyline.
And it's also just such a big way to come into an open qualifier format. Again, I said earlier, some teams will complain about that, but then you see teams where you've got players like Simas who have said, 1-0 baby, let's go. Got 1 and 11 in main events. Like, he's so happy that he's back here. On the 12th time, he managed to get a dub against one of those top teams. We said earlier about Triton as well. Everybody is out there tweeting, making sure that they're showing off just how excited they are. That's what I love about the open qualifier format, because it gives every single team a proper chance. And we said earlier on the pre-show, these points are so important. You can't, if you're a top team, as excited as us as viewers are, as top team, you can't let that go. You're not going to be able, you're not going to be afforded many of these chances. There's only 2 splits at this point, bear in mind.
Well, the important thing is that they get some dubs going forward. I mean, we said it, there's 3 chances in Swiss. We'll take a look at where everyone's landed after this. That, you know, 1 loss ultimately doesn't spell your demise. Of course, it could be an indicator for how the rest of your day is going. So Shogun, these teams really are going to need to step at the top dogs like Vitality, are really going to need to say what happened and get it together from here on out.
Usually when we have these results, it's 1 or 2, so it doesn't usually affect too much because they tend to write it in the next round. However, because we've had so many upsets, you're already seeing the consequences of this. Oxygen BDS. One of those teams is going to be 0-2 at the end of this round because so many of them tripped up on themselves. Whilst you then go to the flip side, we are now guaranteed an underdog team to go to that 2-0 round because they did the hard work. They got the upset win. They inherit that spot.
Well, let's get on with our day. I'm very curious to see if the chaos continues onward as we head into our second round here. We have Magnifico facing off against Team 3. And this is a fun one because, you know, we'll get to the predictions in a moment here, Stumpy, but it seemed to be that, like, there was a team we would look at and say, okay, this should be the winner. But now I feel like everyone's kind of questioning what's going to go on in this region. But we did talk about Mark by 8 earlier and how we love the chaos he brings. And I guess that's kind of the theme today.
Yeah, definitely. And seeing these two underdog teams come through into our 1-0 matches is so exciting for us as well, where we see some players that have been around the block a good few times and on various teams at all of those times that they've appeared on our main broadcast. But to give a little bit of history to both of these squads, Team 3, they just took down Oxygen. That was a Game 5. We saw lots of Game 5, but that was that Game 5. Then over on Magnifico's side, they then went 3-1 against Belligol. So I think the bigger result there really is Team 3. Are they going to be able to continue that pressure through?
What's really cool about this as well is we talk so much about how France has taken over. There's actually only 2 nations represented in this matchup. Spain and Germany are the ones that are stepping up here. I know. I didn't even know we had nationalities outside of that in this entire place. But it turns out we do. And what's really cool about that is it's 2 nations that have sort of let off the gas over the last few seasons. We want to see them back up towards the top. Hey, one of these teams is about to go 2-0.
And that's such a massive dub at the beginning to be able to put yourself. It could still come crumbling down. Not to put that on either of these two teams.
That's a very me fault there, Leaf. I appreciate that one.
I'm channeling my inner Shogun today. But yeah, it could. So locking in from this point on is going to become crucial. The fact that you've already gotten yourself into a position where you don't have to face some of those top seeds because they're off into the lower side of the Swiss rounds is wonderful. You might be able to get yourself another dub and put yourself in an incredibly strong position for the rest of the Swiss to be into top 8, Stumpy.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we look at some of those other teams that are trying to vie to get into the top 2-0 matches at least. There's Carmine Corp is obviously still up there attempting it versus 100%. There is Gentlemates versus Redemption. Obviously we're here now with Magnifico and Team 3. And then Endpoint versus Forward. So I think when we look at the top teams we expected, that is not the teams we necessarily have. But then you have like KC, Carmine Corp. They are vying to make sure that they are going to be the French team this time around, that they are not just second to Vitality over and over again. Carmine Corp attempting to make sure that they are the first on everybody's lips when you talk about French Rocket League.
I guess looking at this matchup, I mean, is there any player that I mentioned Mark by 8? You see him on the screen. I mentioned that this is a player that can sometimes generate that chaos to throw opponents off, and today seems to be the theme. Do you think this is a player that's going to step up, is going to be able to thrive in this environment, or is
we're about to find out an awful lot here?
Right.
And the reason why I say that is because you look at the players on Team 3, and historically we've been, I don't want to say unimpressed, but sort of underwhelmed. You look at the talent that this team has got, and they just don't ever seem to use it. It was always been very by the books, paint by numbers Rocket League that we've got from Catalysm especially, and Catalysm-led squads. If you, that's fine. That gets you top 8 a lot of the times. It does not take you to a major, not anymore. If this team has brought on Mark by 8 and Mark by 8 becomes the most passive player I have seen, it is a massive problem, because if there was a player that's going to turn that around, it is him.
Yeah, that's let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Let's get predictions out there. Let's throw them up on the board, because this is where I believe something. I did take a sneak peek at yours, Stumpy, and you're the only one.
Yeah.
I think that's going a little off. I suppose do you believe in Team 3, or is this a strategy at this point?
No, it's not. I'm not going to strategize this early on. Like, come on. I can't think of strategies. I think Team 3, they had the strongest showing in that first round. Oxygen are better than Belligol. I think that just comes out that they are a better team. And I think Team 3 as well, I prefer the players that are on there. Generally, they are more proven in the Rlcs. Capitalism, Rizex, and Mark. We've seen all of them before. Belligol, they've got Speed, and I'm going to slightly insult literally all of them right now. Speed, who has not been properly good in the Rlcs for about 4 years and has got a terrible haircut. Temper, who's cutting about and can't figure out his caps lock key. He's got a capital T, an M, and an R. Figure it out, pal. And then Hyder, he's there as well. So I reckon that Team 3 for me, I back them. I back the boys. I think they've just got a little bit more to them, a little bit more excitement, that chaos. However, I've got the exact same worries that Shogun has, because if Mark by 8 comes out and he's playing boring, then the team has got issues themselves.
Well, it looks like chat is, I do believe, backing you up. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, if
Alright,
this happens, we'll have two.
We now know who's last.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess we'll find out. We can only really tell by playing out the match. So let's get into our round 2 of Swiss. Today is the story of chaos, and now Magnifico and Team 3 find themselves in a great position to set themselves ahead of the rest of the pack as the top dogs have fallen early. Let's see how it goes.
It seems the more we think we understand EU, the less we actually understand EU. And that is why we are looking at Magnifico and Team 3, CJ, as two teams in the upper bracket of the Swiss.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on, but I'm looking forward to this one, Cole. I don't know how we got here, but the fact is we're here now, and it's an absolute doozy. As I've got Germany and Spain and no one else here in this matchup.
Yeah, it's quite fun as well because there's one Spaniard and one German on each team. So swap those over, and this could very well be a World Cup match. But as it stands, we have got a couple of Spaniards on one side and their German teammate. And here's one of the Germans, Rlcs, a player who's been around and about the place, teaming with Catalysm for a while. But I think really, we're at the start of the season, CJ. We've just got to chuck away everything we think we know and just watch what's upon us.
Yeah, and we've said it so many times, but every roster bar Vitality pretty much breaking up around the world, not just Europe. And, well, we're seeing the effect of that early. It's about teams showing up and performing on the day. The qualifiers, they mean nothing. The off-season tournaments, Cole, they mean nothing. It's all about how you perform in the Rlcs, in the main event.
I'm currently witnessing one of my favourite players right now, or at least I was on my screen, Mark Baye. I'm a Mark Baye apologist. I love his version of chaos that he brings. You know, maybe he isn't the most mechanical player in the world, but he is a major winner with Team BDS back in the day. And he's also somebody that must be absolutely grotesque to play against because you never know what he's going to do.
Yeah, even playing with him. I don't know if you know what he's got to do sometimes, but it is a bit of an interesting matchup, as you said. And you've got Catalysm and Tox, you know, teammates for a long time that are now on opposite ends of the pitch. So certainly a lot of rivalry going on. Just as we saw in the previous series, as we had Seiko, Itachi taking on former teammates, former teams. And, well, it can go either way.
It was a massive result for Team 3, beating Oxygen in the 5th game, and it wasn't an easy series by any means. You know, Oxygen, they forced them to overtimes, which Team 3 were able to win out of, and there were back and forth matches too, so a top performance from them. A bit more expected on the other side there, Magnifico. They were the favourites. They both, you know, as we've learned so far from this event, just because you're the favourite doesn't mean you're going to win it. And this one should be close. That's what we're seeing so far. It's a bit of a tense start, 0-0, sort of a couple of minutes gone. So what's going to get this one long? I'm looking, CJ, to see which of these teams are the ones that really want to put their stamp on this series.
Yeah, they're both feeling each other out now. And as you said, Magnifico, a team, one of only 3 top seeds or favourites in round 1 that did get the win. But, well, you know, Stumpy was right. We all picked Magnifico, but Team 3 had a better round 1 result, really. They got the upset. They had a great win over Oxygen. And based on that, you could absolutely pick them in this match. So I think it's a lot closer than perhaps we've predicted. I don't think it's as one-sided to Magnifico. And, well, as you can see right here, starting off, here's neck and neck.
Yeah, so Club Magnifico starting to get a bit of a foothold in this game 1, but all it takes is one big clearance here from Team 3, and we'll see them right back down the other end as Catalysm charges in against Atomic. Tox was there to sweep up, and that's the role that Tox has been playing in his matches for a fair few years now. He was the young up-and-comer in the Rlrs back in the old days. Here he is, keeping himself alive in the world by being solid with those teammates around him. There's Rlcs. Wants to barge that one in, but can't quite do it.
See, he's staying alive. So what am I then? If I stop playing, I'm not alive? Is that what you're saying?
CJ, you need to stop asking me what you are, because the answers only ever get more insulting.
Well, what I can tell you is Rlcs has found the opening, and it comes off a 50 as well. Look at Catalysm forcing a challenge from 2 defenders there. Magnifico just falling apart in defense. That was the first mistake from either side, really, in the defensive end. And, well, it is Rlcs to score first, opening up the account. And Team 3, this could be, well, it is early, but I think Stumpy's grinning at the moment in the green room. We could be heading towards another upset.
I was having a good time, CJ. Then you made me think of Stumpy smiling, and now not so much. But Team 3 are having a great time of it so far. Rlcs with his second, I believe. But it's a mistake in the middle from Magnifico getting in each other's way, and Rlcs only had to do the simple thing.
Stizzy, I think Stizzy could have done better there, though, in defense. He was opened up to that bottom corner shot, and the pace got him as soon as he slowed down. It was recognized again by Rlcs, who does get a brace here in game 1. And yeah, a couple of defensive mistakes that perhaps Magnifico weren't exposed to. They did have a bit of an easier first round matchup here as he counterattacked. The bumps are trying to come through. Rlcs again, he scored 2 down the other end there. He is clutching up defensively. Atomic up, reset. Mark forces the touch, but Atomic goes 2. Catalysm doing well in defense. And as you can see right now, it's Team 3, both in attack and down back, doing better.
To pay respect, though, of course, these are some players that have made majors in the last couple of seasons. By no means also rans. Plenty of the crew that we have entertaining us right now with 45 seconds left. Rlcs, who's had a storming first game, gets past a couple more players. Can he get past Tox as well? Not quite. Tox sends it forwards. Magnifico have to get something going right now. Where's that Spanish flair? A bit of the bim bam. Could it come out? Stizzy tries to shoot. A sandwich of Team 3 players gets it away, and still they remain 2-0 up.
Yeah, I've completely parked the bus. The bumps are going to have to come through if Magnifico want to score. Just 20 seconds left. They need 2. They're trying to force it out, but right now we're seeing it again. There's the whiff coming through, blocked out just by Tox, but it is Team 3 right now. They're pushing forward. They're ensuring that there's no chances coming through. This would be their final attack. Marked by 8 with the clear. Tox trying to keep the ball in. Magnifico have to score right now, but Team 3 are just locking this one down. And, well, the desk once again, at least the majority of them, and me, I've got it wrong here early, game 1.
Now there is, I'm looking at the scoreboard on my screen right now, and there's one standout stat from that first game, which we'll see when everyone is seeing the numbers coming in a second. We'll
Sticking
move away
out to
from
me.
Marked by 8. Do you think you know what I'm getting at here? There's something that's...
There's a number 8 somewhere.
There is a number 8 somewhere. Yeah, everyone in chat, see if you can spot the number 8 when the scoreboards come out. But for now, we'll talk about the number 2, and that is Team 3 taking game 1 by 2. So many numbers.
So many numbers, and, well, you guys will see it, but Atomic with 8 shots for Magnifico. They had 10 shots. They had 10 shots, Cole, and they couldn't score. That's not good enough. They had a bit of offense, but, well, in the end, it was Rlcs, the one that was clinical. You can see it in the reactions there. Marked by 8's pumped, and, well, he's just...
There it is.
Tell you what, it doesn't matter what team. There it is, you can see it there. And 8 shots, no goals. It's good to have that sort of pressure, but you need to get a little bit of reward for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Team 3. Oh my goodness, you got 8 in my mind now, CJ. Team 3 will be overjoyed by how their day has started so far. Everything just seems to be falling into place for them in ways that maybe in their, when you go on a run like this as a bit of an underdog, you start to think, did we really think it would go that well? It's turning into one of those days where you start to wonder, am I dreaming?
Okay, look, let's pump the brakes. It's round 2 of Swiss.
They're dreaming, CJ.
Okay, well, we're going a little bit early here, but it is the best case scenario. The best possible start for take 3. Now, let's see if on the other side of things, let's see if Magnifico can do what BDS couldn't do, and that was wrestle any momentum back once they dropped that first game. That was our first matchup here on the mainstream in a feature match, but... Well, again, we're seeing defense coming through. It's Rlcs. He's been that man, the MVP of game number 1, doing it again at both ends early on here in game 2.
It's surprising to say this about a team featuring Marked by 8, but they look very solid indeed to Team 3. Not overcommitting, not giving anything away, certainly making Magnifico work for everything on the pitch right now. When they come forward, they're combining excellently. Marked by 8 is going to follow this one. Not quite able to get it against his fellow Spaniard and former teammate Atomic. You know what Marked by 8 was going to try and... But the squeeze on there, managed to wriggle out of that one. Almost another tremendous start from Team 3.
Yeah, phenomenal save from Atomic, though. He backflipped to stall himself. Top corner was open. Rlcs almost found it. Stizzy, there's the better defense coming through. Magnifico warming up into this, but the pressure's coming through. More double touches. Another block coming on the side of Magnifico. They need to get back, though. Atomic just throwing that one across. They've really sharpened up defensively. That was a great little play there in the back half from Magnifico, and clears coming through now. Counterattacks down the other end. Marked by 8 going to deal with that one. Team 3 having a little bit of an easier time on defense, and Tox has to make a good touch. But we are seeing improvements on the side of Magnifico.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, it does seem to me that Team 3 are just that little bit better on the day mechanically. Seem to have more creativity in their locker. Magnifico dealing with it so far. They've done well to survive up to this point. As Mark by 8 sends it forward, Atomic has his teammate Tox to the left. Now what can Tox do? He has control. Wants to weave this ball in between the defenders. Not quite going to fall for him, but it does fall for Stizzy. And Magnifico do take the lead.
Perfect here from Tox. He used his time. He knew he had space and gets to 50 middle around Catalysm, who was watching it, but the touch was just enough behind him for Stizzy to score. Magnifico, first goal on the board of the series. Can they build off this momentum? It's great. It started from Tox there in that midfield. As the bumps come through.
Yeah, Rlcs, who was the catalyst in the first game, and now it's his teammate Catalysm to the ceiling. Atomic's going to charge that one down. Magnifico, can they hold on to a lead? First one they've had in this series. Rlcs beats them for pace yet again. It's 2v1. Stizzy has to slow things down. Rlcs is there, gets over Stizzy, but Atomic was back helping out. Now they're coming forward again, Magnifico. We're starting to see their game plan now, CJ. It's swallow up the pressure and then counter.
Slight hesitation as well from take 3. I can't get Rizzo out of my head. We have a team 3 there in
Leave us alone, Rizzo.
It's what can happen when you do get scored on for the first time. You start thinking about the game plan. You start doubting the play that worked so well last game. We just see some the hesitation, the double bump. Tox got the bump and then got cleared out as well. That's a great recovery there from Team 3 in net. As a shot, and it's open. They've just found a gap. Tox back in the corner, not ready for the beat out, and Mark by 8 just finds a little window to get through.
That's a Mark by 8 level goal that I expected to see. It comes from a last-second demo in defense when it seems all hope is lost. Your teammate gets it. You end up getting the counter-attack P-roller. Happy days 1-1.
Found the equaliser, and it came with a lot of time to spare. So now they can set up here, Team 3. Try and reset as Atomic throws the ball forward. Just haven't quite seen that sustained pressure, that sustained offense for old Magnifico. It's been a bit of a one-and-done type of attack. That can come through a lack of midfield presence. They are backing off a lot. Here's another attack, but again, a huge 50, and it's your man, Mark by 8, just sending it downfield.
Massive challenge from him leads to a counter. Catalysm just keeping this pressure on. Couple of demos too. Team 3 really waking up. Mark by 8's in the center, wants to bump Tox en route to getting the ball himself. Looks like we're going to be seeing a few seconds at least of sustained Team 3 pressure. You've got take 3 in my mind now as well, CJ. For goodness sake, man, it was all going so well.
It's bad, and it's only going to get worse, trust me. I still keep thinking about it. Mark by 8 throws it forward, gets a great touch with 0 boost, but Tox throwing to the side. Team 3 certainly in control of this one, just using the pitch, using the space very well as Rlcs tries to control this one. Stizzy keeping the ball forward. Here we go. Magnifico trying to push forward, but again, it's Catalysm. He's got low boost, but look at the time, look at the space he's getting allowed here. Tox eventually getting the challenge, but Rlcs can deal with it anytime. Magnifico pushing forward when his Team 3 to answer.
Can't see there being too many more goals in this one. You get the feeling that next one will be the winner and the nail in the opponent's coffin. Rlcs, the clearance isn't great. Stizzy can come forward. Tox is waiting behind him. Tox is approaching. Catalysm watched it all the way. Had to be vigilant there. Rlcs, couple of touches. Good defending now from Team 3. Magnifico have to rebuild. They've got the boost. Can they start a sustained charge forwards?
They sort of just look scared though to attack and really commit anyone or any of their second men to the offense here. Is just more pops on net, and it's not really doing anything. Team 3 can deal with those every day of the week. Here we go, maybe a chance. A boost still coming through, bumps coming through. Can Magnifico do it? No, they've all backed off. They've given it to Rlcs again. He was the man last time. He's faking, he's flicking, beats 1, beats 2. Tox has to go, and has to go again. Drop down, Mark by 8. Stizzy does well. Drop down, OT, game 2.
Explosive finish to game number 2. Almost resulted in a bang. But we're going to have to do things the slow way. Mark by 8. In overtime, he has the first real chance. Over the top of Atomic. Can he get this double? He can. It was saved by Tox in the air. He knew what Mark by 8 was generating. Saw the angle coming. Better than his teammates. That one goes into the center. And Tox is going to have to yield this one. Mark by 8. Can he get the touch from the corner? Not quite. He doesn't need to. Here comes, eventually, someone. It's Catalysm.
Where is he?
I really thought he'd be charging that one down quicker, CJ.
Where on earth is he? My goodness, he took a 2-week holiday, and his plane got delayed as well.
Mate, I
he
pre-jumped the cast as well.
He just could not get a massive pre-jump by Cole as well. It's just assuming that he'd be coming in third, man. I was just about to talk about the take 3 offense being so happy to take risk and push forward, but there was a golden opportunity, and that's what Overtime can do. But no, a huge mistake. Stizzy's gone for a ceiling save out of net, and the low worm burner gets the job done.
Mate, who are we to question Catalysm, all right? He saw 500 IQ points ahead. He knew if he'd gone in for that infield pass, something bad would have happened. But if he waited, bided his time, eventually Rlcs yet again would get a simple goal. Just roll it in. Genius.
Genius, but quite the opposite there for Stizzy in defense. I'm just not sure what he was expecting. Perhaps a top corner shot. He's decided to drive into his own net. He was avoiding a bump. I'll give him credit for that one, but just wasn't the correct option. He needs to keep it simple there, especially in overtime. It was a great shot though, coming through from Rlcs, who once again 700 points. Another MVP performance from him. Team 3 2-0 lead. Magnifico just look a little bit scared, to be honest, to push forward out of their own net, scared in attack to keep the offense going, and they're getting punished for it.
It's going to keep happening as well. Team 3 more than happy to just wait for Magnifico to run out of steam, it seems. And you don't really put it past Magnifico to run out of steam. I think they're going to have to talk things through and come at this one with a new game plan. I want to see them really charging things down, starting to attack, because they do seem more than prepared to let their opponents have the play.
Well, as we said, BDS couldn't do a Cole. They could not find any way to stop the momentum last series. What can Magnifico do here? 2-0 down. And remember, as well, as we get into game number 3, there are plenty of other team streams to go watch.
Game number 3. And we are going to yet again need to see, we didn't last time, with that famous collection of words, reverse sweep. BDS couldn't do it earlier on against Gentlemates. Are Magnifico going to be the first one of EU Rlcs 24? Or are we going to see a second sweep, a pair of sweeps, CJ? It seems to be that the winner of game 1 is running away in these series.
I like how we've got game 5s galore all the way across the Swiss, but
good point.
We keep managing to find the sweeps.
You know the issue,
sweeps.
don't you? We praise production for their choice of BDS versus Gentlemates. We should never, ever be nice.
It was early. Yeah, we went the early crow there. It was a huge mistake, and I think that might have been me that said it. So, look, I'll take full responsibility for that. Now it's up to Magnifico to change things.
Be meaner.
Yeah, we absolutely need more meanness on the main broadcast here. But here is Rlcs again. He's the MVP game 1, game 2. Huge whiff from Atomic. He does fake it out though. Provides Stizzy with some space. Catalysm right in there. Team 3, again, I'm really liking how they're setting up in attack. It's giving them so many options on net.
Here comes Tox. Want to get Magnifico off for another good start. They did score the first goal in game number 2, but weren't able to see it out in the end. Stizzy goes to the ceiling. Rlcs charging him down. Great play from Stizzy, the only scorer for Magnifico so far, I believe, until it falls to Atomic, and Magnifico get their second lead.
Great shot from Atomic, and there it is. Second man sitting higher up, allows the shot to come in. Catalysm couldn't set up in time. And that's just fantastic placement in and behind the defender. Great shot there coming through. Here we go. Atomic getting Magnifico on the board, but didn't quite work from the last game. Let's see what Take 3 can do. Can they respond? Maybe it's straight off the kickoff. Tox gets a nice clear to the side. Rlcs right there in time, but more attack. Perhaps a change up there in the little timeout, the little mini 60 seconds between games from Magnifico, because we're already seeing some more pressure, but there it is. Rlcs straight away answers back.
It's one thing you can be sure of in this series. Eventually, Rlcs is going to get a clean chance to shoot, and that man's finishing has been on point. I mean, we're being a little bit sort of light about the finishes that he's been doing. None of them have been absolute stunners or bangers, but you still got to put it away, right? An open net, or even a semi-open net, can be more difficult than it sounds, and Rlcs is not struggling at all to stroke it home.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal so far, as we said. He's been MVP of the first 2 games, and doesn't look like stopping right now, certainly in form. And this, we talk about the qualifiers, we talk about favourites, upsets and whatnot, but it is about who's able to perform on the day when it counts. And Well, this has been the most important stage of the past 6 months, really, in Europe, in anywhere in Rocket League. As Tox is up, can he get it on? No, it's barred down. Atomic trying to get bumps off the backboard. As Dizzy turns away, he's allowing Tox to get a cut in there and keep that attack going. But here he is, Rizx trying to get some space on the ball. Magnifico setting up a little bit better. There we go. We're seeing some touches. Tox with low boost, but still gets value. Gets 2. Does leave Stizzy last with a poor 50. Atomic has to do well, but let's get a touch to the side.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tox. He took the early shot earlier on when maybe his opponents were expecting him to go to the backboard, which I agreed with the decision, and also that little hit into the corner, like you say, but it does lead in the end to more pressure right now from Team 3. Catalysm up against Atomic. Atomic, huge clearance, much needed. Mark by 8 can only prod it to Tox. This is going for some bumps. That's what we like to see. A bit of chaos. Charge him down. Unlucky Tox. Mark by 8 does decently in defense. And suddenly it's Team 3 that have complete control of the ball. They're surviving these waves of attack, but Magnifico are cooking.
And they're low boost right now, Team 3. Atomic gets a beat out. Rizx, low boost on the backboard. Does get 50s. They're playing it solid, but now they're in trouble. Mark back close, caught out. Tox just not quite ready for that touch. Not ready for Mark to be out of position. They are still on attack. Can they get some bumps here as Atomic trying to keep that ball in? Mark by 8's up. Stizzy trying to force a touch. Atomic gets an awkward one. Tox is in there, but they've overcommitted. Counter attack now. Atomic's getting bumped. Rizx is trying to find him. Top corner open, found, but Atomic gets the save.
Well done. Decent shot. I like the idea over the top of the 2 defenders. But they saw it coming. They read it. I think they had to pretty much guess where that shot was going to come in to almost pre-jump it, and they did exactly that. Brave defending there. Catalysm tries to link the play here. They want to get that ball back towards the blue, but not able to right now. Long pressure from Magnifico. The first time I've really seen it this series. Stizzy, he doesn't really do anything with the ball, so he has to head back. But once again, it falls to Tox. Magnifico, CJ, they're turning the screw. Can they finish the job? Here's Tox, but Catalysm! Last second touch, last second save.
They're hanging on, but for how long here, Stizzy? More pressure coming through. Team 3 just holding on, but they're losing big boosts. Atomic scoots up another, turns, reset, back post. Anyone there? Rizx goes double commit here. Coming through for take 3. Pop up. Stizzy trying to keep the ball in. Magnifico have had pressure for a minute now. Do they get a reward? No. Mark by 8 throws it across, and a huge whiff from Tox. That could be costly for this attack.
Although they're keeping it going, Atomic. Again, it's just saved, prodded to the side. Desperate times right now for Team 3. Mark by 8 has Rizx helping him out. Left to right we go. Trying to avoid the sweep by sweeping the ball from side to side, but Mark by 8 does make it clear, and he gets the little touch in front. Magnifico won't score from this attack, but they've still got control of the ball.
And pushing forward, Team 3. Maybe one last chance, but the doink doesn't come through. Huge bump. Is anyone there? Ball down. Another overtime here. Game number 3 in Team 3. They have to, well, should I say Magnifico, have to try and find something, find that pressure that they had for the last couple of minutes. There's bumps coming through Team 3. It is awkward. Magnifico trying to work the ball out. Mark by 8 playing that second man, the middle man that he did so well back in the BDS days. As Stizzy has space, Catalysm demoed. It's a one-on-one. Rizx left last. I cannot get him out of my head. I cannot do it.
Oh my goodness, CJ is Stizzy. Rizx sends it forward. Atomic to the backboard, wants to get the second touch and does. Catalysm sends it forward. Mark by 8 tries to divert it goalwards. Quickfire shooting right now from Team 3. Stizzy, one touch. Tox in the center. Almost past Rizx, the brick wall himself. The man formerly known as Rizzo. He's renamed himself to Rizx now. And past another one. He's scored so many goals this series. Going to get the deciding one as well as Rizx doesn't get the flick. They're queuing up. Mark by 8 in the most Mark by 80 way possible. Takes the series and puts his team 2-0 in the Swiss.
The single worst best shot I've ever seen. Bar down, somehow crazy bounce, follow up off his own bonnet. Puts it in. Mark by 8 locks the series out. Another sweep on the mainstream. And another upset. A top seed, a higher seed, the favourite drops down, and Team 3 move on 2-0 now in the Swiss. They are one series away from not only moving into top 8, but having a top seed into the single elim.
Massive. It's huge as well. The worst they can possibly do is to go 2-3 in the Swiss, and there is no shame in that at all. What I would say is that for Team 3, it's only going to get harder. They'll now start facing teams who are in some serious form, but that's a problem for the future. They've earned the right to face that problem head on. 3-0 winning here, and barring one or two scruffy goals, that was quite a neat and tidy performance, I'd say.
I mean, you mentioned at the start as well, it does not matter what roster Mark by 8's on, and trust me, he's been on 149 rosters, but he is a problem on the pitch for any opponent, as I believe we are going to throw it back to the desk to see what happened in the other 7 series.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day today, and that continues on here as, well, Stumpy ended up getting this one right. And chat, I'll let you know, you guys got it right as well. So take this dub. Big happy times, a round of applause for you. You know, I just don't want to see anything from Stumpy. He would be gloating right now, so I've kicked him off the show.
We are, if anything but vindictive. Stumpy Goblin, who got a prediction right here, one that he was, you know, a little bit, we did a bit of fun with him for it, and then he's got it right, so we've decided he's just not here anymore. I feel so bad for him.
Well, that does give me a chance to defend my honor here, though, by the way. Hello, everyone.
Okay,
I'm going to be here instead of Stumpy. Because I changed it. I changed it to Team 3, because remember I said, and then Stumpy made a joke about me copying him. But the sheet's lying. I said Team 3. This is unbelievable.
It says Magnifico on our sheet. So
it does.
Oh,
don't know what
Stumpy
you did
even
there.
saw because he made a joke about it. This is unbelievable. There's one thing that tilts me more than anything, and that is feeling hard done by in a competitive environment.
Stumpy being happy, is it? Hi,
Stand
what are
up.
you after? What is that?
Kitty!
Oh!
What is this about you? She's really enjoying today's action. I can say exactly why, because it has been fantastic. I'm going to fuss the cat. There you go. You cannot deal with that. It's just stare. Where are you even staring, cat? There's nothing even over there. But
there's
it's
warmth
been
from your
ridiculous.
computer.
There is a lot of warmth on this computer. There's a lot of white lights in this room in general. But Magnifico down to 1-1.
Right.
And it is now going to be a 2-0 for Team 3. My big worry in this one, Leaf, was that they're going to bring in, it was going to be one of two things. It was either Mark by 8 was going to lift the level and the creativity of the teammates around him, or they were going to drag him down. And it seems like it is going to be the former. Thank goodness it's the former.
Yeah, I think what's great about this for Team 3 is we talked about both these teams kind of being those, we don't know where they sit. We know for sure they belong in the top 16, even sometimes in that top 8. But, you know, getting themselves 2 wins off the bat puts them in a really good position, potentially going into that bracket tomorrow. So this is a great start for those teams, as all of our top 5 seeds, I think, or something, are down in the bottom. I think K-Corp's only went up here. And in fact, they're having a bit of trouble too against that team that took down Vitality on one of the side streams. Wow, yeah, okay. We're not going to look at that one in a second, but I want to mention right now, K-Corp is, they're at match point, but 100% has taken a game off of them, and it's in overtime on that game 4. So keep an eye on this 100%
rapid fire the
Just
results at the moment.
What's that?
Do you want me to just sort of quickly rapid fire where we're at?
If you'd like to. I was...
All right, K-Corp 2-1 at the moment against 100%. We just saw Gentlemates are now 3-1. They've already beaten Redemption. Magnifico 0-3 against Team 3. Endpoint 2-1 against Forward. We have now finally got that one correct. Vitality have beat Surf 3-0. Oxygen 1-2 against BDS. 2-2 between Wild and Belligol. That is Speed's team. And 0 wins for Moist. 2 wins for Resolve. What on earth are Moist doing?
Oh, poor old Moist, struggling at the start. It's going to be tough when you bring in 2 new teammates. What are they doing? Losing is the answer to Shogun's question, it seems. Losing.
The analysis I expected
3-2.
out of you.
It's really disappointing
I've been
because
casting, leave me alone.
It's disappointing because we got to see this team play during Flip and Spin, and they looked reasonable at that point. It just seemed like it was a high peak, low floor, very typical Moist team, really. That seems to be the way we described every single Moist squad that has been put together. Today, they have brought the floor with them, and unfortunately, that's... Unless they can fix that one, so it's going to be a 0-2 record.
I'm intrigued by the results as well. I mean, we've seen Joyo, and how many times have people, even in his region, talked about him being one of the greatest players mechanically. And then we've seen Oli, we saw him before, getting some incredible shots and goals, even today. So the result of an 0-2 is definitely a little bit shocking, in my opinion.
I bring news that I've just seen. Carmine Corp are going into Game 5 with 100%. Okay. The reverse sweep is, I'll say it, 100% on.
Did you just...
We need to fix Stumpy's computer so quickly.
Please, Stumpy, come back.
I will send you my
Stumpy.
own computer fans if I have to.
It's true.
Oh, no. But yeah, no,
There we go.
That is wild. We're going to get the Team BDS and Oxygen match on screen because that is also into a Game 5, which, again, across the board, there is no way you can make an accurate prediction in this first Swiss for the European Open Qualifier number
I
one.
mean,
Really does seem to be that everyone is going to 5 except our featured matches.
yeah, we're sort of speed running those ones.
Yeah, we are. So we can get to
Also,
this bit.
congratulations to chat. You are now tied first place in the prediction contest over in Europe. So well done to you all. Some of us, Leaf, who are, I'm saying that as if you're the only one, 0 points across the first
Hey,
two
I'd
rounds.
rather be last than tied with Stumpy.
Do you know that I am
I would
gonna?
rather be last than agree with Stumpy. So yeah, we're both.
I guess that's what I was getting at, yeah.
Do you know that I'm gonna call in VAR to get my point? By the way, because I 100% changed it. I'm with Stumpy. Imagine that. That's what I'm fighting to be.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't agree.
And we all fall. It's okay. We'll have it.
We've just got each other in the document, like editing each other's predictions. Now that would be an actual scumbag move.
All I'm saying is that Anonymous Wolf is currently on my prediction cell. I don't know who Anonymous Wolf is, but there's evidence.
There is.
I know this one. That's great. I give you an update too, because I'm kind of watching the Belligol matches because as much as we poke fun, I'm kind of hype on Speed being in this right now. But they're in Game 5 as well, and they're down 1 goal against Wild.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously want the best for Speed. Speed's a story for those that have been with us for quite a long time now. It's a massive what-if story, especially going all the way back to season 9, I think it was, or season 8, where there was 4 different series. He was on Mouse Sports 4 times. Just had to win 1 match of those 4, and he got to go to the World Championship. Lost all 4 of them. It was truly heartbreaking at the time, and seeing any success for him would be absolutely phenomenal.
Didn't that get the bottle job of the year in the Shogi Awards?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't feel that bad for him where I wasn't going to give him the award, but still.
I do want to mention again, there's a lot of streams going on. If you're only joining now, we're tuning into the Oxygen and BDS match that's in a Game 5, but a lot of team streams going on, so make sure you search around for all the other broadcasts going on. We're trying to keep you updated. I will say Speed's team has gotten it back to a tie, so it's 1-1 with a minute left in that Game 5. And Carmine Corp is up 1-0 with 3 minutes left in their Game 5 against 100%.
I can't
the Vitality
deal
pillars.
with KC losing that one. That would just send me over at this point.
I mean, it was
Ridiculous.
100%. It was 100% that beat Vitality as well. So imagine beating Vitality, and then coming up against Carmine Corp, and Game 5ing both of them in a run.
Yeah, that in your first RCS tournament as well.
There we go.
Like,
Carmine
that
Corp.
would that'd be absolutely ridiculous. Triton can potentially have one of the greatest rookie performances of all time if they win this.
Breezy is still in the Formula 1 car, by the way. That is a
I mean,
statement.
if you beat, Vitality in any car, you wouldn't move out of it evenly.
That's true, I guess. Yeah, the tradition has been set now.
Pointing out as well that one of Oxygen or Team BDS is going to be 0-2. They've only got themselves to blame. However, it happens. Oh, lovely from Exotic. Good to see Team BDS starting to warm up as well, because the match that you and I cast earlier on Shogun, that was not the real Team BDS. We've seen some great things from
my
Charlie
BDS.
and not my BDS exactly. If they do their usual start the season slowly, then become amazing thing. If it's only the first series that they start slowly, then that works out very nicely for them, and then they're amazing for the rest of the season.
I need to mention that this match we're watching on screen is not an upper match. This is a lower match for the round 2. Both of these teams are at 0-1, and the loser of this goes 0-2. And neither one of these squads are a squad I probably would have pinned at being 0-2 to start.
Would you back either of these squads to be able to reverse sweep a Swiss, to have that mentality of the whole day going wrong at the start, and to be able to dig deep and fight back?
Yes. Oxygen, no. I feel like Oxygen just haven't quite, especially for the way I look at them, gotten over. Yes, it's a new roster, but I'm still thinking about the end of last season. I'm still thinking about their kind of dire performance when it came to the Swiss stage of the World Championship. That's not gone away yet.
It's only one
And you
change
can
as
only
well.
start getting rid of that by getting some wins.
Yeah, it's only one change too. Oski in and Jory is out, which we were chatting about this beforehand. I think it's an upgrade, but I don't necessarily think it's an upgrade that brings them, they finished top 22 at Worlds? I don't think that upgrade can bring them 21 points higher if that's what their target is, to win it all this season.
I'm going to throw a couple updates in just so everyone knows across the board while we're watching BDS and Oxygen in Game 5. Vitality's won theirs 3-0. We do have Gentlemates on a 3-1. And we do have Speed with Belligol winning their match finally in overtime. So they'll be at a 1-1.
Nice.
Speed got a
Tell
win.
you what. Yeah.
Yeah. What can't be that
fantastic.
surprise.
Norwich representing here, my friends.
Oh,
Norwich on top.
spoil it, Shogun. You had to go and
Norwich
say
is where Rocket League lives.
Poor Rocket League.
The home of Rocket League.
Rocket League deserves so much better.
K-Corp was definitely not happy with the prospect of losing. So I doubt they'll blow this lead against 100. They're not going to be able to go 2-0. K-Corp is one of those squads you expect to be able to pull through with their backs against the wall. And it looks like BDS will walk away with it. Oxygen at 0-2 now. And Shogi, you just said you don't think Oxygen is one of those teams that could mentally pull themselves back, maybe?
No, I don't believe so.
You think they're out?
I think this team... I think this is a team that when it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. You know, we've had a few of those across the years, and I don't see it because they are going to... I imagine they're going to win the next round. They might even win the one after that, but I just can't see 3 in a row because they're going to come up against a very tough team in that 5th round. And from what we're seeing right now, they're just not at that level, at least not today.
Well, most of our rounds are done now. Again, I think that KC win... I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping they didn't win it. I'm sure a lot of people are about to send me some
biased commentator.
Bias.
Listen, we're on the
Bias.
day of chaos. No. You know you want this too. We're on the
biased
day
in
of
French?
chaos, and I want continued chaos. I am biased towards chaos, not the teams. Okay, I like to say, but you take down Vitality, why not KC as well? Right? Like, what a great day that would be.
That would be.
I think the answer
You know
is
what? I
that
don't think they'll be all that upset.
to answer your question, Leaf, if you've taken down Vitality, why not KC? I think the answer is that KC are probably a little bit better than Vitality at the moment. That's probably the answer. KC have just got that extra gear that when it does go into Game 5, you know, they can look at each other and go, okay, guys, let's be serious here, or let's step up, or let's do that one thing. Let's fix that one thing that's going wrong. Vitality, they're still not coasting, but I know that Carmine Corp beat Vitality in Flip and Spin in the off-season, and they're a new team. They've got that excitement to them. Whereas Vitality, I think, having won Worlds, there will be a bit of a hangover of we've won it, what now?
So you can kind of see me like staring off in the distance as well, because I do have eyes right now on Moist versus Resolve. 2-2, Game 4, 10 seconds left. Moist have to score the next goal at this point in time, otherwise they are going to drop down to 0-2.
And Oxygen.
Never have expected that. Yeah, yeah, that is ridiculous. And I'm going to try and keep you guys up to date as to how that one is currently going down. Oh, do not give that one up, John. There we go. He's got rid of it just fine. Giving you the radio play-by-play, if anything, for now. And they have gone to overtime. So must win for Moist in that to send that over to Game 5.
Oh, spoilers.
Don't
just lost.
Oh, it's happened.
They've just
Resolve
lost.
won.
How slow is your internet in Norwich, mate? God.
It's
Vitality
okay.
have just won the World Championships. What? This is great. We love this, so we do.
Well, what accent was that one, Leaf? Let's see if you can figure out where that was. You've completely thrown him off here.
You guys are just making noises at this point. There's nothing on screen. The
Correct
only other
answer,
match,
the Norwich accent.
I don't try to make me do anything. I want to let you know. There is Rocket League still going on. It's off screen right now, but Endpoint and Forward, right? Yeah, are currently in a 6-minute overtime. Just so you know.
Wow.
Of course.
So that's exciting. Endpoint is up 2-1, I believe. So they could shut that. That's an upper match as well. So it's not like a loss is the worst thing. You'll end up 1-1 with the loss. But
I mean, imagine that as the 2-0 teams. We've already locked in Gentlemates, KC. Team 3 would be
Team
a surprise
three.
to have
Don't
in the
forget Team
2-0
three.
round. And Endpoint or forward. You know, those also aren't just teams that you'd be expecting to go over there. Although, Endpoint with this result, I mean, for Gentlemates, they're proving a lot of the sort of storylines around them were kind of false coming into this one because a lot of people were making a big deal about that 3-0 loss against Endpoint. Endpoint, though, are proving, yeah, that's not a fluke. Gentlemates are a good team. We're just better than them.
Are Endpoint doing it again? They brought in Seiko, and no one really batted an eyelid, and we all know what happened with him. Now, Matane and Smokes, Coach Andy the Mandy, absolute legend. If anyone is ever at an event and, say, Endpoint were to make it, say hello to their coach Andy the Mandy. The man is just instantly hilarious. I love him. He's great. But yeah, they're teaming back up with Arju, and maybe it's a bit of a master stroke. Arju was away for a little while, comes back in, and who was it they 3-0'd again? It was Gentlemates, right? 3-0 Gentlemates. Yes. And now they're potentially going 2-0 in the Swiss. You cannot ask for any more. At some point, you have to say maybe they're actually a decent team.
And just to give you an update, we're, again, waiting to be able to showcase you this when we can join in, but we'll have to wait till overtime done. It's 7:43. It just ended at a 7:44 overtime with Endpoint taking it. So we're not going to be watching that match anyways because that will be Endpoint taking the series.
They've done it, Cole. They have done it.
They've taken it. Endpoint have done it.
Now, I think this is where they're going to end up. I don't fully understand, and this is the reason why we usually have a Johnny or a Gibbs around, but I'm fairly certain it'll be Gentlemates and KC split up from here. Actually, no, because Endpoint might have stolen the seeding as Leaf has gone to the void.
I'm still here. I've joined
We
Stumpy.
can't do any more tech issues here today, buddy. Please come back.
I feel like I'm going to the void
here.
myself.
Stumpy is trying to pull me into the abyss with him right now. He's doing his
your
best.
cats that are going around destroying people's computers, like biting
It's
wires.
they already
Shogun.
broke one of my disk drives last
The
week.
cat's walked across to my computer. That's what's happening right now. Let's take a quick break here before we get into more matches. We know you guys want more gameplay. Europe is definitely delivering on exciting matches. Let's get to a break and then come right back.
its locks. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. Don't wait, choose now. Don't wait, choose now. So don't wait, choose now. Don't wait, choose now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rocket League Championship Series for the European region carries onward. We're hanging out here in the Swiss round as we make our way through the second into the third. And we have a lot more Rocket League coming your way. I'm Leaf, and of course I'm joined by lovely friends. It's Cole and CJ. How you guys having a good day today? It's been chaos.
Yeah,
but,
it's lovely,
I think
isn't
it's
it?
been fun.
It's a very European welcome back. You know, it's been odd results. It's been fun results. It's been good. It's been lovely.
I don't know.
It's been lovely. I've hated it. All right.
It's been complete and utter chaos on the
Anarchy.
pitch. It is. I am so scared to pick Vitality in this next matchup as well. Like, I've never been more unsure of myself. I feel like I should think about who should win and then not pick them.
Well, it's funny because if at the beginning of the day we got to round 3 and I said, what would be your 4 teams in the high end of these matches? And I bet you probably only would have gotten one of them right.
Yeah,
That's true.
Look, I mean, it's absolutely nuts. Looking at it right now, as you said, I'm sure we will probably. Do we?
Yeah, let's pull it up. Do you guys want graphics?
Okay.
You don't have it memorized? What? Come on.
Whoa.
I mean,
Whoa, go on.
It's not an expected
Hey.
upper side here in the 2-0 matches. There it is. Have a look at this. We've got Gentlemates up there taking on Endpoint. And then we've got KC. Okay, that's expected, Cole. We can accept that. But they're taking on Team 3.
Listen, I will not have any Team 3 slander. After what you and I have just witnessed, CJ, 3-0 against Magnifico. Technically an off-seed result. Magnifico were the favourites going into that one, according to the cold, hard facts. But EU does not care about cold, hard facts.
Zero care factor.
Exactly, Leaf.
Yeah, no. So I mean, the only team I'm certain of walking into this one is going to be KC. I know they have that resilience to be able to pull on through. We saw it. They had their backs against the wall in their last series going up to game 5 against 100, but that was also the team that took down Vitality earlier today. But I've seen it from KC before where they have been in those situations and always fought back. The rest of the teams, I still have question marks at this point. And I think that still stands true with our match that'll be coming up in a few moments here with Vitality, because they started off not the best, and now they're going up against Redemption. And for Vitality, of course, they did just in round 2 get themselves a win back. The question is, will that continue? Are they shaky? I mean, they're going up against players we talked about earlier. Cole, for you, Cash, you love this player. We had Astral up before. This is a player that we love to see continue on. He's always kind of been there trying to find his position. And Ivan, again, another player you cannot just turn around on. So this won't be easy. And if they're having a shaky day, there's that possibility Vitality ends up with another loss.
Yeah, look, I mean, what Ivan brings to our roster is solidity. Probably one of the most solid teams that have ever made it all the way to a major featured him. Evil Geniuses, winter last season, you know, they weren't blowing teams away. They were frustrating their opponents all day long, and it works. It does work. The issue with Evil Geniuses is that next to Ivan, there was Rizex and Catalysm, and with respect to them, maybe not the creative force you need alongside an Ivan. But, whoa.
Oh, he's pulling out the...
hello.
Whoa!
This is the Cash horror film.
I knew he was a robot.
He's coming up the TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, I knew it. There was no way he could hit the ball that hard on the pitch, and we finally get our answers.
He's through 2 different dimensions. No wonder he knows what's going on.
Poor old Cashbot. It's because there's too many wins right now for him. He can't handle it.
We finally caught him. I'm glad we finally caught him because I have my question marks. I think some of these players, I don't think they're real because I'm not as quick as them. I don't have the mechanics, and now I know.
I think you're onto something. I genuinely believe that. They just tend to have a better manufacturing process in France, which is why we've seen those teams. But again, that's not the story today. Like, the story is that those France players were having a little bit of trouble earlier on. And again, I genuinely think for Vitality, this is not going to be a cakewalk. Unless they've absolutely figured something out in that lower round, in the second round of the matches. I don't know. I have question marks up. Granted, I'm still going to go with them. And I think most people have to at this point. These are world champions that looked absolutely insane. You can't expect them to stay down for too long, right?
No, then... Go on, CJ.
I mean, they looked insane 12 months ago, but
yes, that's true. It has been a while.
and as I said, like, I'm picking them, Cole, but I'm scared, and I don't know if I shouldn't be. They're the reigning world champions, but I'm scared. I am.
Okay,
I think at some point you got to revert to the mean, and maybe this is the match where that happens. The more we talk, though, the more I'm thinking, oh, I wish I'd gone Redemption, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's easy to fall into that trap. It's a nice, it's beautiful lure, but chat, I'm curious what you'll say, because you guys got one right by going against the grain last time, or against the Analyst last time in picking Team 3. will you do it again? I'm already seeing, actually, I'm seeing a lot of reds in there too, but it seems
No
to be
way.
more vitality.
There's no way they'll do it.
I think it'll be less than
insanity.
I think it'll be a lower number than you probably would have expected had this happened right after the World Championships. But at this point, you're right. It's been such a long time. Sometimes that rust needs to be shaken off. But I think Cole has the best stance here. You got to come back to the meeting. You got to come back to the right flow as teams figure out what they're doing in this first regional. That was literally their first match. That I think you're going to start to see things go where a little closer to what we expected. Yeah, that's 73s. Again,
Yeah,
a little closer to Worlds. Probably would have been closer to 90. But I think that makes sense here given their first match. Any qualms? No?
No qualms at all, I think.
no qualms
They
at
should
all.
be the favourites. Let's see if they can do it.
Well, then why don't we watch some Rocket League? We have our next match coming up. It's going to be Vitality versus Redemption. Vitality off to a little bit of a rough start, but they're on their climb back. World champions here to prove a point. The question is, can Redemption stop them in their tracks?
So here we go yet again. Redemption looking to try and continue on what has been a very hectic day of European Rocket League. But CJ, the last time we got to cast this Vitality squad, they only went and won the World Championships. Let's see if they can keep on that sort of form.
Yeah, that was a fun little series to do, and they really made it look easy. Not really a grand final sort of, they just absolutely dominated, but here it is. It's a new season. It's a completely new year. There's a 4 in front of, or at the end of the number now. And, well, Vitality have had a shaky start, Shogun, losing their first round of Swiss. They bounced back with a 3-0 against Saab, but they were the 16th seed, Saab, and they did get swept in round 1 as well. So I'm not too sure how much we read into it.
It's difficult as well to know what to make of it, because it did seem like the gap between Vitality and everybody else in the world was massive by the end of the season. And that has been a long time. The only real read we got of them on a LAN was Flip and Spin, where they did end up taking second place to a very different KC to the one that is actually participating in this tournament.
A player in might be in North America now that took them down over there. So
Yeah, that'll be a big what-if roster. If KC don't go on to be ridiculous this season, I don't know. That was some insane teamwork that we got between Dolly and Vatira. But we've all got what we're working with. Astral already up. He couldn't get there. Zen double tap. And it took all 3, but Ivan got there.
yeah, they had to throw the kitchen sink in defense. They've done well though. They have to hold on early here. Vitality. This is our first real look. I know you guys have been watching at home on the team streams, the other broadcasts. Make sure you check those out. 7 other series going on right now as well. But here our first look on the mainstream featured match for Vitality. And really, I don't see how they've lost. It looks like it's regular programming, regular scheduled programming for Vitality with this offense. And almost another goal there.
Yeah, they have very much been in control. Taking everything, including all the boosts. And it might just be any moment now. Redemption desperately need a way out. They need a big opportunity. This might actually be it. Ivan up against Zen, one-on-one. Has to go for it! And he hits the crossbar. What a chance!
Oh, perfect flick, but almost too perfect. He got too much on it. Bar down, no follow-up either. And now Alpha trying to work the ball down. Zen, well, usually comfortable in that one-on-one, but Ivan doing really well. He might be found out. Larson can't get it. Bar down. Cash gets the first. The cannon goes bang. And Vitality are down early.
So it turns out, after everything we've tried to theorycraft, the way you beat Vitality is to hit the ball really hard.
Really hard as well. I mean, you see it there. He's got the Mustang. And that hitbox can just generate a little bit more speed than the usual Fenix and Octanes that are running around. I don't know how that works, but trust me, it just does. The front of that car is absolutely elite as Cash. I mean, who else but the cannon to fire one top corner from the other side of the pitch?
If there's anything I don't want to see this season, I don't want to see Cash in an Octane or a Fennec. There just aren't Cash cars. As he is now up, he's got the reset, wants to go for the double. Didn't quite get that one low enough, but this is now a great set and a spell of gameplay here from Redemption. Good challenge though from Radosin. Cash moves on in, looks for the ceiling, wants the reset. Ooh. He's outplaying so many people, and Zen's got to buy some time here, which he has done brilliantly.
Does well, but Astral takes corner boost. Zen has to track back. You can see it there, 16 boost, not much to work with. As Astral keeping the pressure on, and Redemption really settling into this offense now. They're under the pump early, but since that first goal, look at Cash, he's waiting on the backboard. Didn't work for the pass, but that confidence is not what we typically see against Vitality. More bumps, Zen dodges everything, and they might get punished down the other end. Redemption pass across, Alpha misses the touch, Ivan's there to clean up. Redemption get away with that one, but they are looking confident now against the world champs.
They have realized something, which is that you cannot beat the world champions by just playing basic Rocket League. You have to send your what-if opportunities, your 50%ers, and see if they can pay off for you. Here's Astral yet again. Alpha pretty comfortably past him and Ivan. They try and chase down the extra goal, and Cash avoids being demoed, saves the ball. Zen's not got the best touch. This might just invite his opponents in, but Alpha does save it.
And he's trapped, but I mean, Alpha does so well to keep that one in. Another clear to space again. Vitality just not ready for these touches. They can't sustain that offense, and we talk about this lineup as Alpha throws that ball forward. Vitality, really, when you think about it, here's the shot infield pass. Cash for life. Can Alpha get it? No, again, Cash is just throwing that Mustang hitbox on absolutely everything here. Redemption hanging on. Vitality, as we said, the world champs, they've got a target on their back now for the last 6 months, and they're getting punished. Cash goes again. Every team out to get this side, and it's Redemption doing the job here. 30 seconds left.
These don't even count as half rotations from Cash. He's going to take it every quarter rotation. Turn around, get the challenge, go to the ceiling. That's way too much for himself here, but they don't need the goal. Can just play keep away. First one to it, Astral. He's under so much pressure. He's up against Zen. Again, slow play. Out there, Cash does not want to jump up. Don't want to risk it. Redosin, ceiling. Shot on target saved.
Almost 10 seconds though. What can they do? Alpha trying to force it forward. It's only a BO5. You don't want to drop game one. Ivan's got to reset. Ivan's got bottom corner, and Redemption will take the first.
Ivan was looked at like he was going to be the linchpin on this team. Instead, he's got the mechanics that Astral and Cash have. And Redemption are going to take game number one.
Wow. What a showing. They said they had so much offense. Hang on a minute. There's maybe one note. Alpha can't get the little, have some momentum into game two. But as I said, Redemption were under the pump early. First minute and a half, 2 minutes of that game, they were on defense. You can see it there, 5 saves. But after that, Shogun, they just flicked a switch. They found confidence in offense. Cash is on the backboard waiting for a pass. These guys just turned it on. And
so if you want some dumb results that are happening elsewhere, by the way, because we still have all 16 teams in. That's going to change after this round, everybody. You're going to be a bit easier for you all to follow what is going on. In the upper matches, Endpoint are 1-0 up in their series against Gentlemates. In the elimination matches, Sir have taken the first game against Oxygen.
Wow. Okay.
So which one of those is more ridiculous to you?
Oxygen 0-3 potentially would be an insane start to the Swiss. I mean, what is going on? But over here, Redemption.
Ridiculous, man.
Redemption, that's phenomenal. Honestly, super impressive start. And I mentioned it before, but I couldn't really because they had so much offense. Vitality, when you think about it, these guys came in a fresh lineup into the spring split. No team could really prep for them. They blast their way through that spring split. They won the major, and then straight into Worlds, they won that. But for the last 6 months, Shogun, the target has been on their back. They haven't been the hunters. They've been the hunted. And it looks like teams are really out to get them. There's no fear factor right now from Redemption against the world champs. They're out for blood.
It's very difficult, isn't it? Because obviously the average pro age is very young, and it's so easy to keep yourself motivated when you are trying to chase after a world championship. Once you actually get there, though, it does feel like a lot of our world champions in the past have gone, I've completed it, I've done it, I've completed Rocket League.
Completed it, mate.
And they don't know how to follow on after that. Very rare. You know, you look towards the Dignitas, you look towards maybe even BDS when they were at their best, but hey, you can look to when BDS actually won their world championship and the state of the season they had after that. Have Vitality got that in them? I think just through sheer levels of their gameplay, they will be threatening no matter what. But we're talking legacy here, and you get that by winning another world championship.
And the only team as well to not make a move, so that has to play into it as well. We look at honeymoon periods. We look at just appetite to play Rocket League. I know that as a player, whenever you do, teams make roster moves because they want that next exciting thing. They find it to be stagnant, and Well, right now, with pretty much every team in the world making a roster move, they're all looking for that new motivation to grind, to play the game, to take down the best in the world. And right now, it is Vitality. And right now, Redemption are doing it.
Redemption are doing a very good job of making the touches awkward. Zen does catch that ball very well. He's joined by Redosin. How on earth did Astral read that? Astral had the read so early that Zen is leaving this and Redosin is taking over. That was unbelievable.
They're covering absolutely everything right now as Redosin goes up, but there it is again. That Mustang, it's a heat seeker for the other team's net down the other end. As Astral's just caught out a touch, back wall, follow up again, a huge dunk downfield. Vitality cannot keep a sustained offense right now. Redemption finding the clear, finding space every time.
Maybe the most understated part of Astral's gameplay is just his ability to set the terms for a challenge, win that 50-50. And you can see when it comes to him trying to escape the side of the field, not as much success this time around, but has had a reasonable success rate at getting his team out of defensive situations. That's now into the midfield. Zen's got a bit of time, chooses to take the shot, and he's got the pass to Redosin. Unreal.
Look at the first man here. He just stays on the backboard. Zen throws it up. Redosin puts it home. Ivan had the save as well. But that top corner was Redosin's best friend. Vitality open it up finally. First goal on the board for them. They take the lead.
How do you prepare for that as a defender?
It's
you
over.
look at it and just go, oh, it's over. We're fine, actually. I don't know why Zen managed to sky that. Oh, it's actually because they've managed to completely communicate that we're going for a pass off the backboard. It's ridiculous.
It's just this side that can do it, though, and that's what we saw at Worlds. We're seeing glimpses again. Cash throwing it on net. Great save out for his Andy. Follow-up for Redemption. This time, Astral's out of position. They should be able to keep the offense. It was an interesting touch from Ivan. A very safe back corner hit. It has opened it up. Vitality, as I said, I feel like we're seeing glimpses, Shogun, of that world champs, but there is that a bit of rust as well. Some of the positioning and touches aren't the quality that we expect.
And there's all been a lack of respect as well for the clears and the attempts to escape and transition out from defense. It's like Vitality have been expecting themselves to win those engagements every single time in the midfield, and they're just not. And so much of that is coming out to these passing plays. Cash didn't get the reset. And that means that player is just going to fizzle out. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh, Astral playing with fire.
Zed doing his best. Chain dashes he possibly can. Astral's got a reset, though. Goes to the low fake. I love it. This is the Redemption style. It's not going for the shot too early, but they're happy to keep pressure, keep boost, because Cash is triple tapping. Save from Redosin, follow-up Alpha. Ivan needs to track back. He's done well. Fake challenge. Zen's still there. Shot still coming in. Redemption holding on. They need to get it down the other end.
Yeah, it's now all up to Astral and Cash. They're the ones with the boost.
Oh, here we go.
Cash has got it. He's got his teammate going for the bumps, but Cash's touch took it so wide. They're still on the play here. Astral looks for the redirect. That's off the backboard. Vitality still with the goal lead. It's just over a minute left here in game number 2.
Yeah, they need to find it. There was almost a chance, but that time Cash in the 2-on-1 just didn't get the reset onto the right side of the car. Couldn't find the angle, and now they're in all sorts here. Redosin goes 1, 2, 3. Follow-up, bottom corner. Zen and Redosin again combining the 1-2 punch. They get their second.
Yeah, Cash got contact, but only on his own teammates, which doesn't tend to help when you're against the Vitality offense. Gave that one away more than anything else. Redemption, I've seen this game. Most likely skip away from them unless something big can happen here. Not be anticipating that the world champions would drop a 2-goal lead with a minute left. Cash. Reset, met super early. And there's one slight problem, actually. We're seeing it a couple of times here where Redemption, they rotate, but they rotate very close to each other's cars.
It's risky, isn't it? Trying to rotate
just trip
over
up
the
on
top.
each other.
It is.
We've all been there when you're like walking down the supermarket and you think, oh God, I'm about to walk in this person, I'm going to go left, then they move left. You know, you're going to do that in a Rocket League Pro game?
That's where comms, you have to step up and
you have to
really lock in.
Supermarket.
Mention the comms in a supermarket. I'm faking. What do you mean? I'm in all 6. As Zeke goes over the top, Alpha might be able to walk that one in. A great response from Vitality. They'll be able to tie up that series. Redemption now have a lot to try and fix going into game 3.
Yeah, back to normal service from Vitality. They've been helped a little bit here by Redemption. But Redemption, you've got to imagine, like, the level they have got to keep up throughout this entire series to take the win is astronomical. As Cash is going to try and get a little bit of flair towards the end of this. But there will be nothing on the board for them, apart from a Vitality win.
Yes, really strong showing there from Vitality. Able to answer back. Redemption early, it looked like game one all over again, but it was Vitality. The combination of Zen firing it off to Redos, and we saw some more offense. We saw the Vitality that we know and love. And as we said, there were glimpses in game one, and we're seeing more in game two. And now, can Redemption go to that next level? Because Vitality have leveled up. They've changed their play. They've shown more offense. They have the confidence. Can they level up, Shogi?
I just checked the matches at the moment.
Here we go again.
1-0 up against Moist. I haven't got anything else in just yet, but that first match has happened, and Moist are staring down a 0-3 opening day.
If you'd said to me that Oxygen and Moist would be the two 0-3 teams, I'd say get out of town. What is happening?
It feels like that's the sort of thing you would say when you're in the back of your mind saying, look, Europe's already got some like random results. So I'm going to pick two teams at random here and just say, oh, they'll do bad, and maybe I'll hit the jackpot, and that'll actually be correct. I don't know what's going on right now. Oxygen at least did manage to fire back and turn their series to 1 each. Much like we've got over here in this one. I think for me now, the winning condition for Redemption is very much set in stone. It is the Astral Cash link-up play, especially when they are looking to try and get that ball from the midfield into the offense. If they can get that right, they're laughing. The issue for me is they've now relied on it quite a bit, and you know Vitality have spotted it.
Yeah, we saw a couple of times as well. Vitality still overcommitting a touch second man. We saw that Cash had that 2-on-1, had the third man being bumped by Astral, but they couldn't make it work. When they get those chances, when they isolate that last man, they have to capitalize, and they just didn't quite do it. They weren't as efficient there in game two, whereas you saw what they did game one. They saw a chance, they sniped it, Cash was looking top corner. They caught out the positioning, but as Vitality tighten up, as they warm up into this series, those chances are going to be few and far between.
Ivan, though, will probably be the player with the most pressure on him. He is the one that's sort of been staying back an awful lot, just trying to catch any counterattacks from Vitality. It's kind of a thankless job when you end up getting yourself caught in that part of the rotation. As Astral now steps up to the plate, gets there before Zen can wipe him out. Astral up again, heavily committed. He's going to be late on the rotation back. Vitality trying to take advantage of exactly that. Zen up, met by Cash. Relatively tame affair to start us off in game number 3.
Yeah, Astral's that player as well that even against Vitality, he can completely take over a game on his own accord, and we did see elements of that in game one. He's certainly looking locked in right now, but they need him here. Here he is. There's a great challenge off the ceiling. Can he get a follow-up as well? Redosen fires it downfield. Zen is on their backboard. Zen drops it down. Redosen bang bang!
There's no way.
All he had to do was just put that thing in the back of the net. Zen did all the work. Should have been 1-0 Vitality, but they just don't find the net.
Well, Redosen's going to wake up on Monday to a training package put together by his coach that is just that shot 15 different times. There is no way that this is not 1-0.
What a play as well. Zen was completely at the other end of the field, found himself on the backboard, perfect drop down. And that, again, is what we saw at the World Champs. That's the Vitality. They're not afraid to do it. Any situation, any circumstance, whether it's on land, online. We're seeing it again, but this time, Redemption.
But the state of it is what you're looking for.
They got away with it, however, but will it be for long? Redemption, they're looking awkward. You can see it again. You said it before. They're all on the same aisle. They're all in the meat and deli section, trying to grab a nice little chicken breast or something, but they're all over the top of each other.
Alpha reset. Oh, so over the top of Cash. Asher and Ivan have both jumped up. The double commits are happening way too often here. Now off the backboard yet again. Ivan's not going to get to it.
Oh!
And it's just wide. Well, once Vitality figure out where the goal is, you get the feeling this game's over.
Yeah, the usual Vitality homing missile just isn't quite firing. That time, give Alpha credit. He had to try and get it around the defender, but just couldn't quite find the angle on that. Redemption again, getting away with another one. Can they answer back? Cash, there's the cannon throwing it on net. Causes Alpha to throw that ball away. Ivan's there, gets demoed for his worth. There's Zen, 100 boost. Well, I mean, giving this kid a bit of space is always a little bit worrisome here, and he's walking around, he's circling, flicks and top bins over the top of Cash. No goal just yet.
Still 0-0. Vitality have had the better of the opportunities. But you can say the same thing about the start of game 1, and they ended up losing it. Ivan, nothing touch from him, and it can be controlled. Radosin to Zen. Zen tried to get the ball back. Astral's got a lot of work to do here. He's got 3 orange cards to get past, but that's popped up very nicely to Cash, who tried to get it to the back of Astral. Good ideas, not quite able to execute. Zen, so much power, and Astral's ready.
Yeah, he's all right there, Astral. He has backed off, let his teammates get in behind, and he's won a huge 50. Pass across as well. Ivan's right there, throws it on. That's going to be testy for Zen, who throws it back off the backboard. A little bit of a skim. Cash trying to control that one. Alpha ready for it. There's Redemption holding on well. Both teams using the space, using the full length of the pitch. Third man playing deep. They know that one goal could win this game number 3. You want to get that go-ahead game. That's a huge beat, but there's a huge whip. Ivan follow up. It's off the post again. Both teams dead set. Cannot put the ball in the back of the net.
Well, the expected goals per game don't seem to apply in this one. It is all down to who can find that shot first. Astral over towards Cash, who was just trying to steal some boost in the background, looking for long-term gains. Ivan couldn't hit the redirect. Astral back up.
Great pass.
Astral seems like he's very comfortable playing third man at the moment. He's sort of forced Ivan out of that role and has told Ivan to just try and ball chase a little bit more.
So much space right now on the pitch as well. 15 seconds left. Who's going to get the final attack? Who's willing to push downfield? Astral misses a touch, but it sets it up for Ivan.
Oh, that's awful.
That's a poor touch. It's given it to one of the best players, if not the best in the world. He's fake one. He's looking for the bump. Alva's looking for the shot. 5. Radoshin this time, surely.
Oh, my
But
goodness.
he's just cleared it. He wants overtime. Radoshin.
How are we in overtime? Of all places we can put this, overtime should be the last one.
0-0. No score.
0-0
Alpha.
is a ludicrous scoreline for this.
Surely now, Zen delays it. Cash worried. Zen dunk top bins. Vitality finally score and take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, just too many opportunities. One of them was going to go over the line. Cash put a little bit of a bet on himself that he could defeat Zen on the 50, and he was also very wrong. Vitality 2-1 made that difficult, didn't they?
Oh, man, I mean, the shots probably don't tell the story. I think that both teams
really
had 8
don't.
there. We'll check out the stats, but it was the quality of shots. They had 6 open nets, basically, to put in, and the goal was a
That
dunk.
was so
It wasn't
wide, I
even a
don't think they
shot.
actually counted the shots. Like, we're missing about 4 of them.
Look at that! I mean, Radosin just rifles that one off the crossbar. It was so hard that no one could follow it up either, and there's more chances. Alpha missing it. And here there's the one. That could have been an absolute steal for Redemption. It was wide open. But finally, it is the follow-up. Look at Radosin again. But Zen, honestly, out of all of those shots, that was the least likely to go in. And that's the one that Vitality find in overtime. Now they're 1 game away from moving up to 2-1 in the Swiss.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? But hey, ridiculous has been a good way to describe what we've had today. For those of you just joining us, oh my goodness, have you got some results to catch up on? Because we have got some, insane teams in the upper part of the bracket, the 2-0 side. We got some that we don't expect in the 0-2 side. And we are waiting to see those results come through. A lot of them are 1-1 at the moment. Both of our games in the upper bracket are 1-1 between Endpoint Gentlemates and KC and Team 3. In the lower, Auction are 1-1 against Sir and Wild are 1-1 against Moist. So, yeah, it's all over the place. And we'll do our best to keep you up to date.
And maybe right after this game, we'll have some more live watch parties here on the mainstream. Make sure you tune into all the other broadcasts. We've got 7 other games going on. But that'll be cut down a little bit after the 0-2 games. We'll update you guys after this one. But here we go. Game number 4 underway. Cam Redemption force a game 5, which Vitality have come a little bit accustomed to after the first round.
Yeah, Vitality are sitting deeper as well whenever Redemption actually try and play the ball, which I'm sure they didn't want to do. They didn't want to have to give Redemption that respect, but you have to at this point, and it's been a lot easier for them to defend now that they have made that adjustment. Oh, there's the passing play. Zen's got it. And this has kind of become the Vitality special. Just go for the outplay and leave it. Wait for the next one to come in.
Yeah, it's just over the top. Zen's right there, sees the flip reset. Early comms as well from Alpha. You can tell he just had to beat that first man. Zen snipes it. No one ready at all for Redemption. And, well, this is the Vitality we know and love. It's great to see them back in somewhat. I wouldn't say they're in full form. I wouldn't say this is final form Vitality. But as we said, those glimpses are turning into bigger moments. And Well, if they can just find the net as well, I mean, they should be able to beat pretty much anyone in the world.
Ivan trying to get the ball out. Seems like momentum for Redemption has very quickly dissipated, although Alpha and his teammate are getting a little bit in each other's way. Still, that is their way out of those situations. The outplays, the mechanical mishaps that they can put forward. Any small mistake can be fixed.
Ooh, 50 coming through as Radosin throws it across. He's getting some smart 50s, Radosin. Doesn't get a lot of credit for it. He loses the ball so easily. And look at Alfred. He's found a huge gap. It's just got to be the goal follow-up. That's a great touch from Cash. Pretty much the only one that wanted to go for the read. Means Astral gets a counter. Down the other end. He's trying to find Cash middle. Pops it out. Gets the bump. Follow-up. 50 by Alpha. Zen holding on. Redemption trying to push forward. Really, since game one, Shogun, Redemption haven't been able to find any sort of offense. They've missed their one chance last game, but it's been few and far between.
Cash actually delays it. Wants to take the challenge, but nobody came over towards him. And Astral had to stretch for that one. Was not prepared for it to go so wide of him. Ivan now up. Has struggled to get that second touch. His first one just tends to leave the ball running away from him a little bit. As Alpha crushes the second challenge, steals the boost. Redemption now in a lot of trouble. They've got to get rid of this. Good first touch. Astral will recover and keep it going. Off the demo as well. Astral looks for the outplay. They need another one, and unfortunately, they just don't have the cars.
That was nearly such a good play. They double committed in defense, but it meant Astral was downfield ready for the touch. Couldn't quite get that second reset on net. Zen's working the ball down. Astral meets in there. Touch off the corner so we can follow it up. Is there anyone here from Redemption to follow? Astral low boost has to get out. Cash is trying to find space. Does quite well. I mean, Zen has to work hard and gives that ball up. Redemption pushing forward. 2 minutes to try and get that equalizer. Find a gap in this Vitality defense. But again, it feels like game on game, minute by minute, Vitality getting stronger and finding that form from last season.
Radosin's going to fake the original challenge. Sends Astral wide. Ivan to Astral. He wanted to get it to Cash. Cash is nowhere near it. Good idea. Poor execution. And
he's
again,
pre-jumped.
same thing. Yeah, I think Redemption are trying to play a little bit better than they actually can here, and it's starting to unravel.
They're getting a little bit cute with some of their touches here. Here we go, though. Ivan's got a bit of space. Zen's awkward. He's pre-jumped, a huge pre-jump. Recognise the second one. Still on backboard. He's low boost. Astral fakes it for Cash, who drops it in. Redemption finally get the equaliser. Is that the momentum they need to get it to game 5?
And they had to get something here because they committed so many players. But what a decision from Astral. You see Vitality. They've sent 2 players towards the backboard because they think they've got the read. Astral changes the question on them, drops them all down, 1 each.
Just uses that ceiling so well, changes up the angle as you said. Catches him out as Ivan's caught the defense out as well, just too much pace. He stayed under it. Vitality not expecting him to try and get 2 on this one, and just completely outpaces Zen and Radosin. Redemption, 10 seconds ago were losing, now they get the lead.
I've got to hold on to it now for 1 minute and 5 seconds. I know, I feel like I'm becoming numb to these kind of results here, CJ. There's been so many of them today. This just feels like another one to add to the pile. Imagine saying that to us 6 months ago. Ivan gets there first, looking a lot more comfortable. He seemed kind of in no man's land towards the middle part of this game. It's crazy what 2 goals can do for the confidence. Zen, that is a lot that he's asking of himself, still trying to give it a go.
Great touch.
Astral once again, he's just danced his team out of the defense.
Yeah, it just shows how effective wall dashes have become so mainstream right now in the top level elite Rocket League. As Astral now gets to clear. 25 seconds left. Redemption just need to hold on. They did it in game 1. Can they do it in game 2? Alpha's up. 50 this time by Ivan. Astral just stays under the ball. It's caught Zen out. He's so awkward. He's bounced himself off the post. Redemption just need to keep this ball down this end. We can force a game 5.
Radosin up. Trying to get the ceiling reset. He has done so. This is actually a good position, but Zen's touch left so much to the imagination. Ivan wins the challenge and just keeps it away. 2 each. We are going to Champions Field.
the first series as well on the mainstream. That isn't a sweep, let alone a game 4. We've got Champfield. Would we expect anything else? When we expect one thing, forget about it. We're getting the complete opposite result. As again, Redemption with Fruity, that man that is, well, a DreamHack champion and everything in between. Goodness me. It is insane.
I'm going to give us a quick update as to what is happening around, because then we need full focus on a game 5 between Redemption and Team Vitality. And the big one that's happening right now is it might not have been a fluke. Endpoint 2-1 against Gentlemates at the moment. They will be partway through game number 4. KCR 2-1 against Team 3. Maybe not so much of a surprise there. And the other big result that's happening right now is Sir have put Oxygen on elimination point. The 2-1 now to Sir. Oxygen have to win the next 2 in a row or they are eliminated.
This is, again, we really could be about to see Oxygen and Moist going out 0-3. I mean, it is... Welcome to Europe, ladies and gentlemen. If this is anything if this is any tell of the rest of the season, well, strap in. But here we go. Strap yourselves in now. Game 5, Shogun. Game 5, Champions Field. Vitality. Last time they were on Champ Field, Game 5. It was round 1 and they lost. Can they win it this time? Can they get the winner? Will it be Redemption causing yet another upset here in Europe?
And if Redemption do get this win, Vitality got win their next 2 in a row. And if they have their way, they won't be put in that situation whatsoever. Brilliant start for Vitality.
Yeah, and it's Zen forcing 2 to save that one. And getting a little bump as well after the touch. No follow-up. Redosin this time, if he missed that, well, I'd start, I think something fishy's going on. He puts that one away, though. Bottom corner wide open. Vitality with the best possible start here in Game 5.
Zen looking to try and follow up as well. He is against Astral. It's another great challenge. Redosin crunches that one through. Skims past the face of goal. Vitality just sending challenges as quickly as they possibly can here. Alpha chasing everybody up. And just left Redosin. Let's see what he can cook up. Reset gained. Trying to keep this one going. Gets the challenge off the backboard. And it's missed by Ivan. Zen makes it 2-0.
It's not often Redosin going for the plays, but he's absolutely got this Redemption defense in a spin. Ivan panics, and Zen, as poised and patient as ever, the kid that just wins lands for fun. I don't know how he does it. No fear, no nerves. And here we go again, Game 5, Vitality. Just finding proof. No!
Oh, no!
That's what you get for getting off the Mustang. He switches to the Fennec and dead set own goals. That could be game, set, match, Game 5.
Oh, dearie me, Cash. That was diabolical.
I have no words. I have no words for just how impressive that was. 4 on the board. 57 seconds in. Should we go to watch party mode,
We can
Shogun?
start looking towards some other matches. This one's done. They might be for the best.
This one is over, and if there's any telling sign, it is own goaling in the most devastating
Is this
way.
anticlimactic, or is it like wrapped all the way back around?
I think it's wrapped around. That was an impressive own goal. Astral, here's another one coming through. More 50s. Alpha, just going to try and work that one around. Vitality, well, I'm not trying to jinx them, but they are way too good to be giving up a 4-0
No,
lead.
please do. I expected a fantastic Game 5 here. If your jinxes can get that to us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, there is no possible way that Vitality can throw this 4-goal lead. They're way too good of a team. They're too clinical. It's not going to happen, Shogun.
Thank you. We appreciate the effort over here. And it is also Game 5 between Gentlemates and Endpoint, who will be on Champions Field. That's got to go in. Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right, we see it.
No.
Now we've got to see 3 more.
Yeah, no. There's not enough time left. There's no chance. But that is a great little pass to Astral as well. He's just popped it, a little doink into the bottom corner, catching out the defense with a bit of speed. 4-1 now, 3:22. If you really forget about that first minute, Redemption have looked pretty good.
True. Yeah, you're making a fantastic point there, CJ.
You really, if you isolate a certain section of the game,
This is
Redemption
what it was
have
like
looked
whenever
better.
you lost in like a Swiss match or something. You know, you guys forget about the matches we lost. You know, we won 3 really good games there.
That 10 seconds we were in front was phenomenal, and right now Redemption have to be thinking about that last 30 seconds instead of the first 57. Zastral trying to work that ball down, gets a 50, should have a follow-up from Ivan. Here he is, forces it forward. Where's Cash? I see that man pushing up onto the backboard, especially with the situation where this game's at. Huge reset from Zen. Like his car automatically flicks the ball to the moon. Ivan gets a challenge. Astral's been bumped. This could be a goal. He's done so well, though. He's landed double jump top corner save. But 4-1 down. Saves aren't the only thing they need.
Yeah, they need, well, something ridiculous. They need a bit of a collapse here from Vitality.
This would be all-time Shogun. This would be an
It
all-time
would
bottle
be.
job. It'd be.
I mean, I would. Oh my goodness, what's going on?
All right. Make sure you tune into the team streams. I can't wait to watch the other series.
Oh no.
He was. He was nowhere near that. Astral was nowhere near that ball.
But
I'm
he's
not
been
sure.
so good today. Why
put
does
a
he have
foot
to
wrong.
do that now?
This has been the worst Game 5 in recent memory. And by recent, I mean today only, because we've just started our season here. But, well, Vitality, to give them credit, they stepped up early in Game 5, but Redemption have pretty much handed the rest of these goals to them. Is almost another one there. Cash on a fast break. Under 2 minutes. They need 4. They need 1 every 30 seconds. Cash, reset, bump, follow up, Zen backboard. As the time ticks down, I'm not sure if even I could cast a curse Vitality here.
It would. We need like a spirit bomb of caster cursing for something to come through.
Oh.
Who do you think is the most likely to be able to cause it?
Probably me, still.
Probably.
Pretty.
Probably.
Not sure if you saw my
Well,
North
we've tried
American-
our best to give you a fantastic Game 5 here, but not even through the mystical arts of CJ. Can we give that to you? And it's such a shame as well. Redemption are going to have to sort of dust themselves off after this.
They played well,
They
though.
got a long way to go.
It's tough to, to be left with this game. It leaves such a sour taste in your mouth moving into round 4 there. As you said, they'll be 1-2 facing elimination. They have to win 2 series, win out to get through to that top 8. But, I mean, outside of this game, they've kept up with the world champs. They really challenged them. They won Game 4. They had all the momentum. And they just fell apart in Game 5. They have to forget about this into the next round. And Vitality, well, what a confidence booster moving into round 4.
Yeah, another team as well that will be joining them in the elimination rounds will be 100%, who will feel maybe a bit hard done to by their bracket today. They played KC, they played Vitality, they just lost to BDS. Might be a bit happy just to play someone, I don't know, a bit more of a middle seed in the next round.
I mean, I'm not even sure a middle seed. I don't know who to play. I think you'd rather play the top seed than the 16th, the way that the EU bracket is going so far. But the chaos is what we love. This is what we tune in for. It puts bums on seats, and right now, Redemption definitely need to keep their bums on their seats and keep grinding for this next round, because this game has been an absolute capitulation. They're trying to maybe get any momentum, but Vitality, you can basically pull up the split screen for other series going on right now. We need to tune in and see what's going on around the grounds, because Vitality have done what Vitality do, clutched up there when it matters most, a late goal for Cash, but Game 5 was all the Hornets.
Yeah, a little bit more of an update as well. Gentlemates have managed to beat Endpoint, took that one all the way to Game 5. So the French have taken over. At least that bit's a bit of a consistent for our tournaments, as both Gentlemates and KC have qualified for the top 8.
Well, KC's, I'm glad that they're stepping up in terms of the top seeds to get a nice little 3-0.
They have played like a number 1 seed today.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a top seed play like a top seed, finally. But as you said, Vitality, they still have a chance to move, into a 3-1 position outside of that first game. And just looking, we've got, Moist do get the win, so they stay alive. We've got Moist
Got to
potentially.
2 more times.
What's that? Yeah, 2 more
got to do that
times.
2
They
more
have to
times
reverse
now,
sweep the Swiss bracket.
Made it nice and easy for themselves, didn't they?
Not really, but it is the Moist way, I think. They only show up when, the situation is desperate, and right now they have to win to stay in. So I'm sure you'll be tuning into those. Again, there's team streams going on everywhere. Make sure you tune in if the series isn't on the main stream. We'll be covering the feature matches. But that's it from us at the moment, Shogun. Back to the desk. Actually, it's back to...
Yeah, you're over there.
I'm still here. How are we doing, everyone?
Yeah, how are you doing there?
Oh, really well, thanks. It was a great series.
a long time.
Cole, what did you think about that one? What a game 5.
I know, I was so excited going into the 5th game, and then what happened? I blame you, CJ. I heard that it was your form of chaos that happened to follow Redemption at the worst time. But it's nice to see that there's a little bit of normality coming back into Europe. Things are starting to become a bit more expected, Leaf.
Yeah, a little bit. I think this is. I was going to intro as this being a move back to status quo at this point. I mean, it's you like the chaos, but you said it. We kind of have to hit that median again. We now have Carmine Corp through, which is expected. They dropped a couple rounds here and got closer than maybe a first seed probably should, or a top seed should. This was really great. Gentlemates, colloquially known as the leftovers right now, a squad that had to scramble together, and now look at them. They're on through into the next day, and you love to see it. Another story I wanted to mention, looking into this in the mid rounds, was 100%. Of course, they started off great, dropping Vitality down to the lower rounds of this before Vitality climbed back. But it seems like 100's fresh start is starting to fizzle out a little bit. They've gotten 3-0'd by BDS, which seems to be what should happen. Let me give you a couple more results across the board, since I think every match except for the Oxygen and some match is done. Is
Going into overtime, by the way.
It is just going to overtime, yes. Yeah. We do have Magnifico taking on RSV 3-1. We had Belligol, Speed's team, 3-0ing forward, which is, again, if you're a Speed fan, there's dozens of us out there. You love to see it. Man. It is exciting. I want them on mainstream. And
yeah, same.
Moist is holding on down on the lower end right now as they do win against Wild 3-1. So if you're a Moist fan, you're definitely clenching a little bit as they move through the Swiss round. It's definitely been a fun start to the day, but as you said, Vitality now getting this win, looking a lot more on form, winning as aggressively as they should is definitely, but it was our first non-sweep on broadcast, so
finally. Oh, thank goodness for that. Yeah. I know, it's ridiculous. We've had so many Game 5s so far today across the entire Swiss, and it did seem that we were a little bit cursed with the selections we were making. Popular selections as well that just weren't going all the way. A game that has just gone all the way, CJ, I don't know if you're like me having one eye on it. Oxygen. Yes. Yeah, go on, I'll let you say it then.
Oxygen have saved themselves and have won Game 5. Overtime, they had to go all the way to 0-2, Game 5 overtime to get their first series win, but they're still alive. So we have our 2 first teams eliminated.
Imagine the story if they go on to win this tournament, Oxygen. How good would that be after being so far down?
It'd be insane. Or even Moist as well. Both those guys having to reverse sweep the Swiss. But as we take a look at the highlights here, it was a great start for Redemption. They had Vitality's measure. Vitality superb in game number 2. And then the series got a little bit crazy, Cole.
Yeah, that was pretty much it, Leaf.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. We have a lot more action to come your way as we hopefully get ourselves back to status quo. So please stay tuned as European region continues strongly onward.
you see the drip and it slugs? You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
We're back with the RLCS, and I'm so glad that you're here to join us for an exciting day of European gameplay. We carry on through the Swiss rounds of our first open qualifier here in the European region. Round 4 is on its way, 3 down, and it's getting tight as we try to find our final teams going in tomorrow's top 8 bracket. I'm Leaf, Cole is with me, and CJ as well. We're almost there. It actually is somehow, it's catching me off guard that we only have 2 rounds left to go, CJ, because we started off so abruptly, chaotically.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever going to end after the first round. I thought, well, we have just entered, I'm not sure what kind of universe we've entered, but it's not one where the favourites are having a good time. But we've, as we said, I feel like we've stabilised a little bit. Vitality getting the win. We saw K-Cop go through 3-0. Gentlemates, although we didn't pick them in the first round, it was still, I'd say, around the top 4. Now they're kind of pushing into that top 2 mark. And Oxygen, well, they didn't get swept. They haven't gone 0-3. They've finally found a way. Game 5 overtime. And Cole, I think we're okay. We haven't lost anyone. Well, with the greatest respect.
Well,
to the teams,
yeah, exactly. Come on, we've lost.
Sorry,
we
haven't lost anyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Coaches.
Well,
Tell us how you really feel, CJ.
I take it back. It was a bad thing to say. Look, Wild were the 8th seed, so we have lost an upset. SAR were the 16th coming in. So in terms of that wasn't an upset. But as I said, I think we're slowly coming back to normality.
Well,
I mean, for what it's worth, I'm upset. I'm very sad for the teams that are out, even if CJ does not care about you for
I'm
one split
sad.
second.
I said at the beginning of all this, a team I was watching out for was SA. So to see them dropped out and eliminated, you can see in that third round, I was sad. When I look forward to something, I don't want to see it, and when it's not there, I get a little sad, right? But we do have to be happy for the teams that did qualify through at the top. One team very much not a surprise, Carmine Corp and Cole. Maybe a little bit of surprise, not quite. We have as I said, leftovers, the Gentlemates, now proving this is a squad to be taken seriously through in the third round.
Well, I'll tell you what would have been a surprise. They were up against Endpoint. They had to beat them in the 5th game. It was a nervy 1-0 on Champions Field. So seeing Endpoint at 3-0, massive surprise. Seeing Gentlemates, a bit of one compared to some of the teams that will probably make it through.
Yeah, wait
not
a
quite
second.
that quick.
Look, we can talk about gentlemates. Well done. Look, when you guys would have seen it there, what we need to talk about is that speed. Belligol is 2-1 in the Swiss, and he's now playing Vitality. Speed, who was around when I was around, and then he got washed up, and now somehow he's back. We talk about EU depth, and Speed is 2-1 right now in Swiss. I cannot believe it. Get behind them, ladies and gentlemen. We've got team streams going on, everything in between. He's taking on Vitality.
Yeah, I can't take this slander. You watch that match, you're going to see a Belligol win. Vitality's in shambles today. What are you talking about? It's going to be easy. We got to look at the lower rounds, though, because, again, this is elimination, so things are on the line for these squads here. A couple early on you might not have. I know Oxygen and Moist probably would have been squads I would have expected to see in the high matches, but they're not right now. So let's get into our next match. One of these teams is going away. It's going to be Resolve or Oxygen. Remember, as CJ said, keep those team streams open. There are matches going across the board, but this is the one we're going to be keeping an eye on. Cole, Oxygen, again, I think expecting to maybe not be in this position, but every single player I'm looking at on these rosters are players I could say, yeah, that could be a top 8 team. So someone's not going to be happy after this match.
For sure, and Oxygen are favourites going into this one, even though what I was saying earlier, that I'm not sure I back them to be able to reverse sweep a Swiss mentally. They have to put their ego to one side. I'm hoping that Snasky is, in some ways talking them down a little bit. I feel like confidence isn't what they're going to be lacking at this point. They're probably thinking, oh, you know, we're too good to be 0-2 in a Swiss. And that mindset against a team that can be as dangerous as their opponents can really get you into trouble, CJ.
Who has stuck that facial hair on Archie? Now wait a minute.
I didn't see. I was looking away.
Can we I don't know if we can we somehow get back to Archie? Yeah, who on earth?
Oh, I see it now.
Who has put that sticky tape on his chin and stuck that on there? That is unheard of. Get rid of it. But it's good to see Archie back, as we said.
He's going through his tech genius phase. All right, that is the man who's going to invent the next great AI system or something.
And he'll be fine with me saying it. That is absolutely outrageous, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Archie's a good sport. But well, I don't know how you haven't called me out on my pirate look yet, to be honest. I feel like it's not much better than his.
You look beautiful. Like
yeah, you look wonderful, Lee. We can all agree on that.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I wasn't fishing for that, but I'll take it. Anyways, yeah, on the other side of the squad on Resolve, I mean, again, I mentioned these are players that we are familiar with. Cole, like you were just looking up, you know, where's the last place that Louis has positioned? We've seen them here before in the RLCS in the European region and placing decently too. So, you know, it's not a team to be forgotten about.
Yeah, for sure. Never really done too much, Noah and Luis P. They sort of qualify and they might go out. Maybe they'll make the occasional top 8. They want to break through beyond that. And they brought in Rlcs, a man who's one of those players who every now and then a player has a bit of a cliche about him. And for Rlcs, it's talking about his Gamers 8 performance. The first Gamers 8 when he was absolutely fantastic. Was it with Heat? Yeah, with Heat. And he popped off magnificently. Since then, I've been waiting for him to do similar in the RLCS. Not really happened. Rocking the buzz cut, looking fantastic as ever.
He's showing his headset dent, and that was outrageous. I don't mind it. Look,
Red room as well.
The Resolve room looks cozy, doesn't it? But it also looks very hot in there.
It looks so gamery.
I get the feel that it is full on. It is, yeah.
It looks like the cheapest nightclub you will ever go into. It's just some red lights in a room.
Hey, that's sometimes the best times you have.
That's true.
What is that guy's headset, by the way? Like, why is there a band above there? Is he wearing that properly, or is he just got that thing like in sport mode?
He's got croc headphones.
What is happening with that headset?
He's locked it into the Drive 2 slot.
He's got that bad boy in. It's game time. It is game time.
It's simultaneously a headset and a hard hat. It's very impressive. Things will bounce off.
Oh, good. That's a great room. Well done. Look, I might be overanalyzing the player cams here, but it's good to see, you know, the vibes and stuff. It can tell you a lot about the you know, how the team's feeling, if they're locked in or not. And I like it from Resolve.
Right. With Stumpy would kill me because he's not here today anymore. To not point out that Noazaki, he's a player. He's been waiting to see Noazaki be amazing for a while. If Stumpy was here, he'd be saying that right now. So I thought I'd throw that one out. Stumpy's a bit of a fan.
That is absolutely fair. Hey, should we see if anything changes with predictions? Do you guys want to get those on the board? Let's find out if anyone's going crazy here.
Oh, we have not. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Have we not learned our lessons? Hey, we did it. We got the vitality one right.
There is no reason for us to predict Oxygen based on what we've seen so far. They've barely scraped through. They probably should have gone 0-3, but we've all done it. It just goes to show the day, what kind of day it is.
I think we're going on being name value at this point.
Yeah, and this is being billed as a battle between Archie's facial hair and Razia's headphones, and I'm not sure who would win in that fight.
Who's more aerodynamic, I guess, if who's going to go faster.
The headphones looked aerodynamic. I can't.
You don't think they had a lot of drag on them?
No, I think it's they've got the hole in there. It's just to cut there. Oh, it's fantastic. It's great to see. Look, both teams look locked in. I can't believe we've all gone Oxygen. We're fumbling right now in terms of our analytical mindset.
I'm curious, yeah, because chat, you guys are getting involved. I see it already, and I actually can't, based off what I'm seeing, determine. Remember, we're tracking, so if you guys want to switch things up here and try to get even further ahead of us in the prediction season long, then you would want to go for Resolve on this. If you guys, because we're tracking it, and they have. Nah,
you can't make the meta. You have to predict who you think is going to win. And fair play, they think Resolve is going to win.
Well, I don't know. Shogun is going against what we've gone against, so he might be playing the meta. We'll find out what he has to say, because we are going to go over to him for a cast, and he's debuting with the greatest EU analyst of all time. That's right, it's Stacks. With elimination on the line, both Resolve and Oxygen look to overcome the chaos of day one and cling to their lives in Swiss. Stick to the edge of your seats. Let's go.
Right, well, looks like we're getting into this, shall we? I don't know what's going on at the moment, chat, all right? Between everything going off on the actual bracket, CJ, it's 6 a.m. for him, all right? You've got to at least give him a little bit of a break. And now I'm casting with Stacks, who... Let's hear the European accent, shall we?
All right, Shogun, really? Really, mate? Are you kidding me?
Okay, if anybody can tell me whereabouts in the UK that one's from, then you get 15 shogi points, which aren't really all worth all that much. But we're going to find out who can make their way through and survive this round. Everyone on the desk predicting Oxygen. I disagree with them massively, Stacks. I think Resolve are just too good today, and they're going to see their way through.
Well, it's hard to deny the talent of a player like Raziers, who has spent probably the last year and a half increasing his stock higher than many in the European side as Luis P sends one across. I think it's going to be very important for Raziers to not necessarily carry the load, but get his teammates involved more, because he's not going to be able to do it alone here against Oxygen.
Well, we are going to find out as Ixo actually takes that one pretty comfortably. Raziers on the trek back, and he does do very well with the fake challenges. Oxygen kind of made that a bit simple for him. This is the big test for the man that was on screen just a moment ago, Oski. He was moved on. No longer on that Liquid roster, and this is the roster now. We're going to find out just how good this guy is.
What we're really going to find out, though, is, where will all the remnants of Team Liquid end up, right? Because, yeah, you've got Oski over here now. Ato's doing just fine over with K-Corp. They average over 3 goals a game today, even though they struggled. And then Necrotic exists in some capacity, unfortunately not here in this split.
No, Saki looking for a challenge, doesn't come towards his way. Archie's got the whole goal to aim at. And we're not going to have any replicas of that Vitality game that we saw not too long ago. Open goals means easy wins.
Well, everybody scrambling for that corner boost. Looked like 2 went for the corner boost. Neither actually grabbed it, so it just turned into a complete mess. And after the turnover, lights out.
It's a good challenge, actually, and Ixo does get bumped on his way through. As Archie with Ixo midfield, wants to go the whole way by himself. That's not going to work for him. Archie's another player who's got a lot to sort of look at this season, and oh my goodness, is that going to be a goal chance? Couldn't quite find top corner. But I feel like Archie was doing very well during the sort of coming out stage of COVID, where we did have Season X come and go. We went over to Stockholm for a major, and it felt like that was Archie was the next big thing in Europe. And it's kind of not been there ever since.
You're right, yeah, he was with top blokes. Everybody was like, all right, here we go. This is the next big star, and the results have not borne that out, but he's still, still one of the elite players in Europe. It's hard to deny that. but you'd like to see maybe, you know, a couple more land victories if Zen is willing to share.
He certainly hasn't been, and he is currently playing right now in the 2-1 bracket. We're at the stage where teams are qualifying and being eliminated. Luis moving in, looking to see what sort of magic he can cook up, but Oski's got that covered every single day. Nice fake out there. Plenty of boost to work with. Nosaki in support. And they have caused a bit of chaos, but Resolve have put themselves into great spots, had players around, and have passed it to none of them.
Well, Luis P might be able to run on one here as Ixo with the initial save. Archie waiting to follow that play up out of the corner. And finally, Oxygen can break out of the zone again. And, you know, you look at the pressure, it hasn't been one-sided either way. Resolve have actually had more shots, but the quality of shots has certainly belonged to Oxygen.
Yeah, desperation shots, hoping that your opponents are going to make a mistake. You know, this is sort of a more quality shot on target where you're trying to ask, is Luis going to make that mistake? Is he going to give us something up for free? Nice, quick play there from Oski. And Nosaki, he's made a little bit of a trouble here for his team. His team needs to be in the offense. Instead, they have been bumped into an own goal.
It would have been a pool shot if he didn't touch it on the way in. Noah just gets bumped by Ixo. I mean, Ixo's had a firm hand in both the goals so far for Oxygen. He forced the turnover on the first one and then effectively scores the second.
Are we in agreement that because Ixo took an extra touch there, that drastically reduces its overall rating? That's like a 6 out of 10 now. That could have been an 8.
6 is being generous.
I mean, why would you do that? It's going in. You've got a pull shot own goal. That's quite frankly hilarious. And you ruin it. Okay, that was a bit better, Ixo. I'll give you a 6.5.
There you go. I mean, Ixo, he's been the man so far in the early stage of this series. It's one game, it's a small sample size, but my goodness, somebody has to get a body on him.
Yeah, this has been sort of the result of the way that Resolve are trying to play their offense at the moment. It is sort of one hero attempts rather than actually trying to get the team involved. And the reason why that's so annoying is because the team is actually there. They've spread out fantastically for passing plays, yet they're trying to 1v3. And that's just not going to work. Oxygen, if anything, can play that level of defense. There we do get the infield pass, but not enough angle to work with.
Dude, Oxygen as a team has been a three-headed monster in this tournament. For the most part, Resolve has as well. I think they've been pretty equally matched throughout this tournament, but right now, obviously, in game one, it is a masterclass out of Oxygen. But I want to see, again, I want to see more out of Razier's teammates. I know that Razier's can score. I've seen that time and time again. Need to see Noah and Luis get something done on the offensive end. There was nothing for Resolve here in this opener. A 3-0 shutout, unless they somehow get one for the road, and they're a long, long way away from home to get that. Dominance from Oxygen.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to point towards Stumpy's boy here on this one. The player that Stumpy most thinks is going to be the next big thing and keeps calling towards it. Nosaki, he was on the ball a lot. You know, he's got the points, he's got the score at the end of this, but you cast your mind back. What did it do? Where were the plays going? What was he actually attempting for? That was comfortable for Oxygen. If they're going to put that form of offense forward, Oxygen might even look towards a perfect sweep. You cannot 1v3 this squad.
Well, that's a good way to ensure that we will not have a perfect sweep. Thank you, Shogun.
I'm working on it. I'm trying to work with the CJ. CJ couldn't quite cast a curse the Vitality match previously, so I'm doing my part.
Yeah, well, you are unmatched in that regard. No, I mean, we look back at the Oxygen highlight reel there in game one, a lot of crooked numbers on the right-hand side of the screen as, you know, Ixo had himself a game.
Just take the screenshot on this one because I don't think this casting duo has ever actually happened. So, hey, this is fantastic, and we are getting this done. Speaking of other teams that are getting their job done, Endpoint 1-0 currently against Magnifico, BDS 1-0 against Team 3, and Vitality 1-0 against Belligol. So, unfortunately, the speed story might take a little bit longer to get through. But for the elimination matches, Moist Esports, who are in a very similar spot to Oxygen, trying to reverse sweep the Swiss, are 1-0 against Redemption, and 100% they finally got a team that is not French and not one of the top 3 rated teams in the region. 1-0 against Forward.
Well, there you go. See if grid serve resolve. It's going to get it's so tough not saying Williams resolve after so long. Trying to get on the board early. Instead, they are right back where they left off in game one. Firmly in the defensive half. Oski bearing down on him. There's Ixo diving in again. They have not had an answer for Ixo. I mean, Ixo's had a few dives that you won't see a lot of players go for because people tend to be conservative for some strange reason. Now they finally get some offense. Razier's team's leading scorer just breaks out.
Resolve passed. They didn't try
Imagine.
1v3. It was fantastic. It was glorious. It was a passing play into the midfield. And it's exactly what Resolve needed. 1-0. More of that, please.
A new life for Resolve now. But Noah taken out from behind. Here goes Archie. He's got Oski in support. Got over one, but Raziers is there to save the day. So important now after scoring a goal, not to immediately concede one and squander that momentum. That's a giveaway to Archie. Luis was awkward, and nothing else coming from that.
They're not out just yet. Raziers had himself in an awkward spot. He's very lucky that the ball was pretty much directly at him. And they have escaped. Resolve, I mean, it's a very difficult defensive position to be in when, you know, you're stuck on the goal line and you kind of all have to stop moving. Rocket League players love to be in motion. That's where all the muscle memory truly is. When you slow them down, things are just so much wrong. What a block, though, from Raziers. And this is Resolve just sending the house every time they can get the chance. You're now seeing the bad side of that, where you might leave Raziers in a 1v2.
Well, Raziers figuring a huge part of the attack for Resolve. Got that down in front, and Noah's shot sailed just a little bit high. One that I'm sure he'd love to have back. Luis trying to center. Noah cannot get to Archie, and that should just about kill off the attack, but they didn't dive after this, and Archie had to make a reflex save.
Yeah, Archie seemed like he was a little bit slow to get into the ball. Almost got punished for it. Luis out wide to Raziers, waiting for it. Trying to get the pass over to his teammate. Didn't quite work out. But look at these passing plays now. So much better. And almost, I think Raziers would have had that as well. Looked in a prime position to make that too. Crucial touch.
Love seeing this out of Resolve now. They look more like a team. They do have to be a team that is greater than the sum of their parts, especially to take down a team that I think on paper has a little more talent in Oxygen. As Archie's shot blocked away by Noah, a little contact along the back wall, and nothing comes from it. Resolve out of the zone.
Oski's played it all the way towards the back. It's great if you've got the boost, but he only has 26, so he has to get this to work, or his team's just stuck in defense. Extra touch. Luis just didn't want Archie to have an easy time of it. 2 minutes on the clock here. Now Saki, ceiling reset. He can cook up something pretty nice here. Out of boost, and now it's up to his teammates. His teammates are doing a much better job in this game of being the next player up. That's back midfield. Luis can turn around, actually. Not quite able to create anything from it. And now, I feel like, Stacks, we're putting it on the opposite foot now. Now it's Oxygen who have struggled to put anything together of any real threat.
Yeah, they've had a few shots. I mean, they're not getting outpossessed, they're not getting outclassed really in this game. It's just they've been stagnant. This is one of their better looks, as Oski just couldn't get that shot down past the defense. And now Raziers can break out. He's got Luis in support and just kind of threw a ball forward that Oski easily takes advantage of. And the shot here saved away by Noah. Not out of the woods just yet, though. Archie up, Luis well ahead of him, forcing Oxygen all the way back.
Noah did such a fantastic job as well defensively. He's actually going to have a chance to score when he goes from goal saver to goal scorer. Resolve have figured it out in game 2.
Haven't had a ton of assists throughout the day, but this one, they're second in as many goals as Resolve finally has it working. They figured out the blueprint here to get past this Oxygen defense. Keep the ball away from Ixo and good things happen. Imagine, now he's on it, and they score just like that.
Well, Oski's got no other choice, really. They're losing. They might as well go for it. Rocket of a pass to Oski. And that is as clean as you like. Game is very much still on.
Again, keep the ball away from Ixo. That's all you got to do. Good luck. He's just everywhere.
This is the reason why so many of us get frustrated at Ixo, because like the talent is there, man. And sometimes it just seems like he's hiding it himself.
Call him Peakso for a reason. With the peaks sometimes come the valleys. He is peaking in this series, though. Archie trying to get a piece of Luis. Did not work out. Oski in the way, and Raziers will just boom it downfield, force Archie in retreat.
I like the positioning so far, although that was unnecessary, Noah. And now Raziers has got to do some good work. As his team, they're still not back. Noasaki's finally scrambled into the goal line. Yeah, no more of those maybe touches are required here from Resolve. As Archie, backboard, challenged so early on. Luis had the read. Have Resolve got enough to take this game? Oh, yes, they do. Oh, my goodness, yes, they do.
Question answered. That was a great job by Luis, too. He's not going to get an assist on this, and it's a shame because he takes out Ixo and prevents any chance of a counterattack at midfield.
How dare he try and steal that as well? The absolute... Oh, the nerve of him. Well, that is going to be...
What a bounce back.
Yeah, that is fantastic from Resolve. And now we have got ourselves a real series on our hands. Reminder yet again, whoever loses this is eliminated from the tournament.
No pressure.
Yeah, none whatsoever, mate.
I mean, you look at the talent on both sides as well. I mean, again, Oxygen comes in with what looks like on paper to be a loaded roster, and it feels almost impossible that this team would be on the verge of elimination.
Stacks. I have huge news. Belligol speed has taken a game off the world champions. 2-0 in game 2. They're 1-1 in their series. Again,
the
Norwich
Mafia mastermind.
Let's go.
I am so here for this. I want the chaos of team vitality with the consensus like they can't possibly miss the major going to round 5.
It's just the meme, isn't it? It's BDS start the first time. You know, just... Oh, dearie me.
Speaking of BDS, they find themselves in a war too.
Yeah, there is only one team is currently sweeping their opponents, and it's Moist Esports. So hey, that's going well.
I mean, just imagine the scenes though if Mark manages to hinder Monkey Moon's path into the top 8. A lot of stories here in the Swiss. I love day 1.
It's fantastic. It's chaos. It's brutal. We are all here for it. And it's very nice of you to be joining us today on this gloriously happy Europe Day.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
It's great fun, isn't it? You have we never have any idea what's going on this particular show. The Friday show is just chaos. Archie doesn't really know what to do over here, and he is bailed out by the rest of his team.
The North American show is not much different. Here goes Oski. He's going to try and take it himself. Ixo there in support. Over towards Oski. Can Ixo remain a factor? No. Look like they were trying to steal that corner boost out of the Resolve end and then just had to call an audible at the last second. And boy, that indecisiveness nearly cost him a goal on the other side. Archie going through the air now. Ixo with the bump. Luis there in support defensively. And Resolve dodges a bullet.
Yeah, that could have been so bad as well, because the last thing you ever expect is your teammate to be just hit out of the air like that. You have to react last moment, and it can sometimes look a little bit silly. See how early the challenge is coming through. Luis, that was very lucky that he's not been punished for that, because he was very much out of position. Ixo, bit of time on the ball. Takes the I don't know if he got the reset there. It seemed like he had an argument with the ball, and the ball won.
Oh, Luis, he was going for that midfield boost, had to leave it behind. Raziers ends up taking it. Now Noah's shot with Raziers trying to dive down on Oski. The timing's just not there for Resolve here in game 3. They're trying to play very physical, but it's just not lining up with the scoring opportunities.
Yeah, it's a good idea, and it's one that you have to sort of take advantage of very early because teams react to it. They'll get players in the right position. Now start trying to maybe challenge a little bit earlier rather than leaving players stagnant. But for now, though, you do look at the positioning of players on auction, especially when they're defending. They are stagnant. They are on the goal line. Those demos are, for now, a very good idea.
We talk about keeping the ball away from Ixo. They're keeping the ball away from Archie. He's barely touched the ball here in this game. And the shots for Resolve, 8-1. And it doesn't matter, because all that matters are the ones that get through. Ixo finds a way, and it's 1-0.
Just want to have a look at this one. And it's Oski that just followed it up and cleared the path, wiped out Raziz, got rid of Noasaki. All Archie had to do was get it across the line. And Resolve, that's a bit annoying, isn't it? You're the one that's been trying to go for the physical gameplay, and then you're the one that gets bumped out for goal number 1.
Day 1. It happens all the time. Here goes Noah. Flip, reset, shots through and in, and we're all tied up right at the halfway mark. Little interference on the back line.
It's so good, because they have to respect you. Luis is there, and they know he can do this at any point. He can hit the ball, he can bump us. Just being there is a big, big difference maker. And Luis has made the difference to get his team back in. This is making game 1 all the more frustrating because we're seeing different styles of offense here from Resolve. Oxygen have done so well to react to them because it's not like they're getting asked the same question multiple times in a row.
Well, bombs away. That's not quite working as Luis gets away from Ixo. I tell you what, he has had tremendous focus defensively.
Yeah, that's a moment where I don't think he even had time to react. Like, Ixo maybe could have done that a bit earlier and got a bit of a misplay. But, oh, dearie me, Luis would not have been too happy seeing that. Razir's now up. Oski's trying to follow him. Doesn't get too far for it, and big booth pickup as well from Oski. You can see now it's all up to Noasaki to keep this offense going. He's actually got the pass to Luis. Oski again has got the read. Oski has been a linchpin who has kept his team out of any sort of danger.
He hasn't been lighting up the scoreboard, but he's actually the only player in this match that so far today has more assists than goals. Not to say that he's not scoring, but he has been more of a table setter.
Yeah, he's just chilling at the moment. We all know that Oski can peak. His team don't need it right now, especially in a day that has been like this. You know, you've got Swiss. You don't need chaos every single round. You need something consistent. And Oski has certainly been that, caught into action here. Not the best first touch, but his team will be fine, at least for now. And that is a booming clear. 1 each, 50 seconds left. Next goal is massive.
How about Luis again, having to put in so much work defensively. I mean, he's made a few critical touches where he's the only guy there. They've kind of hung him out to dry on the back end multiple times. He's answered the call, kept this game tied, and Noah can't get around on a shot. Luis maybe can. He's got Raziers in behind him, and no shot comes out.
Yeah, Resolve aren't biting on half chances at the moment. They're realizing when the goal scoring chances are actually going their way. If they don't have them, they're happy to play the ball wide and just try and steal boost. But that's also a frustrating way to play for yourself. You're going to want to send it at some point. They've double committed!
Double commit!
They didn't want to send it now!
No!
And you've almost cost yourself the game!
Wow. At the worst possible time, Resolve gets real lucky. Does the ball lie? Oh, that miss out of the corner. That is dangerous, and nothing again. Whew, they're playing with fire.
Yeah, Resolve need to just calm this down here. They were doing fine. Sure, there weren't many opportunities coming their way, but it was chill, it was relaxed. You can wait for your chance. Now they're going to dive on in. Raziz, oh, it's going to bounce down for Luis. One for the block shot. Didn't go his way. Oxygen again holding up strong defensively.
We've seen some lengthy overtimes so far today. Ixo, he's on the ball. It's kind of edge of your seat stuff, but he's starting from the back line. He may still take this through all the way. Now it's Oski trying to line up a double, maybe a triple. It's still loose in front, and Ixo too slow to it.
Huge opportunity. Again, just didn't quite line up. Neither of these teams are going to go for an all three-player commit play. I just can't possibly see it. Instead, we've got the play to Oski, who tried to pre-flip the jump. Luis is waiting in the midfield. Raziz has used that to his advantage. That's going to drop out actually to Luis. Nowasaki straight into the path of Oski. It's nervy stuff from both of these teams. Nowasaki going to take it. Oh, he's actually left it. Raziz, I'm not too sure I like that choice, because now they're up against it. Backboard. What a hit from Luis.
And a great return as well. But that's what Luis has had to do all game. I mean, you'd love to see him involved in the offense more, but he's had to be the brick wall at the back.
Oh, that boost. Archie just respawned. It's done well. Luis again holding that midfield. That's not what you want to see it. Goal's open. Shot not good enough.
And no pace behind that at all. You see an open net like that, you got to get a lot more pace. Gave him all day to get back.
It's one of those bits where you just sort of hesitate. You don't know, is this really a goal-scoring opportunity? Do I want to now play us off the backboard? And the hesitation results in just nothing happening for you. Luis dived upwards. He's going to be late on the rotation back. So it's Nowasaki, who had to avoid being bumped and get contact on the ball. He's done well. Nowasaki again takes the shot. That is not going to trouble Big Oscar whatsoever.
All right, Ixo, he's one touch away, isn't he? Oh, there's the bump! And it pinballs around and out!
Oh, there's no way!
Unreal!
How on earth are we still going? Both of these teams getting chances, but it seems like Oxygen should have this done by now. Archie can't follow up. Raziz gets the call. He's put it straight in front of Ixo. They're so panicked right now, but they still are alive in this overtime.
Oh, there's no boost on the resolve side. Razier's finally picked up a full tank, and he's going to have to use it immediately with Oski coming in. Ixo waiting, and Razier's does all he can to slow the pace down.
Oh, he's gone.
Now that demo, but nobody there in front. Oski too far back, and it's still cleared out of harm's way, at least for now. Razier's coming across. Luis had it all the way.
Ixo only as far as Raziz. So difficult because you've got to get the buy-in from your teammate. You've got to convince them it's worth the double commit here because we can score. If it goes wrong, your team's in trouble. And guess what? Oxygen might be in trouble right here. Ball played out. Luis leaves it for Nowasaki. Good challenge, but more than simple enough for Oski to play. Ixo tries to chase. This game has been goal maybe second, steal back corner boost first. That has been the win condition on both sides. They are so desperate to keep a hold of that objective.
Early on, the shots were 8-1 in favor of Resolve. Since then, it has been 14 shots to just 3 on the side of Oxygen. Oxygen have come alive here in the second half of the second 2/3 of this game. But they still have not found their critical touch. Even though they've had shot after shot after shot, they cannot break through, mostly because of Luis.
I mean, let's be real here. Oxygen have been by far the better team in this overtime. But that doesn't matter. They've not got the goal. And it will be so crushing if they end up losing this. Raziz with Nowasaki in support. They wanted that 100 boost to turn up. I do not believe it did. Archie from the side. He's got, again, there's nobody on that far side. They keep trying to place from the corner. There's nobody playing far side corner. That's wide. And somehow, Oxygen still have not won this overtime.
Peaks and valleys, man. That's one you gotta have. Oski gonna make up for it.
Surely,
he couldn't get the second touch. They was all jammed up at the goal line. If Oski just gets his nose on that, this game is over. Again, just the smallest of margins. And Resolve still survive.
Play to the far side. Archie's not going to jump for it. Raziz will now chase. First time that we've really seen Resolve in offense. Is that going to be the Rocket League special where they go on to win it? Not quite this time, and we're back to where we've been for a lot of this overtime in the blue side of the field. That's the far side yet again. That's across the face of goal. Luis will just try and control it. No further than that, though. Resolve just don't have the players positioned right now when you get yourself stuck in defense like that. It's difficult to have the passing options. But they have wanted throughout all of this overtime, and throughout the 5 minutes that preceded it, something tells me that we are not going to need to have a look at any other games at the end of this series, Stacks, because we're very likely the last one to be finished. There's no way.
They certainly have finished. Chalowski with the save on the goal line, and now it's maybe Oxygen's turn to sweat a little bit on the defensive end. Oski out of the corner. Can he call his own number? Yes, and still saved away by Raziers. 7 saves from Luis. Raziers just picked up his third. 11 as a team, and we keep on dancing.
It's done. Oh my goodness, it's not done. It surely should be done. I want to spare a thought for Snasky right now. The Oxygen coach, he must be tearing his hair out knowing that his team should have won this by now.
It's not even match point.
This is to get onto match point. Oh, there it is. It's off the crossbar. It's off the post. It's cleared yet again. That's just what? I don't get it anymore. I don't understand. Noasaki almost scored on the opposite side of the field. Oxygen, what is it going to take?
Do you still believe Stumpy when he tells you he accidentally broke his PC? I just don't think he wanted to be a part of this. This is crazy.
He's told me how that's happened. I don't even know how that happened whatsoever. That's some sort of natural disaster that occurred for his PC to break it that way. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I feel like this has just been ridiculous. I'm running out of ways to say it here, really. Fans of both of these, my heart goes out to you. It has been ridiculous. It's been insane. It's been any which word you want to try and put towards it. And
Would you say otherworldly?
You know what? No, I feel like this is very much of this world, very much of this region, if anything. I can definitely place which place this is from. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's Resolve getting a lot more opportunities now, 16 in total. Archie, though, Oxygen finally break through. They caught the defense out of the net, and Archie puts Oxygen on match point.
They finally did it. Oxygen breakthrough. And in the back of my mind, Stacks, I was thinking to myself, Resolve are going to win this, aren't they? It seems the way they always goes. It's one team very much in control, and then the other team goes on to win it. Oxygen have now got double match point, and yet dejection after how that finished off. Resolve, it's weird. That was like 7 minutes of overtime, and they were barely in offense
10,
for
I think.
45.
It was just over 8, yeah. Whew.
Yeah, it was... Right, cool. I'm going to give us an update, actually, on what's happening elsewhere. I imagine we have a few things that have changed since I last checked in on this. And indeed we have. Unfortunately, Belligol have not defeated Vitality. 3-1 for Vitality. They move on through. Magnifico have taken down Endpoint. So Endpoint looking at maybe getting reverse swept out of the Swiss stage, which, don't tell Colin Stumpy this, is a very Endpoint thing to do.
They actually had one of those long overtimes earlier.
Redemption are out. After taking Vitality to Champions Field, they are gone. They were unable to bounce back after what was a very bad Game 5 for their standards. They've been 3-0 swept by Moist. And Forward have eliminated 100%. So, yeah, they've had quite an interesting day, 100%. And for Triton on his RLCS debut, unfortunately, it does not end the way he would have liked, but certainly stories to tell.
Well, Oski casually drops 1,000. It took him 13 minutes, but he gets over the 4-digit mark. So well done to Oski. As Oxygen survives somehow.
I should point out there's one more match that has the goal to still be going on, by the way, that isn't R1, and that is Team 3 against BDS. They are in Champions Field. And we're looking to see who takes that, but Team 3, what a showing they have had. I didn't know what quite to make of it, but Marked by 8 is bringing out the best in that team.
I mean, I've always highly rated the duo of Catalysm and Rizex, and now they had Marked by 8, and well.
We'll have a talk about this one, okay? I don't want to come into this again. I have my issues.
Well, here's Raziers. No second touch as he goes wayward, and nobody else to follow that up. So after 13 minutes plus, you have to come back at 0-0. Good luck. How about this? Oh, just wide.
Like 20 seconds, and then this happens, and yeah, it's happened again. Well, it was always going to be a goal within a minute. You don't do anything for 8, and you find it very easy once we get into ourselves into our next game.
Luis picking a fine time to add his first goal of the series, when Resolve really needs it most to try and stay alive and give themselves a shot at Game 5 and potentially Round 5.
Clear play by Raziers, although it is right back into the path of Ixo. I mean, Resolve are thinking to themselves right now, hey, we defended for 8 minutes last time. What's 3.5? Off the backboard. Oh, he's not actually challenged. Well, that's rare. Usually, there is always somebody on the backboard. Archie had the option, and he chose to go in and out, or just had an argument with the post. I don't really know which one it was.
Yeah, he came from the side and ended up in the goal. He kind of got hung up by the crossbar. Never had a chance to put a hand up, and as T-Bates will remind you, you know the rule. Hand down, man down.
Resolve answering back in a big, big way here. Luis half rotates, leaves it for his teammate.
What's going on?
Yeah, Oxygen just look sort of all over the place. This is a performance I was expecting out of Oxygen if they lost the last game. I thought it would have been sort of all done. Instead, Resolve are utterly dominating this game 4.
Well, Raziers just got there ahead of Archie, and at that point, Ixo is in no man's land. Oski trying to come over and support as well, but he's got no shot at it. Luis put it exactly where he needed to. Excellently executed by Raziers and Luis P. And Resolve all over Oxygen now.
Back into the middle. Naosaki happy to see that was directly at him. Not so happy to see the whole car hitting into him a couple of moments afterwards. Luis just trying to follow up. And unless Oxygen can get something big going, we are trundling our way towards another Champions Field. I'll take this moment for one final update. We are now the last game going on, as BDS have qualified now for the top 8. They win that Game 5 against Team 3. So the French dominance has indeed happened, as BDS, Vitality, Gentlemates, and KC have all qualified in the top 5. The only one that has joined them outside of that is the German-Spanish trio of Magnifico.
Oh, the French only have that many teams? Huh.
Yeah, it's only 4 of the 5. I'm sure we're going to add to that in the next round as well.
I still maintain France could be its own region. What a shot out of Noah. Again, the defense just completely asleep. And boy, Resolve just keep pouring it on.
Yeah, this one is as good as done outside of a monumental collapse here from Resolve. This is, you're sort of in two minds here as a Resolve fan, aren't you? Of, oh, fantastic, you scored 4. Also followed up by, but could you have had one of them? I don't know, like 8 minutes ago? That would have been just grand.
Maybe save a few for Game 5 as well, because it's almost a certainty that we're going to head there. Looks like there's no life out of Oxygen right now. Even on that last goal, you saw, I think it was Archie and Ixo just kind of both there in the same place at the same time. Not a lot of urgency. Archie does score here as they let one through, and with a minute 48, well, seen stranger things, like an 8-minute overtime that should have been over in 1.
If I'm Resolve and I'm looking at this, oh, okay, I like this for the kickoff. Little fake out. Doesn't go too much further, but they tried something. Oh, they almost gave up a goal for it as well. Okay, well, I like the idea. The execution, very, very off. Rosage tries to go just over the top. Yeah, we are pretty much guaranteed Champions Field unless I can cast a curse this into a goal within the next 20 seconds. If not, then we will be looking towards...
Don't worry, I've already set the timer.
It's going to be...
About halfway there.
Is.
Okay. No caster curse. Everything's safe.
Nothing. All right, let's talk about Champions Field, shall we?
Oh.
Okay, what?
Uh-oh.
That one's on you. I'm not taking this one.
That's outside of your window, Shogi, okay? That's outside of your 20-second window.
Yeah, that's not mine. You're the one that turned around. Okay, let's look towards the next thing. Instantly a goal goes in. I'm putting this up here, okay? if Oxygen win this, we are doing the outro to this series with Stacks doing his East London accent that he started the series with.
Please no.
That's where everyone sort of concluded that one ended up from. So that actually wasn't too bad. I was not anticipating it to be even at all because there is no way. Come, okay.
Whoa. I mean, after all that, I'm actively cheering for Resolve, so, I mean, my gosh. And they're going to get scored on. Oh, what a save by Noah. Oh, he had to guess where Ixo was.
He's saving us. I'm not entirely sure at this point. Noasaki looking to try and take on everybody. Raziz to the corner, 15 seconds left. Diving challenge, 10 seconds. Now, at the risk of cursing this, surely this is now game done. Back into the midfield. Luis has got rid of it. And no curses to be found. Let's go to Champions Field.
The only curses come from the Resolve fans cursing that entire game.
I mean, it's been a pretty wild last, like 13 minutes of gameplay that we've had in this series.
Yeah.
It has been absolutely all over the place. But it is time to lock in. It's been goofy, but you're going to Champions Field and you're going there with your tournament lives on the line. Whoever loses this next game is eliminated entirely. And whoever wins, well, you still have to win one more series.
I think both these teams would agree that while at times they've played well and the defense has, well, it was stellar and a little bit fluky in game 3, they have not played nearly to their peak at any point in this series. Maybe you could argue Oxygen in game 1.
Yeah.
But that's the story of a tournament like this. You're going to have games where you're not playing your best, and you have to find a way to win those games. Every team is challenged along the way. This is a moment for both of these teams to find their way through the puzzle.
Yep, and this is where both of the coaches are going to really step up and make sure that their teams are ready. Oxygen, they seemed like they were so happy that they won game 3 that it didn't look towards game number 4, and it ended up costing them. Snasky over on the Oxygen side will have got the troops ready. Over on the Resolve side, Tadpole, has he got his team good to go into battle on Champions Field?
Wonder what kind of shape this game takes. I mean, we see so often a series like this, as goofy as it's been, each game kind of takes on a personality of its own. Will we see the game 1 Oxygen where Ixo takes over? Or will it be more of the same and Resolve get the early advantage?
Well, from all of the coaching comms I've ever heard, usually the shout in these positions is just go and play. They try and keep it as simple as possible. Play as expressive Rocket League as you possibly can. Ixo, he didn't want to see that touch. I don't expect either team to be all that defensive until, well, at least one goal goes in. They'll want to put their best foot forwards. Luis,
oh, that's a giveaway.
Is clear, and that's out backboard. Raziz cleared out. Noasaki's now joined up. He's been beat to the ball. Great opportunity for Oxygen. Can they make it count? Oski shot on target. No venom at all.
As great as Luis has been defensively, he's created some awkward spots, and the team never recovered. Oski comes in and scores his second goal of the series, and he just slams it right on by.
I don't think anybody on Resolve was expecting the ball to be put there of all places. They were anticipating speed. They were anticipating something more direct. It was none of those things. It was just popped into the air, and they were not ready for it. Now over to Ixo. Backboard, double tap, left. In comes Archie. Goes backboard again. Did put it a little bit behind Noasaki. Oxygen are in control. But they need another goal for it. One is far too tenuous. And that is an awful touch. Ixo needs some help.
He had Oski right where that ball ended up, but that is a dangerous play. A lot of time passed between the first touch and when Oski could finally get to it. And now Luis testing Archie. Easily saved. There's a demo though, but that took the ball away from Noah. Nobody else coming up. And a missed opportunity for grid serve Resolve.
Oh, what a clear that is. It's such a fine line between a great clear and a pretty terrible one. You don't ever want to hit it directly into the ceiling, but you are trying to get that power. You're just trying to arc it so it just kisses the top of the roof. Oh, and Archie's actually missed the ball. Oski's in a nice spot, though. Reads the play well. Nosaki's so far forward. At the scramble play. Ixo back into the corner. There's no rush here from Oxygen. They're comfortable. They've got the lead. It's all up to Resolve to try and break them down.
That's a dangerous proposition there for Oxygen. You see Raziers with all the time and space in the world. Served up a great pass. Defense just a little bit better.
Raziers will fakes it out. Well shadowed there by the defense. They've kept the ball away from any real danger. Nosaki up against Oski. Oxygen are finding a lot of these 1v1s. And I don't necessarily think it's down to over-aggression on the front two. I think that third man has got to pick their spots a little bit better, hold on to the midfield, because they're putting themselves out of position and having to turn their tail and run away.
Good players can win 1v1s, but great players will win 2v1s. They're just not getting the opportunities they need, because you go in 1v1s against really any of these guys, but especially Luis and Raziers. That's a tall ask.
Oh, Nosaki again. Nice fake out. But that's not what he wants to be doing. This is a lot of time playing the ball into your own side of the field. You've got 90 seconds to find the goal-scoring chance. Nosaki goes back foot. He's got bumps. He's got a teammate. What a save! Oski from the heavens keeps it out.
Oh, I actually heard Shogun in stereo there on this field. Amazing. Luis Renoa still sent away by Archie with a minute plus remaining. I mean, that was the opportunity for Resolve. That was their best foot forward, and now they got to get creative, perhaps.
1 minute. Resolve are trying everything here. Now they know how Oxygen felt in that overtime. But Oxygen had all the time in the world. They could find a goal whenever they needed to. You have got 45 seconds to make an opportunity count.
They got to press forward too. That's the real problem. They're vulnerable to a counterattack from a turnover at midfield. Noah's forward and still just beaten by Oski. Raziers didn't have a whole lot to work with. He's stuffed by Archie. 20 seconds. Oski could put it away right here. Ixo does.
That is that. Oski outplays everyone. And Ixo will just be there to finish it off. What a series we've had. Resolve have got to cook something up from the kickoff or they will be eliminated, and they've tried the fake kickoff.
Archie got bumped.
Yeah, they might be able to send for that. I don't know what Raziers' boost totals were, but there might have been a chance to turn for it. Instead, they now need a goal with some time left. That demo does not help matters. Ball will drop down. Oxygen move on. Looking to reverse sweep the bracket. For Resolve, a spirited attempt. They are out.
Still unbelievable that this team has to try and come back from 0-2 in the Swiss to make it into the top 8. I mean, that's day one for you. Resolve did not make it easy for them. But Oxygen bookends the series with overwhelming offensive presence. Game 1 wasn't much of a contest at all. Game 5, it was a 2-goal game. It kind of felt at times like it was a 3 or 4-goal lead at points.
Yeah, you can see Oxygen had to stand up and just relax a little bit. I mean, they've got to go yet again. This is the sort of thing that you cannot afford to let this necessarily drain you, because Swiss is the longest day that we have on the RLCS calendar. You've got to turn up. You've got maybe an hour or two of scrims before you even get started. And then you have a long day, which they have set for themselves, having to go all the way to 5. But they have done it, and they will be with us in the next round as they try and close up our Swiss stage.
busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replay loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you.
The day of Europe carries onwards as we try to find our final teams to make it into our top 8 bracket tomorrow. And that's where I think most teams are aiming for. Only 6 teams remaining for those spots. 3 will be dropped out of the tournament at this point. I'm Leaf, and now we have Shogun and Cole to discuss those final matchups and who might make it through. Are you guys excited? Because I am.
Well done to me on being Cole, by the way. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Are you? Did you turn into Cole? That's an honor.
the little thing gave me Cole, so I'll take it. I get to inherit Cole's much better predictions than I've had so far because I'm good awful.
This is Rocket League.
That's great. Well, let's take a look at let's take a look at what's going on today because, guys, we started off, Cole, completely chaotically. I mean, we had a lot of our top seeds dropping down into that lower part, but things have started to kind of resolve themselves as we have those big teams like KC and Vitality qualifying through in those later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it started to become a tad more normal than it was. It was looking like, as you mentioned, just a pure obliteration of everything we thought we knew. Since then, things have leveled out a little bit, and Shogi, I'd say we're actually pretty much on the seeding now, really.
Yeah, we've managed to do it in sort of reverse order, if anything else. We've got the upsets out of the way, and we're just like, oh, well, maybe it's a bit of chaos. Maybe we just don't know anything that's going on over in Europe. Nah, actually, yeah, we're just having a bit of a laugh with you. Everyone's
just
back
having a go.
Yeah, the French are qualifying. Big shock there,
Basically.
really.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's take a look at the rounds coming up here because, again, as I said, we have 6 teams left. Forward versus Team 3, Endpoint versus Oxygen, and Moist versus Belligol. And again, there's only 3 things to make it through. Endpoint and Oxygen, obviously a lot of people are going to be looking at. Keep those last few team streams open if you want to watch those, because here on the main stream, we're going to be focusing on that last one, Moist versus Belligol. We've all been hoping for this, to be honest. We've all said, please, can we get speed on stream? And our dreams have come true. Moist on the other side, though, Shogun, has had quite the journey to get to this point, starting the day off with an 0-2.
Yeah, they were pretty diabolical to start off today, but they have managed to turn it around, and they are, I would say, objectively happy with the game that they've got here. They would have been looking at the potential 5 that were their options and thinking, okay, come on, if we can have one of these teams, we'd probably want Belligol. But it's not been one of those days for Moist, and if there was a day that they can be defeated, it's very much this one.
It's also not been one of those days for Belligol as well. I mean, against Vitality earlier, they lost it 3-1. I was watching that, and I'll tell you what, we've been using his name in jest somewhat, but our boy Speed was looking very comfortable. Even Gregan in their chat was like, why is Speed unironically looking good? And you know what Gregan's like? He's mean. He wouldn't say that unless he meant it, Leaf.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to talk about the team we're seeing on screen right now, Moist. Joyo specifically, because Joyo is a player that's continued to be the talk of Europe, being one of the most mechanical players around, and he's had a bit of a shift in his roster over the last year and a half. That he seems to have not been able to reach the same heights that he had with that first roster when they made their debut.
Yeah.
Now he's got Oli on the squad, and I like that, but they still had a rough go today.
I mean, he's sort of looking through the window at Ryzen Vatira qualifying top 3-0, dropping a couple of games in the Swiss, and he has become sort of the odd one out there for Moist, but he just keeps on coming back, he keeps on surviving, keeps on bringing in 2 new players and folding them into the Moist world, Shogun. It's actually incredibly impressive how well he survived while seemingly for some reason always being left.
Yeah, it's almost
speed on
one
screen,
of those things, isn't it?
This is the guy we've been asking for all day. I mean, I think it was CJ giving him a bit of a go earlier, but that's because we love to see him up here. I'm very excited to see what he can do on screen.
Is he an attic?
I think he's in an attic. He looks to be having a good time. Is that? Oh, I totally thought he was just drinking a raw egg for a second.
That would be very sweet.
And lifting weights. Yeah, no, it's not Hogan mode anymore, Lee. We're past those days.
But again, you just mentioned it. I believe that was Shogun mentioned it.
Sorry, are all these players in attics? Is that the rule? That if you want to join Belligol, you have to exclusively play Rocket League from the top of your home?
Well, who was it before? It was Resolve that would also look like they were in an attic too, correct?
Wow, yeah, my goodness.
Yeah.
Is this what EU has become? The attic team? I don't know.
I don't know. It's the economy, I guess. But yeah, this is a team I'm very excited to see get on screen because, as you mentioned, they are looking all right. We've watched them through the open quals too. This is not just a fluke of, hey, how did he get here? He's in round 5. He's still alive. This whole squad is connecting. And as Moist started off a little rough, I do wonder if that starts to change people's mind of how they're going to do in this matchup and if they're going to make it through. Let's see what you guys thought. It's prediction time. Chat, you guys didn't get the last one. So you're in a bad state. And Shogun was also in a bad state from the Resolve pick before, but I think you've made the right pick here.
Absolutely, mate. I'm so glad that you've all seen the light. That Norwich Rocket League is the greatest Rocket League
That's
on the
not
planet.
why we picked
Cole,
it.
I'm so happy for you as the Ipswich supporter that
As
you
the
are.
what?
It's good.
The
Ipswich. Yeah. You really want to
Can't
keep
even
on going
say
this one, mate, because you're gonna have to turn around to your and go, you know what? Norwich is where it's at, and that's where the best Rocket League is.
Look, if you want to have this out right now, Shogun, who's higher in the champion? Okay, people don't care, but Ipswich are higher in the championship table. All right, that's all I'll say on the matter. Leaf's like, what are these guys on about? What is a championship? What's a table?
What's what? I wasn't listening. Huh?
Yeah, very fair, very fair.
Okay. But yeah, keep those spams coming because we're gonna look at it in a second here. But I see a lot of BLGs in chat, and I'm very excited for it. No, really, I genuinely, based off what we've seen today, think Belligol has a very high chance to get through.
Okay,
it wasn't as much as I thought. Okay.
Yeah, not quite new Hogan mode just yet.
Well, it was a little bit of hopium, I think. I was waiting for there, but yeah, Moist still definitely has very strong fan base behind them that, of course, is going to step up and cheer these guys on. And again, you always want to see good for Joyo in any situation. Such a lovely fellow. But we do have our match. It's our last series of the day. And CJ and Stacks will be casting. Our last showing for day 1 of the European qualifiers has arrived, and we have a matchup of the beloved Moist versus the beloved Speed. But he has teammates, and we shall see if today spells victory or loss.
Swiss is all about survival. Actually, nah, you do it.
Okay then, Swiss is all about survival, the opportunity to reach the knockout stage, single elimination where anything can happen. French juggernauts await the survivors of round 5, and Speed's return to glory is 3 wins away. It's Moist Belligol right now.
Yeah, that sounded a lot better.
How's
Here
that?
we go, round 5 of Swiss. Man, Stacks bringing you the cast. Cannot wait for this. I mean, Moist, they're trying to reverse sweep this entire Swiss bracket. Belligol 2-1. They had a chance to get through in the last round, but here we are. I cannot believe it. I keep saying it, and I'm not trying to flame Speed, but I cannot believe we're here. 2024. Speed's trying to crack into the top 8. Moist trying to stop him.
Last time Speed was featured on the mainstream, I mean, you probably have to go back to the grid in the RLCSX days. But he is still hung around. Oli over to Rezi. That shot's going to be wide, and there is the man of the hour. Speed there to catch. Got Hyder and Temper in behind, and Temper's the one that sweeps us away. Speed making sure to grab that corner boost before Joyo could steal it, and that's going to help Belligol in a big way.
Joyo's been that playmaker all day long for Moist. It's been a turbulent start to the RLCS season for this new roster. Obviously, same old org, but Joyo, he's been that player to be able to beat 1 or 2 on the ball with some air dribble solo plays, showing his creativity. One of the most creative, if not the most creative player in the entire RLCS.
Well, it's Temper who's going to take over the charge here for Belligol. Oli, easy pop away. Joyo's got that as well. Speed up to meet him, and a good challenge at midfield. That does fall to Oli, and Hyder just ahead of contact makes the save. And can he follow this play up, get around Oli? He certainly can. Oli, of course, formerly of Oxygen, who barely survived last round. They still have their work cut out for them in round 5 as well, as Hyder clears away, and Oli there to stop him, but not take possession. He got bumped back. He was kind of stationary. And a chance now for Joyo with Oli waiting, and no play ever reaches him.
Yeah, there he is again. Joyo just trying to get up, get active in the play. He looks so dangerous on the ball. I don't know how he does it. He makes that ball talk. As here we go again. More offense here from Belligol. A fantastic name as well. It's great to see these guys getting in.
I love the logo.
Love the logo, everything about it. Someone picked these guys up. They might be able to make the top 8 here. Here we go. Rezi getting more 50s. Moist having to play some defense here. They've certainly spent more time in the defensive half, but they're out now. Oli can grab that mid boost. Joyo looking for bumps. He's got not much of his own boost to work with, but there it is. Temper getting that ball out. Rezi having to track back. Moist playing more of a passive game than we're used to from this, at least, org.
Yeah, it's kind of an adjustment period, right, for all of these teams and for fans alike and for us as we kind of watch these teams and get a sense of what we're going to see from them. I mean, the offseason is the offseason. Once the games really matter like this, nerves take over, and you tend to see things change quite a bit. Opportunity there, turned away by Oli, and now Rezi got a piece of the ceiling as well. Joyo was there too. That leaves Oli the last back, and he's across the center line.
Well done.
Opportunity that Speed could not capitalize on.
Basically a 3-on-1 for Oli. That was Moist. Just, again, they were playing so passive. They got a chance. They overcommitted. Here's a drop down there, and he's almost Hyder getting the shot. Belligol is I'm going to say, these guys are a fantastic team. I mean, Speed, where has he come from? I can't believe he's still playing the game. These guys are looking so good right now. Moist trying to get an attack of their own, trying to break this deadlock right now. It's been 3.5 minutes of end-to-end Rocket League. Joyo pushing forward, gets a nice beat out. Can't quite get the double, but Holy, keep that ball in there. 100 boost. Trying to work it into the corner. Temper doing so well to work that ball out. Speed looking for bumps on Joyo, but once again, nothing coming through. This could be a chance. Oli fakes it out. Here we go. Speed coming through. Low 50s. Tries to work it in again, but Rezi does well.
And Temper just a little too far back there. I mean, listen, we saw Rizzo scoring goals, plural, on top 4 Dignitas a couple of weeks back. Now we got Speed here. Don't you get any ideas? Hyder could get to this. Pass across, and Oli saw it coming the whole way. Great stop there. He's been in a couple of real tough spots defensively. Kind of similar to what we saw out of Luis P in the last round. And he has answered the bell every time. Here goes Hyder. Flip reset, dropped it off, and Rezi's there. Follow up, Rezi stopped that too. Double commit, and Joyo with the save.
Oh, this is desperation right out for Moist in defense. They've been here for the majority of the game. Hyder now more 50. Speed follows up, but Oli gets a huge dunk. Temper there to keep that ball in. Moist are a team. It's just you have your heart in your mouth when you watch them. Shot on net. Double commit coming out from Belligol, but Hyder's trying to work that ball forward. Moist again backing right off here. 10 seconds. It feels like they want OT. Speed's awkward. How's your ceiling? Oh, the backboard reads a phenomenal. Joyo blocked out again. Moist trying to end it in regulation. Ball trying to hit the ground now. Rezi will let it go. Overtime, game 1, no score.
We had to set some ground rules here for this whole series. When Moist does it, it's a double commit. When Belligol does it, it's good teamwork defensively.
Fully agree. I'm fully on the Belligol train, and I know that, well, the Moist viewing party, they're there at Moist HQ, Chalked HQ, Rizzo watching as well. These guys will be very nervous as they're trying to reverse sweep this Swiss. As Oxygen on the team streams, other series going on. Make sure you tune in. But right now, we have overtime and Moist pushing forward. It's awkward for Belligol. They don't really know who wants to go. Speed's going to be that man, but he's got no boost to work with. Moist can keep this attack.
Hey, what if this one goes 8 minutes? I'm out of here. Hyder with the save there, right along the goal line. And here comes Belligol. Speed cut off by Oli. Temper, though, can get to this. That bouncer doesn't have anybody else forward. They're all behind him. Now Speed, launch it forward. Temper still there, trying to hassle Joyo. Now Joyo can finally break out of the zone. Oli waiting along the ground. They've been trying to link up this whole game, and it just has not resulted in anything. Now Temper up ahead for Speed. That's going to go wide, and no zone time out of Belligol.
Oli catches this one. Gets a nice 50 on Hyder, wins it. Can get a follow-up as well, but here he's again, Speed. So great to see him in form. This is dangerous. Oli cuts rotation, does well, gets a good 50. Fakes it out as well. Moist, again, it's awkward defense, but they're making it work. It may be a 1-2-3, but the demo comes through. Moist again, just making the right decision. When they can, more 50s. This time it's Joyo in midfield. This is where the ball is to be won. It's an awkward touch from Oli. Great follow-up. Speed's been caught out. Joyo, the man on the ball, gets one over the top. Can he get it done? Temper makes a good save.
The thing about Belligol, I think they are going to play a little conservatively. It's going to take a lot more than that for Moist to break down their defense. That demo certainly helps as Hyder's taken out. Temper there to save the day. Hyder back into the play and very quickly up after this. But they're not going to get very deep into Moist territory. It's coming right back in. Joyo trying to get around 1, 2, and Speed just barely making the save.
Huge from Speed there. Joyo looking for the flip reset into the bump. Couldn't quite get it to work, but Moist looking in control now. Rezi, he's got a great catch on this one. He's trying to find the infielder, Oli. Couldn't quite get it. Joyo, third man, keeping that ball in. Belligol, though, set up well. Looking to use each other on the outlet, but right now just throwing the ball away, and this isn't the man that you want to be giving the ball to. Oli doesn't get a good first touch. Joyo cutting rotation, trying to get a solo. Rezi last, Speeds up, trouble now. Moist in trouble. Great touch from Rezi. Again, it's so awkward, but this could be it. Hyder dropped down again, Oli. Moist
Speed?
just getting a hand on it. The pressure's immense from Belligol, but they can't find anything in the net.
Hyder's been demolished multiple times in this game. Now Joyo gets through everybody to the backboard. Temper's got the easy clear. Now Rezi, he'll try his luck. Slow play, trying to get Hyder on skates. That doesn't work out. Falls to Oli. And Temper again with the stop. Second touch to get around, and Rezi avoids him. Joyo banging around at midfield. Pass across, a little too strong. Joyo does catch up to it. Oli thought about it. Wisely backs off to keep the attack alive.
Now they don't want to overcommit here, and Oli does so well. Just to keep that ball in there, keep wiring out this Belligol defense. It's going to come eventually if they keep stealing these boosts. Here we go, Joyo over to Oli. Oli can control this one, gets it up. Hyder trying to get some 50s again. Belligol hanging in there. The defense has been phenomenal all day long, keeping them in these series. This is why they're here. Round 5 of Swiss, trying to make that top 8 as Moist is still pushing forward. Joyo trying to drop it down, but their third man does not want to commit. Belligol locking it in, a reset, but Oli controls that one on the backboard.
Joyo hard off the backboard, and right there is Temper. Read that like a book the whole way. Now Rezi waiting. It's going to be on Joyo. Oh boy, they were all caught up forward. Temper still way downfield. Hyder just can't get that back cleanly to Speed. He'll have to come all the way up to play it. Now this is a loose ball that Temper could have turned on, but he needed boost. So he opted for boost over ball at midfield. And Hyder with that stop deep in Belligol territory. Can Speed get this out in front? He can! And it's blocked away by Joyo.
They just keep getting touches when they can, and it's awkward, but oh, Moist, they're a tough team to watch in defense. The comms are getting them through these last-ditch efforts. This Temper tries to control this one. Belligol happy to give a lot of space to Moist, but they have looked more dangerous in offense thus far than this Moist lineup. Hyder pushing the ball forward. Joyo is the one to beat 1, beat 2 again. He does it so often and has done all day here. Day 1 of the Swiss stages. There's the bump, there's the demo again. Temper cutting rotation. How long will this overtime go for? Will we ever get out of the Swiss stage? Joyo's up, reset, ceiling. Can he get 2? No speeds there.
Joyo has been leading the charge, trying to brute force Moist's way through the Belligol defense. We played a whole extra game. Here's Rezi. Joyo waiting. Will he be needed? He will be. As Speed made the initial save. Hyder stops him as well. And Speed can get to this in the corner. Comes out towards the wing. Cleared out by Hyder and Speed. And again, Belligol survived. But now Joyo from the heavens. Shot on. Saved away at the goal line by Speed.
So clutch from Speed again. Joyo setting everything up. They're throwing everything at the offense, both sides. This time Joyo very awkward. Gives it off to Rezi, who doesn't want to go across court there, doesn't want to go across net. Rezi trying to play low 50s, give his team a chance to get boost, but he's been beaten there, last man. Not in net yet. Tampa pushing the ball forward. Speed waiting, it's a fake. Rezi's ready for it. Again, both defenses just getting pixels on a touch that they need to keep that ball out of net. More 50s off the sideball. Speed trying to get in there. Who is willing to take a risk, or who's going to make a mistake? Ollie goes for the beat. There it is. Joyo, can he get the double? Speed there in time.
He never had a chance at the double. He played it way too high. Couldn't get on top of it. And now Speed is there. Off a couple of walls, but still not to a teammate. I mean, Moist, by the way, Rezi has an extermination now as Joyo flip reset. Can't get anything netward. It's cleared away by Temper. And now he's jostling around with Joyo at midfield. Loose ball that Speed had forever to reach. And he can maybe try and center this. Rezi, oh, Speed got a piece of that. That's going deep into Belligol territory, and Hyder is forced into action now. Moist best opportunity maybe coming here as Joyo has Rezi forward. He doesn't turn on it though. Joyo rams forward. Oli's shot is through.
That's the one they get. 7 minutes and 5 seconds, if you don't mind, of overtime. And finally a positional mistake. It was Speed getting bumped into the net and a top corner shot that no one from Belligol was ready for. Moist take it in over 2 games of actual game Rocket League, game time Rocket League. And it is 1-0 after 12 minutes.
Well, after 8-10 in game 3 last round, we get 7:05.
Wow.
Is what it takes Moist to just get the first goal from either side in the series. We look back at the defensive, I like to call this the Torment highlight reel. Known for his defense for so long. Save after save. That one from Speed, prolonging things for another couple of minutes. And then Oli slots it top right, caught the defense off guard. And Moist takes game 1 after 14 shots. It sure felt like a lot more than that.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was a game of midfield. There were so many chances, but every time that just a player on either team was able to just get a little touch, just coming through, cutting rotation. I mean, that was an exceptional display of defense from both sides. You saw that. We played 12 minutes of Rocket League stacks. We had 1 goal. I mean, it's pretty impressive, especially for a team like Belligol to come up against, not really an expected team to be here in the top 16, let alone fighting for a top 8. Oh, these teams are rock solid.
Stumpy, please come back tomorrow. Your region scares me. All right, here we go. Getting ready for game 2 when we get all the players in here. Looks like we have 1 player that's a little bit late. Temper's in. We're ready to go here on DF8 Stadium for a second game after... Sure. What else could happen here between Belligol and Moist? Remember, round 5, winner is into the top 8. Loser only can ask what might have been.
I'm looking forward to just getting out of this Swiss stages. I didn't even have time to have a look at how the other matches are playing out here in round 5. We'll give you an update after this game, but right now, will we see another overtime? Often what happens here, Stacks, I want to call it early, is these 1-0 games straight afterwards lead to absolute goal-scoring bonanzas. So let's see what happens in game 2.
And you would expect Moist to be the team that would kind of light up the scoreboard if that is the case. It's Temper meets Oli. Got through him. Joyo couldn't stop them. Temper now. Bounce off for Hyder, and his shot saved well in advance by Oli. Now Rezi doesn't have anybody else forward with him. They're a little slow getting into the play. Meanwhile, on the other side, Belligol, Speed, double tap, denied by Oli.
He's still got it. That's a great cut of rotation. Oli getting back in time as Joyo trying to work the ball forward once again. Beats 2 on the ball. As he waiting sideball for Temper's touch. Gets a 50, but Oli's right there. Throws it up. How's the backboard read? Joyo's ready for the fake reset. Somehow follows it on the way down. And Belligol get out of defense.
The other series tied 1 apiece at the moment. We're just starting game 2. Welcome to Swiss, everybody. It is Hyder from the wing. No, it's Rezi just past him, and now Joyo with Rezi lurking in behind, and that's actually a great ball by Temper. It didn't come cleanly out off the back wall, just kind of rolled up there, and that slowed down Moist.
Yeah, they're both so locked in right now, and I mean, the defense from both sides cannot be questioned. We saw that in the first game, 12 minutes, just 1 goal between these two teams as he wins a 50. See if Moist can set something up. It's a heavy touch from Joyo, but it does get around Temper. Can grab mid boost, turn back in. He's done that. Maybe one more back post. Temper does well to cut rotation. And again, Belligol, the defense. So good. It only fell apart once, and it was from a bump. Can we get some more bumps from either side in offense? Could perhaps open up some chances.
Oh, there is Speed trying to thread the needle. Got Oli on his way through, but Rezi's all over this. Through Temper, and Temper scrambles back into the play, but it's Moist on the attack again. Joyo to center. Hyder was there. Oli had to respect it. He couldn't dive after that, and Temper over top of Oli, and they're out of jail again.
Feels like both sides are almost being a little bit too tricky here as Joyo gets done. Temper's still down here. Rezi has to go. Knows that he's there. Gets an awkward touch follow-up. Both sides miss. A whifty as Joyo now. It's counter-attack play, and it's an open net for Oli, who puts that one there. And 1-0 to Moist again. They get the lead.
Well, they did it 4 minutes quicker this time around. Love to see it, right? So Oli's got both goals for Moist in this series. Somebody else got to step up.
In about 15 minutes of Rocket League, 2 goals to Oli, 0 goals for anyone else on the pitch. As Joyo now controls this one. A good kick-off win for Moist, looking a bit more controlled. I'm sure the Moist viewing party boys are perhaps sitting back in their chair a little bit more now. Maybe a little bit more relaxed, but as we know with Rocket League, anything can change in an instant. Here's Speed. Let's see what Belligol can do. Can they get their first goal on the board? We know how close game 1 was, but they're still yet to break that deadlock. There's the mistake, the first one from Moist. First mistake in a game and a half, 2 games now. And it was through Joyo, over-committing with Oli on the sidewall. Look at that third man creep up. Temper puts it home.
Well, you see Joyo start to turn towards that, and Oli thinks, oh, he's going to play this, and then he doesn't. And Oli's like, oh, well, oops. Just stuck in no man's land there, and we're all tied up.
Minute 30 now. Back to level, and feels like we're going to get back to another overtime. These two might be destined to overtime central. Sorry, I don't want to say it. Joyo 1-2, can't get the follow backboard. There's Oli with the weakest shot I've ever seen. It was almost an opposite ground pinch. Went absolutely nowhere, but again, both sides just making a few more positional mistakes. This can happen, a bit of fatigue setting in. Oli does well to get back. Has to turn on that ball. Hyder getting in there. Belligol trying to push that ball forward, but as we say that, it is Rezi pushing that ball downfield. More 50s in the middle. It's Hyder just trying to make this one awkward. Joyo says, I'll have this one and beat all 3 if I can. Over the top of Speed. Temper there. Belligol locking it down.
Thing about Joyo with those plays, yes, he's beating defenders. Problem is not really resulting in quality opportunities for Moist. They're getting close to the net, but you're not seeing that powerful shot. You're not seeing the defense of Belligol properly tested. This is cleared right back out towards Rezi at midfield. 30 seconds remain. Hyder and Temper both up for that ball. It will come out of the corner, and Hyder is there. That's deflected away by Moist. Can Temper get out to this? He can. Speed walking onto it. He's got Joyo alone in the net, and Rezi comes to the rescue. 15 seconds separate us from overtime as Belligol had another quality opportunity. Joyo down to Oli. They're not on the same page. 5 seconds. Turnover by Temper. Forced out to the corner. And overtime, almost a certainty unless Belligol wants to play around a bit, and they do not.
We were destined to be here, and we found our way again. Game 2 overtime. Will it be as long as last, or will Oli kick it off here? Nice little win from Moist off the kickoff, getting early pressure. Is he trying to get in there? There's the push up from Joyo. Positioning so aggressive, which is exactly what you want to see for a player like him. Rezi gets it musty. Temper's there for the save as Speed trying to force this one out of now. Playing low 50s. Belligol happy to play it slow. See if Moist can overcommit. Bumps coming through. Joyo trying to rotate front post, but it hasn't worked out. Speed's on the counter-attack. Throws it sidewall. Resi floating. Does well again. Moist defense just holding up a little bit stronger at the moment. Almost the counter-attack. Oh, Speed gets back in time. Again, Belligol. Last-second chances, last-second saves. Paying off for them.
Well, Tepper did a great job there, too, delaying. He didn't fight. He didn't give Moist an easy line to the net. And that little delay gave Speed enough time to get back. Goes Oli. With Joyo waiting across the way. Just couldn't get to him. The defensive Belligol there to meet him at midfield. Now Resi with Joyo again waiting. It still gets through, and Tepper will bring this up towards the back wall. Joyo was there. Now it's Oli. His shot sent away by Hyder. Can anybody other than Oli score? Can anybody other than him get a quality scoring opportunity? There have not been many from Moist total.
Not many at all, and it really is about who's willing to get that bump, get the extra play, but Belligol just setting up so well. They play so slow for each other in net. It gives everyone a chance to rotate back, but here comes some bumps. Oli perhaps could have played that one quicker as they were out of position, but has unlocked Speed, who's just thrown it away. Resi is awkward, gets a touch, but here we go. Oli one-on-one. Speed cuts back. He needs to help out. Early flick, though, won't trouble it too much. Trouble the defensive Belligol as Hyder tries to work that one out. Tampa cutting rotation. Resi cutting back. Both teams cutting for their last man. They don't want to leave that last guy back on an island. It has cost both sides with goals thus far. 2 minutes now into overtime. Stacks, we're heading in this direction again. I don't know if I like it.
Thanks for the reminder. Not seeing a lot of physical play out of Speed. He's kind of avoided contact a couple of times. There's Joyo with the demo, but Tepper's going to catch up to this. Nobody else forward. I mean, Resi was so far back to get involved in that play. He's going after Speed, and Oli denied by Hyder. I mean, Moist has been pressing the physicality far more than Belligol as a team. Parallel pass there, and that's set away by Tepper. Speed walking onto this one again. Out in front for the win. Hyder ties the series.
What a play from Speed. He fakes out Joyo front post and then pops it back post for his teammate there. Hyder does the rest. Clinical finish in overtime. Top corner free. And 2 overtimes. Different results. Tied series.
Game on between Belligol and Moist Esports. Who would have imagined this is your round 5 qualifying series? Both teams, 2 wins, 2 losses. Again, one of the French triumvirate waiting for the winners in round 5 as we look back at another overtime thriller in game 2.
And around the grounds as well, just to give you an idea of how long this game has taken. This series has gone so far. Endpoint have beaten Oxygen in round 5, 3-1. Oxygen could not reverse sweep the Swiss bracket. They've fallen at the final hurdle, round 5. So Endpoint will be one of the first of 3 teams in round 5 to be moving on. The other game is Team 3, 2-1 up currently over Ford, or front 4-wheel drive as I like to call them. And this game is 1-1. So we've had a game finish 3-1. We had 4 games of Rocket League over in the other team streams. You can check those out. Endpoint making it through. Here we are, though, about to move into game 3.
Harmine Corp 1, Gentlemates 2, Vitality 3. Best of luck running up against them, but if you can spring an upset, you change the entire landscape of Europe from expectations. But first, you have to survive your opponent here in round 5. Oli off the kickoff with the cheat, and we are off and running with Joyo's shot denied by Hyder.
Again, it was just placement from Joyo. He had the entire net to choose from. He went bottom right, and it was predicted well there by Hyder. And now Belligol can push forward. Oli needs support. He has left that one, perhaps. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Joyo was waiting in behind just in case. Only now on the backboard, low boost, trying to find Joyo downfield. Has done so. Doink on net. Hyder's there. That was top corner and in. There's Moist getting a little bit creative. I think it's going to come down to Stacks who's willing to take a few more risks in offense. I feel like both sides playing so safe, spreading out, and that could be it. Top corner's open. Follow up surely, or Oli somehow gets it out. Hyder had that shot, had that goal dead to rights, but again, Moist hanging in there, hanging on.
Wow. You talk about a risk. Throw it at the net. Hope something good happens. Hyder up ahead to Speed. Joyo couldn't stop him. Speed's double goes wayward. And now Oli will try and get past Hyder and Temper. They're both kind of waiting to see who was going to take charge. We've seen that out of Moist a couple of times, but they survived that little scare. And now it's Speed. Right against Joyo. Joyo's been the better of the two for the most part on every challenge. As Rezi just stopping Hyder's double tap attempt there. As it waterfall down. Well, look at Speed though. He's still involved in the play. Making Joyo work defensively, burning a lot of boost to get up there. And now Oli maybe trying to slow things down just a little bit.
Such an interesting stylistic matchup as well, these two. You see, time and time again, Belligol, they want to play counter-attack Rocket League. They want to sit in net and wait for their team to overcommit. But Moist, they're such a solo play heavy team. They want Joyo to go coast to coast. They want air dribbles across the map, which means they're never really going to overcommit too hard. So you just get a stalemate time and time again of which team is going to try and commit or send some more troops into the offense. And right now, this is why you're seeing so many overtimes. That bump is almost... Joyo saved his own ball off the bump. As you see, they're just neither side committing too many members. Here's Temper though, double tap, it's free, it's somehow saved again. Extraordinary defense from both sides.
Anyway, we saw Belligol proverbially stand on its head collectively during game one, and now it's Moist having to work extra hard to keep Belligol off the scoreboard. Speed got it down, and Rezi stayed with the play. Again, masterful defending as Hyder can't stay with this. And now all of Belligol is beat. Joyo with only one left, and he gets by Hyder. Moist in front.
Moist beating Belligol at their own game. It was the counter-attack play. This time, Belligol, they threw too much into that offense. They went too hard on the counter-attack, and it bit them right back. Straight away, counter down the other end, open net, and a mistake coming through from Belligol. This series is basically all about which team is going to be the one to make the mistakes, who's going to take the risk, and will it pay off for them. That time, Belligol didn't get the payoff for that commit in offense. And a very tactical affair. Some might say that, you know, it's a bit, you know, it's not as entertaining, as exciting to watch, but you just see two styles clashing in a way that creates an unusual contest.
Hyder making sure he could get down to that midfield boost. That gave Oli a window to steal the ball away. And it's Rezi now. Flip reset, couldn't get past Speed. Joyo waiting, but Speed's played it past him. Joyo played it away though. And Oli is there to collect. That little cheeky touch by Joyo was just enough. Now this plays across. Speed is there, and he bounces it in!
Just finds the perfect pass over the top, and none of Moist are ready for this touch from Hyder. Skims it back post. Oli's crept, not even ready for anything in the slightest of touches like that. And out of nowhere, Belligol get one back. And I don't want to keep on saying it, but I feel like this series, Stacks, it's just destined for overtimes. It's the way they play. It's so safe. Here we go again, though. Almost an instant response from Moist.
Well, that's when you're most vulnerable to giving up a goal, right after you scored one. So Belligol have done well to avoid that. But still, always a threat. Joyo has been able to do pretty much whatever he wants, getting towards the back wall. But again, the quality opportunities out of Moist have been few and far between after that. Rezi gets around Speed. Hyder has to avoid contact. It's awkward. Joyo's on the doorstep, and Moist are back in front.
There it is again. Big mistake leads to a goal. This time it's Hyder just getting caught under the ball. He took off like a rocket, but couldn't get that one. Pops it off the ceiling. Joyo saw the awkwardness, saw the mistouch, and capitalized on it. Moist get the lead back. Belligol 55 seconds to try and force an OT.
Well, you know Belligol can play with some pace, but then they leave themselves vulnerable to an open net behind them. And Rezi will score just like that. It wasn't open, but the defense just moved way too slowly from Belligol.
Such a smart play, though, from Oli. He just did not let Speed jump at the ball. That just gave enough space there for Rezi to come through with the finish. And with a 2-goal buffer, that could be it right now. Still a lot of time on the clock, but Belligol, the way they play in that counter-attack style, Moist shouldn't be able to let them counter-attack as long as they sit back and really batten down the hatches.
Final 30 seconds now as Moist seem firmly in control. of Game 3. Strange things can still happen as Hyder's got this to the back wall. He's got to get out in a hurry. He's bullying Oli around, but Rezi there to come up and help out. Down to 10 seconds now. Speed, flick on. Oli made the initial save, and this will stay out of the net, and it will keep Belligol at bay, and Moist is on match point.
Huge Game 3 win. Go-ahead game there for Moist. And it came through a few mistakes there from Belligol. They committed too hard in offense. You can see it there. When you see the scoreboard, 10 shots to 11. So Belligol had the offense, but just committing a little bit hard, got caught out, and that third man was in trouble. Left on an island, the bumps were coming through, the missed touches were forced, and Moist made the most of it. Fantastic response from them. A great game after dropping that last one in OT, and now they're in the box seat.
That one opportunity that went by the wayside at the start of those replays. The ball 99% across the line. Just not enough. And that changed the entire complexion of Game 3. So we move on now to 4 with Belligol's back against the wall. Speed's return to the RLCS. Will it be triumphant? Or will Moist hold serve as the favorites and move on to face, again, just one of the 3 French juggernauts that awaits them?
You see the boys there in the attic. Coach Buns as well. He's suited up for this one. It's great to see taking his coaching role very, very seriously here for Belligol. And, well, he's going to have to earn his money or lack of as they are unsigned. So we'll have to wait and see. As you said, pick this team up. They're fantastic. They're only going to improve. You said it's great to see Speed back in, a veteran of the RLCS, a veteran of Rocket League, back in the game. And, well, Moist, it was a fantastic showing from them. They locked in. Coach Noah really getting the boys going, making the most and capitalizing on the mistakes from Belligol. They're going to come, especially in a series like this where there's so much pressure on these touches. You're forcing a lot of challenges, a lot of clutch saves. If you can find that mistake and make the most of it, be clinical when you're shooting, just like Moist did, you're going to get the win.
You're going to be relying a lot on Joyo as well. I mean, just the veteran presence there. I mean, listen, Rezi and Oli, they're not newbies to this by any means, but Joyo's done it at the highest level under the most intense pressure. You've seen him on the world stage. They're going to be leaning on him heavily here to get through, and they have been throughout the series. I mean, he's made so many plays, and yes, 2 goals, 2 assists, great. But it's everything he's done that hasn't shown up on the final scoreboard, setting up opportunity after opportunity. While Belligol has had to play defense primarily by making saves and clears, Joyo's defense has been more trying to overwhelm the other team offensively.
And they get time to try and work on this as well. Belligol is a mini Swiss timeout. I don't mind it for Belligol. They just get time to reset and perhaps just cool off this Moist lineup, who do have the momentum. Could play in their favour here in Game 4 as they want to force a Game 5. And I'll tell you what, Stacks, it would not be a surprise for me to see a Game 5. I feel like that's all we've had all day long. It's been sweeps or 5. Champ field is looming. Belligol have to get to work to get the job done.
Yeah, it just feels like something that has been Belligol. Yeah, it just feels like something that we've been destined for, right? I mean, we've used that term a lot. It's in the script, the way that these 2 teams have been evenly matched. The first time you've seen kind of a sense that Moist is playing the better of the 2 is in that last game when they kind of pulled away at the end. They had more quality opportunities than Belligol had in the second half of Game 3. But that's not inspiring a whole lot of confidence if you're a Moist fan. I think you're still kind of sitting on pins and needles here, wondering if Belligol will actually get the ball across the line if they get an opportunity like they had early in Game 3.
And it felt like as well there in that game, Moist sort of just figured out Belligol a little bit. I know we love talking about teams figuring other teams out, but Belligol relying so heavily on counterattacks. You sort of saw Moist there letting Belligol play some offense, and that's where they overcommitted. They got a bit trigger happy in offense, thinking, oh, we can pull the trigger on some shots, and we saw third man getting caught out time and time again, whereas they would rather be on defense, Belligol, and waiting for the other team to overcommit, but Moist beat them at their own game. So for Belligol now, if I was coaching that team, I really think they're dangerous when they're happy to send someone downfield, someone who's waiting midfield, perhaps grabbing mid boost, looking for a bump, and being a passing option. It just opens up the play for them, and it spreads out Moist as well, knowing that they've got that presence downfield. So I'd love to see a little bit more aggression coming out from Belligol, perhaps not always rotating in behind each other and sitting defensive, because right now Moist seem comfortable in the way the game's going.
Players are ready to go. The referee has unleashed them, and here we go. Finally, at long last, game 4. Closeout opportunity for Moist Esports. Can they finish the job in round 5?
Or will we get yet another game 5 and lose our minds at how weird today has been? But here we go again.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Oli. A double save. Now he's on the counter-attack. Again, this is what we're talking about. The overcommit coming through from Belligol and almost working out for Moist. Moist playing that counter-attack style, changing it up. It's good to see that the versatility from this lineup, this new roster early. Joyo has a reset. Joyo uses a reset. Doesn't get the double. Oli gets the follow, but Speed makes the save.
That's something I think Moist was lacking a bit in the first 2.5 games, as long as they were. Getting those rebound opportunities. Joyer's got to play this one away with Speed breathing down his neck. And now Hyder with Temper in behind him. What did Temper do here from the side wall? He had a full tank of boost. He grabbed it from midfield. Now Speed stuffed by Oli. But now Hyder up ahead to Speed, and they can't connect.
That was perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Having someone downfield to be an option. It didn't quite work out there, but it was completely free if they wanted to use it. I'd love to see more of that here from Belligol, as Moist still playing that counter-attack style. That's still working for them. What can Belligol do? More pressure coming through. Speed pushing the ball forward, trying to force it now. Temper sitting a little bit higher as second man. Hyder trying to get in there as well, but Oli's done so well to get that doink. Hyder making a good read. Moist trying to play offense. It's a fantastic infield pass, and it's an even better shot from Joyo. First on the board, game 4.
Well, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. He tried to set up so many opportunities. This time, Rezi just dimes him up right in the middle. It's little more than a penalty kick, and good luck stopping that.
It wouldn't matter if it's 2,040 stacks and you can do a 720 no-scope, ladder stall, triple wave dash, no-look pass. There's nothing better than an infield. There is nothing better than an infield, Stacks. I don't care about all the mechanics in the world. Passing in Rocket League is absolutely beautiful. I don't know if Chad will agree with me, but I just love an infield. I'm a sucker for one. And that was beautiful right there. It's simple, it's effective, and it's team play at its finest.
You of the old guard would appreciate the old school plays. There goes Speed out of the corner.
It's not because I don't have mech Stacks. Don't try. It's just I love seeing the passes, all right? I love it.
Hey, no, you have mechanics. Not very good ones, but you have mechanics.
No, well, that's even worse than saying I don't have mechanics. Here goes Joyo. Reset. 1, 2, 3. Blocked out. Drop down pass. Moist again. Sitting back. This is a well-coached team right here. They're not trying to overcommit, but there it is again. That's the Belligol change-up, pushing someone forward. Almost getting a bump off that front post. It's such a tactical series, this one. There's been a lot of change of play styles. Right now, Moist with the advantage. It's a great musty for Rezi with 0 boost, but here it is again. Belligol playing their traditional counter-attack style. It's left Temper last man. He's in big trouble. Bumps coming through. Low 50, Rezi. It's too easy. Moist get 2.
Moist asserting their dominance now with Joyo crossing in front of Temper. It was enough, even though he didn't make contact, just the threat. And then Rezi bullies his way through. Hey, Temper did all he could there, but left all alone at the back. Moist starting to pick apart Belligol. Pinch to the backboard. Joyo, okay, if he scored that, I might have done a backflip. Here goes Temper.
Wait a minute. I want to hold you to that.
Well, he didn't score, so it doesn't matter.
I'm still just picturing you doing a backflip, and it would make my entire year, maybe decade, if that could happen. Let's see if we can start a petition. Let's start a petition for maybe the major. Here goes Speed, throws it on. There it is. First goal back for Belligol, and it's Speed cutting rotation, grabbing their corner boost, being aggressive, and catching Moist defense out.
It's happened a couple times in this series. Once there was a defender there and he was just out of his reach. This time, Speed, just free shot, perfectly placed on the opposite side. Now he can run onto this as well, and Oli just got a big enough piece of it that it didn't become an opportunity. Temper after the demo from Speed. I think Speed's got to do a lot more of that. He's got to play a lot more physically as there's a little chain reaction there in the corner. And Speed eventually will get on possession. He's got Temper right on his tailpipe, though, and he'll take over.
Yeah, multiple goals now as well coming from Belligol, being aggressive and finding that rotation back post. Here's Speed again, able to grab that boost, trying to find his teammate to come in there, who does a really good job there. Joyo has to make a clutch save. Third man does well, beats one. And tries to get the musty. It's not going to go anywhere, but I appreciate the effort. There's Moist just trying to catch absolutely Belligol overcommit, but I like the way Belligol's playing. The Temper's got space here. Can he get a shot on net? He does so. It's off the post. Oh no, own goal City coming through. Joyo does so well to keep it out of his net. And Belligol pushing forward. Less than a minute left. They have to get one if they want to stay alive.
This is to force game 5. Here's Rezi, just waiting for Temper to make a mistake. Oli out in front. Oh, he would have put the game away. Opportunity for Speed, trying to split the defense. Did not work out. Now Hyder over to Temper. What a save from Rezi.
The infield couldn't come off down that end. It worked for Moist, but there's a counter-attack again. Moist playing that style. Speed pushing it forward. 20 seconds left. Have to go. Can the old boy get a solo? Finds the bump. Oli huge in defense.
Oh, they had to wait for Oli too. That burned a couple seconds, even though he didn't do anything with the ball. Now Joyo launch it to the backboard, and Speed's got to play it. Down to 8 seconds. Belligol's hopes rest on one last surge. Hyder to the heavens. Joyo, oh, he let it drop right in front, and Moist hangs on.
In typical Moist fashion as well, it was desperate. It wasn't pretty. But they get the job done. They reverse sweep the Swiss stage. They were 0-2 down into round 3. They almost were the first team eliminated from the Swiss, and they've made it into the top 8. The final team joining 7 others here in the single elim. They're through to Saturday. They're through to the quarterfinal, and a phenomenal showing after the first 2 rounds where it looked so shaky.
2 teams tried to reverse sweep the Oxygen and Moist. Oxygen fell short in round 5, but Moist survives and advances. And you can see the relief, I'm sure now, on the side of Moist Esports. They almost bottled it. They were almost a candidate for one of Shogun's bottle jobs of the year. But in the end, that line drive from Joyo capped off a brilliant performance, and Moist are through.
That they are. Belligol definitely giving us a bit of a show, though. We got what we wanted. We saw an extremely happy Speed on screen, and I think we can all say our days are. I'm just trying to cope with the loss on our prediction here, but it was still a dub for me.
Yeah,
You know?
I feel like I learned a very important lesson today, which is whenever my heart says something, I should just ignore it entirely and only ever think objectively, critically, you know, almost boringly. It's just.
Do you mean like an analyst?
The soul's gone. The soul's gone.
We've also learned that EU always follows the script. You know, it always
Yeah.
follows what should happen in this cursed region.
It's brutal. Nobody likes this region, anyways. Complete
what I
180 from
felt
the way
like?
we introed.
You know those like talent shows where they just go, Moist Esports, you are going to the next round. Like just just dumb pause. Oh, we never saw it coming. Woo!
And the music comes in right there, right when everyone's cheering.
We're upset, Leaf. We're
Is
upset,
how
okay?
it worked. Okay, I get it. But that was how it worked. I mean, throughout the day, we can take a look at their journey, too, through the Swiss bracket, is that Moist started not so hot. And it was that pause that you said. It was, yeah, of course they're going to make it. And of course, Moist is going to qualify at the end of the day. And again, you love to see it. So many people are behind that team, and a player like Joyo, you like to see that victory. As much as we all were rallying behind Speed, they look like they're still having fun, so it's okay that they lost. We'll give the win to Moist that are pushing to be one of the best in that region for sure. But quite a confusing start, Cole. Overall, it wasn't just Moist.
No, it wasn't at all. I mean, at the beginning, It was a bit of a crazy show. Team Vitality losing out to 100% on the main stream. We had BDS going 0-3 against Gentlemates that we weren't expecting. But it does seem that over the course of the day, Normality started to win out. What I would say is one place where it hasn't won out, Shogun, is Endpoint versus Oxygen. A little bit different one there. So there was some script flipping in EU at the end.
Yeah, I mean, at least when it comes to seeding, we didn't really know what to make of Endpoint coming into this. We didn't know what to make of Gentlemates coming into this. We saw Endpoint 3-0 Gentlemates. We're like, let's laugh at Gentlemates over that one. But actually, Endpoint are very legit. And that result and that win is just starting to look better and better, considering they did play them pretty close as well earlier on in today's bracket. So those are two teams definitely to look out for. And yeah, it'll be interesting. A little bit of a spoiler for tomorrow's pre-show. The teams did not rate Gentlemates coming into this event. They will now.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at what we have for tomorrow in terms of teams, because we do have our top 8 bracket all sorted out. And again, Gentlemates sitting there against Team 3. And I'm excited because, as we mentioned, this was a team of, leftovers that we wouldn't know how well they do, but they're solid players, Cole. And to see them at this point is wonderful. The fact they got in through 3-0 as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Gentlemates, Juicy, Itachi, and Seiko. They really started the day on fire and continued there. I also want to take a little bit of a second to shout out Magnifico as well, because we haven't really mentioned them on the mainstream since they lost to Team 3 earlier on. But they just kept on doing their thing, and they qualified 3-1. So a really solid day for them underneath the radar.
And so many other teams like Carmine Corp that we expect to be there, Team BDS, of course, and Vitality, even though they also had Shogun a bit of a what's going to go on with this team today kind of start, where they dropped that to 100, but then 100 fizzled out, and Team Vitality then said, oh yes, we're supposed to be awake and playing today, and cruised on through. But they played moist in quarters. Is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty ridiculous day throughout the entire thing for all these teams now. They're at the point where it is now, Task is one more match away. We are sending top 4 through to the major. You need this win to set yourself off in a good spot. You're not chasing for the rest of the split. And for some of these teams, they'll be happier than others. For Moist Esports, there you go. They're the ones that have got the task now. Moist against Vitality. Yeah. Can they be the first team to eliminate this roster from an RLCS event?
And of course, if you want to know order to look in, take that bracket, look at it from the bottom up, and that's the order we'll be watching those matches tomorrow. But that does bring us to the end of today's broadcast. I don't always need to get everyone's final thoughts, but since it's our first one, let's get them out there, because Europe gave us a bit of a chaotic start, then kind of settled the dust into what we expect from them. Are you happy about that? Do you want the chaos? How do you feel about your predictions, by the way? Give me your thoughts, Shogi.
Oh, wow, why did it just kick me in the shin on the way through to this as well. Yeah, my predictions have gone about as well as they do every single time we do one of these competitions, but don't worry, I'm sure I will bring it back later on. It is nice, though, to have the comfort blanket of European chaos back on my screen on a Friday, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Right.
Yeah, it's a reminder that even if things do start to normalize, Europe will always throw up the occasional shock result. So looking at these matches tomorrow, don't write any team off, and you can't really ask for too much more than that, Lee.
Hey, chat, you can't ask for much more, too. They got 3 out of the 5 right today in your predictions, so...
No, yeah, okay.
Well done, chat.
Good job, chat.
Oh, no.
Right, no, you got no Shogun. You're not one of those people that doesn't praise people when they deserve it. They
we
deserve
are in the middle
okay?
of the I'm not going to praise you mid-competition. This is a battle right now. I might praise them in a month's time.
I think you're good,
but for right now, chat, there's a target on
you're
you.
Brilliant.
Okay,
this guy.
All right. Well, chat, you're in our goodwill for now. Just stop beating us, please, going forward. Make some bad predictions. But for now, it's been great, and it's been great hanging out with you. A reminder, tomorrow, pre-show starts at 4:30 p.m. CET, and the kickoff is going to be at 5 o'clock. We appreciate you joining us. It's going to be a great weekend of European Rocket League, so stay tuned. We'll see you tomorrow.